Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku had a quirk that could turn off other people's quirk story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. If 𝐒𝐿 had a hidden quirk, it was probably attracting villains as he was trying to go about his everyday life. As he rounded the end of the grocery store aisle, 𝐒𝐿 was already composing his excuses to Aizawa in his head. I was picking up a few dinner items for Mom when a robber showed up. Total coincidence. Wind blasted from the robber's hand. The shelf fell over. 𝐒𝐿 leapt over rolling cans of soup. Yes, I know civilians are supposed to cooperate and prioritize their own safety in event of an armed robbery. I stayed quiet and memoized a description for the police. Then the cash register wouldn't open, and the cashier started crying, and the robber was about to use his quirk on her. My body moved on its own. Maybe not that last part. Aizawa might think he was refusing to take responsibility for his own choices. "I'll kill you, you green-haired rat," the robber screamed, throwing a blade of wind at 𝐒𝐿. He dodged sideways. I tried to run around and stall for time until the authorities arrived. "Mr. Aizawa, I swear." I avoided fighting as long as I could. At the frozen section, 𝐒𝐿 screeched to a halt. A young girl holding a stuffed bear cowered on the floor. All the customers had run away when the fighting had started. How had she gotten left behind? No time to ponder. 𝐒𝐿 had no more choices left. Summoning the green crackling light of one for all down his arm, he turned to fight. "No, Mr. Aizawa, I don't expect you to buy any of my excuses. I think the amount of trouble I run into is ridiculous, too." 𝐒𝐿's lips peeled back into a savage grin. The robber halted. The eyes peeking out of his black ski mask no longer looked quite so confident. The air word. Both 𝐒𝐿 and the robber turned their heads to spot an elderly woman in an electric wheelchair, sneaking along the other end of the aisle and gesturing her arms for the girl to come to her. The robber grinned and lunged for her. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't afford to let this turn into a hostage situation. He moved even faster. First, 𝐒𝐿 grabbed the girl. Then he leapt over the robber's head and kicked him in the stomach. The robber reeled, then called up a tornado around his body. Setting the girl down, 𝐒𝐿 planted himself protectively in front of both of the civilians. "Take this, young man," the old lady cried, grabbing the back of his shirt. Her hand glowed white. At the same time, the girl cried, "I want my mommy and daddy." Pink sparkles exploded from her and struck 𝐒𝐿's back. It didn't hurt, so it didn't distract him from the threat. With one punch, 𝐒𝐿 sent the robber flying back into the wall. The man groaned, then went silent. 𝐒𝐿 stared at his arm. It wasn't broken. A good thing, obviously. But he hadn't done anything differently. It must have something to do with one of the quirks the civilians had hit him with. The old lady said, "You didn't need my help after all. Excellent job." "You two aren't my parents," the girl said, addressing someone behind 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 turned around. As the pink mist cleared, two children stood on the tiled floor blinking under the fluorescent lights. The older boy looked perhaps 11 years old, with messy white curls falling over his red eyes and freckled cheeks. The younger boy had straight white hair covering one eye. The other eye was green eye with a white pupil. The exact same shade of green stared back at 𝐒𝐿 in the mirror every morning. "What kind of metahuman ability would do this?" the older boy muttered, sounding more intrigued than afraid. The younger one tugged on his shirt. "Big brother, where are we? I'm scared." "You're safe," 𝐒𝐿 said, imitating All Might's reassuring smile. "I'm a hero student. I'll protect you." He gestured at his uniform. This did not produce the reaction he'd hoped. The older boy wrinkled his nose. "Did you just call yourself a hero? What are you, a cosplayer?" Disdain dripped off each word. "If you're going to act like a 𝐿, you might as well embrace the label and call yourself Superman instead of a mere hero student." 𝐒𝐿 blinked. Most of people wouldn't have recognized the reference to Superman, but 𝐒𝐿 was a fan of old comic books. The younger boy had a red Superman logo on his shirt. They hadn't made DC merchandise in decades, and this shirt looked about that ancient. Both boys wore ragged, dirty shorts. Izuku felt a pang of concern about their bedraggled state. The authorities should be here soon. Perhaps that would reassure these two, since they clearly didn't trust him. The younger boy gasped. Then you need to escape right away. Don't you have a metahuman power? I saw your arm glow. They'll take you away. Metahuman power. Izuku started muttering. No one has called them metahuman powers in over a century. Is this mind manipulation or time travel? The former would be easier to deal with, but the latter looks more likely. He remembered himself and turned his smile on the younger boy. I'm in no danger, I promise. What you call metahuman powers are quite common now. Really? The older boy perked up. The younger one clung tighter to his brother, his eyes darting around the messy grocery store. The old lady took the girl's hands in her own. Thank you for saving my granddaughter. Her quirk is that she can summon her family members when scared. It seems she accidentally used it on you. The girl looked at boys. I don't know these two. I've never summoned someone else's family before. That's my fault. The elderly woman sighed. I have a quirk that enhances other quirks. I was trying to help you, didn't realize you didn't need it. She inclined her head at the unconscious robber. Both our quirks struck you at the same time. I powered up her quirk and we summoned up your relatives instead. Are you brothers? You three look very much alike. She was right. The older boy could have been a white-haired copy of Izuku at age 11. Izuku would suspect his father of cheating, except he'd already concluded it was probably time travel. I don't know these two. Unfortunately, I think they're my relatives from a long, long time ago. He tried to keep a calming tone so as not to upset the two. Children. What are your names? I'm Hisoshi, and this is my younger brother, Yoichi. Hisoshi jerked a thumb at the boy peeking out from behind his back. His long absentee father's name. What if it was a family legacy? May I ask what year it is to you? Izuku was prepared to be asked why, but something in Hisoshi's gaze suggested he'd already reached a similar conclusion. When he heard a number more than a century and a half ago, Izuku felt faint. Tell me what year it is right now, Hisoshi demanded. Yes, he'd clearly already figured it out. Izuku wet his lips. Before I do, this may come as a shock, so please know that you have nothing to be afraid of. The authorities will arrange someone to look after you until you can return home. He glanced at the girl. How long does it usually take before your quirk wears off? Wears off? She nibbled on the ear of her bear. It doesn't wear off. My parents usually take a cab back to our apartment with me. Once I got my aunt, and she was annoyed because she had to take a plane all the way back to Hokkaido. Yoichi whispered, Big brother, does this mean we can't ever go back to our own time? Of course, that was two reporters burst through the open door. A woman with donkey ears moved a microphone at Izuku's face. Who defeated the villain? Me, and I'm afraid the robber hasn't been restrained yet. You need to leave. Izuku put his body between the unconscious robber and the civilians. The man might wake up at any moment. Izuku looked around for something to use to tie his hands. The old woman ushered her granddaughter toward the exit. The two brothers declined to follow her despite her gestures at them. A hero student committing an act of vigilantism. The reporter's eyes gleamed. She hissed at her cameraman, move over here. Bending down next to Yoichi, she asked, did you ever feel threatened by this student's reckless use of his quirk? Yoichi stared up at her with wide, confused eyes. I can never go back home. What will happen to me and my brother? He burst into tears. Oh, get a close-up of his crying face, the reporter said with entirely too much glee. Leave him alone, Hisoshi growled, wrapping his arms around his brother. Stop that. Izuku ran back over. Taking off his jacket, he threw it over the boys to hide their faces from the camera. Recklessly exposing the identities of two time travelers might attract potentially dangerous attention. He was determined to prevent Yoichi from saying anything revealing what had happened on live television. Bending over the boy, he said, I promise I'll help you. I won't leave you until you're safe. Yoichi sniffled. Why would you care? He asked suspiciously. I'm a hero. Sticking my nose into other people's business is in the job description. Cool, Yoichi whispered. Wait, where was the other boy? Izuku glanced over his shoulder to see Hisoshi march over to the reporter, draw back his leg, and kick her in the PP with all his strength. Even a woman would feel pain after such a forceful blow to a sensitive location. The reporter doubled over, howling. A familiar voice barked, "All civilians, evacuate immediately." Detective Tsukochi stood in the door, holding his badge out. Several more police officers followed after him. Izuku really wasn't looking forward to explaining any of this to Aizawa. It was illegal to interview a minor without the presence of a guardian. However, when the two officials from the Hero Public Safety Commission had shown up, they'd pulled rank and intimidated the policeman on duty into handing over 2 interrogation rooms. Then they'd separated the 2 brothers. Hisoshi Shigaraki sat in a metal chair too big for him, swinging his legs. The metal table in front of him had a chain link for holding HNDCFFS, but of course no one had restrained a child. The lights were normally kept overly bright to disorient prisoners, but they'd been dimmed to a normal level. A middle-aged woman sat across from him. She wore a grey pantsuit with a wool cap covering her hair. Her sunglasses had a metal lock on the back, so they couldn't easily be removed. She held a notepad. Bright red lips pursed into a smile, although it was difficult to read her true expression under her heavy makeup. "There's no need to be afraid. I'm here to ask you a few questions. Then I'll help you find a new home. What's your name?" "Hisoshi Shigaraki." He regarded her with a calm gaze, his raised eyebrow implying he'd never been afraid in the first place. "Age?" 11 years old. "Your younger brother's name and age?" "Yoichi Shigaraki, age 8. Emotion flashed in those red eyes. "You could have interrogated us together. He's still very upset, and I don't like leaving him alone. We want to ask you a few questions separately, then you'll see each other again soon enough. Do you have a quirk? That's what you call metahuman powers, correct?" "No. That's surprising, with your eye and hair color." The woman assessed him through her sunglasses. Some of the first generation didn't discover their abilities until very late in life. Hisoshi tilted his head. "May I take it from your tone that it's considered bad not to have a quirk in this time period?" "Of course not. It's merely uncommon, but everyone is treated equally in this day and age." Hisoshi snorted. "Now that I don't believe. What percentage of the population is without a quirk now?" 20%. The woman answered without thinking, then remembered herself. "I still have some more questions to ask you. Someone later will tell you about the modern world, okay?" Hisoshi muttered, "Most of that 20% is probably in the older generation. The balance of power has definitely shifted. Are some types of quirks discriminated against?" "How did you possibly guess that? You've barely seen the outside before you ended up at the police station." The woman gaped, her pencil falling out of her hand. "Because you're hiding your quirk." Hisoshi pointed at her hat. "A Gorgon ability." The woman touched her head self-consciously. "Did my snakes hiss? Usually I can control the hissing." "I figured it out from the sunglasses being tied on." Hisoshi leaned back in his chair. "It can't be comfortable for snakes to be stuffed under a hat, so I'm guessing you hide them because people don't react well. It's only natural for people to be nervous of someone whose gaze can turn them to stone." The woman spoke with a note of anxiety. "It doesn't work. Being one of the good ones. You think if you just act normal enough, you'll finally fit in, but you're only teaching people that it's easy to step on you." "Excuse me." Hisoshi shrugged. "Free advice is worth what you pay for it, so you don't have to listen to me. But I can't help noticing despite all your efforts to avoid scaring people with your quirk and spout the party line, you still got passed over for a promotion recently." "Mind-reading quirk," the woman whispered. Hisoshi laughed. "Hardly. Your age alone suggests that you should be assigned more important tasks than interrogating an 11-year-old. I noticed you arrived with a partner much younger than yourself. You're obviously intelligent and professional, so you haven't been stuck at the same rank due to lack of competence." He delivered the compliment with a heart-melting sincerity despite his young age. "In addition, I briefly saw a job listing on your phone screen. You've gotten tired of being passed over, understandably. But as long as you keep cowering before people who judge you, it will keep happening wherever you go. Maybe it's time for you to let them fear you a little instead. His tone was reasonable, gentle, and unnervingly compelling. The woman nodded along before she caught herself. I'm supposed to ask the questions. The metal door flung open. Principal 𝐒𝐻𝐻 strode into the room, his dark eyes furious and his snout twitching. This is completely unacceptable. Where are these children's legal guardians? The woman jumped. Sheepishly, she said, they don't have guardians, so, that's not a loophole. That means you should obtain guardians before going near them. Step outside. I have a message for you to deliver to the Hero Public Safety Commission. 𝐒𝐻𝐻's lips pulled back in a snarl. Whoa! Now that's a cool ability. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐸 finally sounded like a regular 11-year-old as he gazed at the animal chimera with awe. Glancing at 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐸, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 modulated his tone. I'm sorry, I hope you weren't too scared. Follow me. I'll take you to your brother. In a second interrogation room, the interviewer was a man with orange-red hair and muscles nearly bursting out of his suit. Yoichi Shigaraki's eyes were red-rimmed from tears, but he glared defiantly. The Hero Commission employee asked, What's your name? Name, Yoichi. Rank, little brother. Serial number, 15699. What the? The man pinched the bridge of his nose. You're not a prisoner of war. I just need to ask you a few questions. Ha! You're not going to trick me into narking so easily. Name, Yoichi. Rank, little brother. Serial number, 15. Yoichi's brow furrowed as he tried to remember the number he'd made up. 996. How old are you? What year did you come from? Talk to the hand because the face doesn't want to listen, boomer. I'm not giving you anything. Big Brother says that if people want to know about the past, we might be able to sell that information for money. Yoichi clamped his hand over his mouth. Oops. You tricked me. No more talking. Name, Yoichi. Rank, General. Serial number, 99999. I see you gave yourself a promotion. The man rubbed his forehead. Look, little boy, if you want payment, how about this? He rooted around in his pocket and found a candy bar. I'll give you this after you answer my questions. Sound like a deal? His smile was strained. How dare you ask me to betray my brother for such a cheap bribe? Yoichi bared his teeth. You pigeon-livered, bougie beach. The man jumped, both at the venom in the last word and because it had been spoken in English. Yoichi proceeded to curse him out in a truly impressive mixture of Japanese, English, and Chinese. With Shakespearean English, 21st century slang, and a few Korean swear words mixed in. Raising his hands, the man said, Hey, calm down, let's just. He looked at his own empty palm. Where did my candy go? Across the table, Yoichi unwrapped the candy bar and took a bite. Give that back. You're only supposed to get it after you answer my questions. And I only have one. Yoichi crammed the chocolate in his mouth as fast as possible. His cheeks bulged as he continuing to spew curses even with his mouth full. It frankly came as a relief to the Hero Commission employee when a bear mouse creature came to take the foul-mouthed child away. Outside the police building, the man from the Hero Public Safety Commission pulled out a cigarette. His partner held up a lighter. She asked, Was your subject as disturbing as mine? Her hands shook slightly. The man shrugged. He certainly didn't make it easy. From his skill with languages, I would guess that he came from a good family originally, but has been living on the streets long enough to pick up a colorful vocabulary. I can only hope he doesn't know the meaning of most the threats he shouted at me, or he's had a very rough life. That's all I got before I was thrown out. How about you? I think the boy got more information out of me than I got out of him. The woman's lips quirked ruefully. Even hardened villains have never given me the runaround that badly. There was something very strange about that child. She shuddered. Or maybe I'm losing my touch. Do you think that's why I didn't get that promotion? What? Of course not. The man puffed on his cigarette. You didn't deserve to be passed over for a kid half your age. It's no secret that our boss cares far more about your quirk than your work record. I've heard him say some stuff about you. He hesitated. I've tried to tell you this before, but you didn't seem to want to hear it. If you're finally angry enough to go to Human Resources, I could help you build your discrimination case. You know what? I think I'll do that. The woman flashed a pair of fangs. Izuku sat in the police interrogation room with his hands folded across over the metal table. He'd already given his statement to Detective Tsukochi and gotten a lecture on vigilantism. Then he'd texted his mother to explain why he'd be missing dinner. Afterward, the police had released him, but he'd refused to leave until someone told him what would happen to those two kids. He'd made a promise to that little boy with green eyes just like his own, and he intended to keep it. He took a sip from the cup of water on the table. He'd already eaten the bag of chips Detective Tsukochi had given him. Aizawa pushed open the door. "I'm here to feed you, problem child." He placed a steaming cup of instant ramen on the table. The smell made Izuku's stomach rumble. He almost went straight to gulping it down, but remembered to say first, "I'm sorry, Mr. Aizawa." "You've got nothing to be sorry for this time." Aizawa scowled, but it wasn't directed at Izuku. "You were placed in a situation where you had no choice but to fight. The cashier testified that she would have been murdered if not for you. Yue will back you up." Nezu already changed the tune of the news report by threatening to sue them. All Might had a word with Detective Tsukochi and got him to issue a public statement that you only acted in self-defense. "Thank you." Izuku slurped the ramen. "What happened to those two boys who got yoinked out of time because of me? I kept asking, but no one would tell me where they were. None of this was your fault, so don't put it on your own head." Aizawa took a seat across from Izuku. "The police wouldn't talk to you because they're taking the privacy of those two children very seriously, which isn't a bad thing. The brothers are alone and vulnerable and don't need massive media scrutiny. The Hero Public Safety Commission has already taken an interest in them." "Is that a bad thing?" Izuku asked. Aizawa's tone implied it might be. Izuku knew very little about the commission from his short PRD of time at U. Aizawa rubbed his forehead. "I wouldn't trust the commission to keep a cactus alive. They care more about time travel than about the safety and security of two defenseless children. Would you believe they separated the kids and put them in interrogation rooms?" Izuku flinched. "I should have stopped them." "I don't see how you could have done that, problem child." Fortunately, Nezu's connections came to the rescue again. He threatened all kinds of trouble if the commission didn't get their noses out of the situation. "I learned the brothers have been placed with a foster home. The police will be sending an expert in time travel to look into their situation tomorrow." Izuku stared at his remaining ramen. "If I accidentally summon my ancestor into the future, am I going to disappear? If my ancestor vanishes as a child, then I'll never be born." Aizawa paled. "I never thought of that." "I've been worrying about it quite a bit," Izuku admitted softly. His own situation was bad enough, but what if those kids turned out to be his ancestors on his mother's side? Then it would be all his fault if his mom disappeared. "I'll send your question to the time travel expert. If it turns out you're in any danger, we'll find a way to send those kids back. I swear it." "Thanks," Izuku mumbled. He knew Aizawa couldn't promise any such thing, but he appreciated the sentiment. "I asked if you could have permission to visit the children, since you wanted to check up on them, on the grounds that you're a distant relative of theirs." "That would be perfect." The police agreed, but they would like you to take a DNA test. "It's not a condition of the visit, it's more like some people want proof that the kids are telling the truth, and you being their descendant would seal the deal." "I don't mind." Izuku set down his empty cup of ramen. "Let's do it now." Aizawa said, "We can take a DNA sample here, but since you're a minor, we need your mother's permission." Izuku was already reaching for his phone. "I'd like to visit those kids as soon as possible. I don't want them to think I've forgotten my promise." Inko answered on the first ring. "Izuku, are you heading home yet?" "Sorry, Mom, it might be later than planned. I'm going to visit." Izuku hesitated. He whispered, "Am I allowed to tell her?" Aizawa replied, "We're keeping the time travel secret from the general public, but I got permission to tell your mother because of her involvement. She may be the children's closest relative, so she has the right to petition for custody if she desires." "Did someone say custody?" Inko sounded confused. Quickly, Aizawa and Izuku filled her in on the whole situation. The older boy's name was Hisoshi. 𝐭𝐴's tone sounded surprisingly cold. What's his last name? Shigaraki, Aizawa said. Izuku startled, he hadn't known that. The same last name as that JRK who'd attacked the unforeseen simulation joint. Dear God, he hoped Tomura wasn't a distant cousin of his. 𝐭𝐴 giggled. It turned into a hysterical laugh. No, I don't have any interest in taking custody of him. In fact, I'd rather he not come anywhere near me. She'd said he not they. So it was entirely Hisoshi she objected to. Could this really be solely on the basis of him sharing the same first name as Dad? Izuku knew there was trouble between his parents. The fact that his dad hadn't even called home, much less visited, for as long as he could remember had been a less than subtle clue. But he'd never heard as much hatred in his mother's voice as when she demanded that Hisoshi not come near her. What had Dad done to make Mom hate the sound of his name so much? Of course, no one is going to force you. Aizawa sounded surprised. Izuku had some questions for his mother, but he'd save them for a private moment. Mom, they'd like to take a DNA test in order to verify that the children are my distant ancestors. No. 𝐭𝐴 shrieked. Izuku blinked. I don't see why not. 𝐭𝐴's voice dropped to a growl. Listen, if you take my son's DNA then I'll sue everyone even remotely involved. I'll sue you for putting my son in danger at the unforeseen simulation joint. Not just anger but also a note of raw, animal fear lurked in her voice. Izuku, don't you dare let them. If you do, I'll withdraw you from UA. Mom. Izuku gasped. How could she threaten that? She knew this was his dream. Surely his mother wouldn't say something like that lightly. A sob came from the other end of the phone. Izuku's heart fluttered. 𝐭𝐴 cried her heart out. These weren't her usual emotional tears, either. He could tell the difference. She was truly in a state of terror. Mom, I won't take the DNA test. I promise. Aizawa cleared his throat. No one can test your son without your permission. He's a minor. I apologize again for my failure at the unforeseen simulation joint, but I hope you'll allow him to stay at UA. He shows great promise as a hero. You're his teacher from? 𝐭𝐴's tone shifted to panic. Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that the way it sounded. I was just so afraid. Izuku, please. Don't let anyone take your DNA. Izuku's stomach twisted. He could hear his mother crying again. I promise on my vow to become a hero. 𝐭𝐴 inhaled deeply. In a small voice, she said, thank you. No other explanation seemed to be forthcoming. Izuku would definitely be asking his mother about this later. But then All Might knocked on the door with a cheerful, I am here. Izuku turned his attention to the present. 𝐭𝐴 threw the phone at the wall. The impact echoed loudly in the empty apartment. The sound returned her to her senses. Gasping, she ran to check her screen hadn't broken. Cradling the phone in her hands, tears streamed down her cheeks. She gripped the kitchen counter and tried to stand up. Her legs shook too hard. She collapsed to the floor, covering her face with her hands. Into her fingers, she whispered, it's okay. They're keeping the children a secret from the public. Izuku promised not to take the DNA test. He won't find out. No one will find out. Tomura Shigaraki opened the office door without knocking, as was his usual practice. Sensei, I wanted to show you the latest report. He stopped abruptly. His teacher clearly wasn't listening to him. All for one stared at a TV screen. A reporter shoved her microphone into the face of a green-eyed boy. He burst into tears. Then someone threw a jacket over his face. All for one stopped, rewound, and played the clip again. Sensei? Tomura asked, shuffling his feet. He failed to see anything noteworthy about this rather banal scene of an NPC acting mildly horribly toward a child. Just another sign of the corruption of society. A strangled sound came from All for One's throat. Because his teacher had no eyes, it took Tomura a moment to recognize the sound of crying. Tomura took a step backward. His mind whirled. This was impossible. Nothing ever made Sensei cry. Hearing his teacher sob made Tomura feel like a frightened child watching his whole world collapse. All for One snapped, Tomura, get Jiran on the phone. I need the location of those 2 children, right now. That tightly controlled rage sounded more like his usual teacher. Of course, sensei. Tomura leapt to obey. Omake time. Omake, Aizawa's headache news reporter. We've received reports of a grocery store robbery foiled by a young hero student. Is this heroism or an act of vigilantism? Join our experts as we discuss. Aizawa, problem child. Yamada, how did you even know it was Izuku? Aizawa, already putting on his coat. Teacher's instinct. Hashomake, inside the void first. Banjo, what's wrong with him? Who are those children Ninif is talking to? Heh, they look like a miniature first and all for one. Second, those actually are first and all for one. They traveled through time. First, 𝐻𝐸𝐽. Banjo, yikes. At least all for one doesn't know. Second, their faces got splashed across live television. First, 𝐻𝐸𝐽. Banjo, who can say if he'll even watch the news report? Second, the announcer was talking about how an accident happened with a rare quirk but the police are refusing to reveal the truth. He always watches news about rare quirks. First, 𝐻𝐸𝐽. Thank you for coming with me, All Might, Izuku said as they walked down the sidewalk. In his skinny form, All Might scratched the back of his neck. I'm happy to help, young Midoriya. Only a few people are currently allowed to know the children's location, so not many could accompany you. Izuku bit his lip and finally asked the question rattling around inside his skull. So the children have the same last name as Tomura Shigaraki? Yes, but it's probably a coincidence. There must be plenty of people in Japan with that last name. All Might smiled reassuringly. Even if you two shared a common ancestor from over 100 years ago, it would be such a distant familial connection that you two could still get married. Izuku winced. I take your point, but please pick another example. All Might laughed. Even if you had a closer relation to a villain, it wouldn't matter in the slightest. You're you, not your family. Izuku smiled. You're right, of course. He muttered. At least neither of them looked much like Tomura, though no real loss if he disappeared. I wonder if they are from my father's side or my mother's, hopefully my father's. It was selfish of Izuku, but he'd rather his absentee father be erased from existence than his mother. If only 𝐒𝐭 had allowed him to take the DNA test, but she must have her reasons. Izuku's only memory of his father was a hazy image of someone tall with curly hair. He'd been a toddler when his father had left for America. 𝐒𝐭 had always claimed to have no picture. She'd said a lot of things to explain why his father never visited, and Izuku had accepted them because it made her cry when he asked questions. As a result, Izuku had no idea if either of the children resembled his dad. All Might touched his shoulder. I won't let you vanish. I promise. That's still just a theory. Outside of movies, I've never heard of anyone disappearing due to time travel. Everyone kept trying to reassure him. Izuku needed to slap a brave face on, especially since he was about to see the kids again. Ms. Soto ushered Hisoshi and Yoichi into a bedroom with yellow walls. Here's where you'll be sleeping. She spoke in the cheery tone of a former kindergarten teacher. She told the brothers that she took in foster children after her retirement because she missed being around young ones. She lived alone since her husband's passing. She had pure white hair tied back into a bun and a wide mouth suited for frequent smiles. Thank you so much. Hisoshi beamed. It looks wonderful. Ms. Soto patted him on the head. Please let me know if you need anything. What would you like for dinner? Yoichi jumped up and down. Katsudon. Katsudon. Hisoshi chuckled. That's his favorite. We haven't had it in a long time. I'm fine with that, too. Ms. Soto tapped her chin. I'm all out of breadcrumbs, but I might be able to borrow some from a neighbor. Just wait here, and I'll be back in a flash. As soon as the door closed, the smile dropped off Hisoshi's face. He glared at a desk, a mostly empty bookshelf, a beanbag chair, and 2 futons. We don't even get real beds. He prodded the bedroll with his toe. Better than our last living conditions, big brother. Yoichi pointed at a pile of futons poking out of the closet. This way, she can easily add another bed if more children show up. You mean we might be forced to share with even more brats? Hisoshi recoiled. You're a brat too, big brother. Nonsense. I was born 100 years old in terms of cynicism. Hisoshi grinned. And I'm sure you'll live another 100 years out of spite. Yoichi laughed. He headed straight to the bookshelf to examine the goods. Or, why so many educational books? There's a critical lack of comics. The attic room felt slightly stuffy. Hisoshi opened a window. The view showed a small grassy yard with the neighboring house pressed close. The ceiling of the third-story room was pointy and the walls barren. You'd think someone who can afford a house could also afford to decorate better. I don't see anything worth stealing at all. Yoichi cast a dirty look over his shoulder. Hisoshi raised his hands. I'm just thinking ahead in case we end up on the streets again. I won't pawn anything yet. See that you don't, big brother. She seems nice. You think that about everyone until they stab us in the back. Hisoshi rolled his eyes. You're lucky you have me to look after us. Yoichi started to reply, but it turned into a cough. Hisoshi ran over. He put an arm around his younger brother's back. Breathe deeply. He rubbed a circle. At least there's no BLD, this time. I'll go see if I can find a cup of water. With a ripping noise of displaced air, a black portal formed. Both children stared, Hisoshi's gaze fascinated and Yoichi's nervous. A man wearing a black suit stepped out. He had no tie and the top 2 buttons of his cream dress shirt were unbuttoned. His face was covered by a black mask with a breathing apparatus and tubes that resembled a skull. Whoa, what a cool mask, Hisoshi breathed. Coldly, All for One said, Krogiri, eliminate anyone else in the house. A man with yellow eyes and shadows for faces inclined his head in acknowledgement, then vanished. The 2 children both recoiled at these words. Grabbing his younger brother's hand, Hisoshi ran for the door. They didn't make it far. All for One swooped forward and snatched up Yoichi. The child screamed as his hand was yanked away from his older brother's. The villain held a white cloth soaked in drags over his mouth, and he went limp. Let him go. Hisoshi screamed, drawing back his leg. The blow never connected. All for One kicked him in the side so hard he fell to the ground and vomited. Looming over the injured child, the villain's tone was coldly indifferent. I don't need another me. One arm still held Yoichi. With his other arm, All for One lifted Hisoshi up in the air by his neck and squeezed. A red light danced between them. All for One clenched harder. Hisoshi's scream cut off into a sad gurgle. Yoichi's eyes shot open. He bit down on All for One's arm hard enough to draw BLD. In surprise, the villain dropped Hisoshi. Yoichi leapt free. He glanced at his older brother for a moment, just long enough to calculate that Hisoshi couldn't run and Yoichi couldn't carry him fast enough. Then, instead of the door, Yoichi ran for the window. You held your breath. It's not even as if you haven't used that trick on me before. All for One sounded annoyed at himself for the oversight. Yoichi flung open the window and leaned out, looking over a 3-story drop. For whatever the reason, you want me alive. Let my big brother go, or I'll jump. His eyes blazed with an UN childlike determination. With the BLD dripping from his mouth, he looked like a wild animal. All for One's calm vanished. He raised his hands. Anything you want. Just step away from the window. Yoichi's eyes darted around frantically. Get back, or I'll jump. I'll do it. Slowly, All for One stepped backward. From the floor, Hisoshi croaked, Don't be foolish. Get away from that window. Even if you make him leave, he can easily come back with that portal of his. Don't risk yourself for nothing. His voice held a note of resignation. You're right. Yoichi trembled. He coughed. Then his gaze hardened. You'd better use this chance to run, big brother. He flung himself backward out the window. Uttering a curse word from a century ago, All for One leapt after him, destroying part of the wall as he exited through the window. Hisoshi leapt to his feet. Clutching his midsection, he staggered over and looked down to see All for One had landed safely on the lawn holding Yoichi. A small sigh of relief passed his lips. Ignoring the agony from a likely broken rib, Hisoshi ran for the stairs. In the kitchen, he snatched a phone off the counter and pressed the button for emergency services. He shrieked into the phone, Call the police. Call every last one of your heroes. Call the Japanese Defense Force. Some but in a skull mask just kidnapped my brother. He dropped the phone without answering any of the questions on the other end. But he left it on so emergency services could trace the call. After picking up a kitchen knife and a fire extinguisher, he ran outside. We're almost at the house. I'd better change. All Might swelled up into his muscular form. Winking at Izuku, he said, they're expecting All Might, not Toshinori Yagi. The rows of white houses looked nearly identical, all tall and narrow. Which one is it? Izuku asked. All Might glanced at his cell phone. I thought it was that house. He pointed a few more houses down. But I see Ms. Soto over there. He pointed across the street. All Might. Ms. Soto ran over, waving. I almost missed you. I was just borrowing an ingredient for dinner. She held up a can of breadcrumbs. So I was right the first time. That's your house. All Might gestured. With a shattering of glass and wood, half a wall on the third story fell in. Unfortunately, Izuku suspected that was an answer to the question. The children. Ms. Soto screamed. Fear not, I'm here. All Might whispered to Izuku, stay with her and protect her. Then he shot forward in a yellow blur. Kurogiri, where are you? All for One shouted, not for the first time, his voice increasingly annoyed. He was nearly drowned out by the screaming of the struggling boy he held tightly in his arms. Yoichi tried to bit his captor's ear. All he got was mask, but he kept chewing enthusiastically. Spray from the fire extinguisher hit All for One's face. As foam obscured the air, an 11-year-old boy flew at him like a bat out of hell. Hisoshi's lips peeled back in a snarl as he stabbed the knife directly at All for One's empty eye socket. If not for All for One's infrared vision, he wouldn't have noticed the attack in time. As it was, he barely sidestepped the knife. The blade bounced off one of the metal tubes on his mask. Hisoshi landed badly, down on one knee. Keeping Yoichi's face turned away, All for One raised his hand. Spikes shot toward the helpless boy. Then a muscular man in a red, yellow, and blue costume shot between them and deflected the spikes. Fear not, for I'm here. Plus Ultra. As his world turned black, Hisoshi's last thought was how exceptionally stupid those hair tufts looked. He was frankly embarrassed to be rescued by someone with such a lame catchphrase. Toshinori made a fist. Release that child, villain, he stopped. He stared at the face of the villain he'd believed dead. The arch-nemesis who'd murdered his MSTR. For a moment, his All Might smile slipped. Then a professional mask returned to his face. No longer bothering with banter, Toshinori went straight for his top priority, rescuing the potential hostage. He slammed into All for One with his enormous body and grabbed for Yoichi, willing to take a few spikes as long as he could protect the boy. At the same time, Yoichi bit down on All for One's fingers so hard he seemed to be trying to sever them. The villain cried out and lost control of his spikes. One flew at the child's right eye. Toshinori reached out to protect Yoichi. Strangely, All for One moved even faster, blocking the spike aimed at the boy with his own arm. Even as a spike scored a line of BLD down his arm, Toshinori saw a window. He grabbed Yoichi and threw him toward his older brother. All for One screamed, a furious animalistic sound Toshinori had never before heard from the villain's throat. It very nearly terrified him. He summoned all his years of experience as the symbol of peace and raised his fists. The air shrieked as two titans clashed. Izuku had been ordered to stay with Ms. Soto. But as soon as he saw Hisoshi fall to the ground, his instinct screamed to run forward and protect the boy. Ms. Soto made his choice easy. Crying out Hisoshi's name, she ran toward him. Izuku leapt even faster, making sure to between her and the fighting. Dropping to her knees beside Hisoshi, Ms. Soto stroked his hair and whispered, "Stay still, please." Barely conscious, Hisoshi thrashed and trying to rise. The instant All Might freed Yoichi, Izuku leapt forward to catch the child and place him on the ground. Then he planted his feet between the three civilians and the battle. Kneeling, Yoichi grabbed his older brother's hand. Hisoshi's growling calmed and he finally lay still. Izuku could barely follow the fight in front of him. 𝐿-for-One's arm had swelling into an unholy, bulging monstrosity. All Might met him blow for blow in a slugfest of superpowers. According to Izuku's analysis, All Might should have been disadvantaged from trying to avoid collateral damage in a residential area. But as he watched, the villain punched in an uppercut, directed the blast of air from his fist harmlessly upward. Izuku realized, he's trying to avoid hurting the children. He needs them alive. Or at least one of them. Without looking away, Izuku said to the three behind him, "It's okay. I'm here to protect you." He hoped he sounded even a tiny bit as confident as his mentor. The villain in the black mask gave him a terrible feeling. A sense of danger and death. "Miss Soto, if you can pick up Hisoshi, let's all move backwards as quickly as we can." The three of them nearly made it to the house. 𝐿-for-One dodged around All Might. His hand aimed for Yoichi. Every instinct in Izuku's body screamed for him to run. Instead, he leapt in front of the villain. 𝐿-for-One's hand fasted over his head. The fingers bit into his skin. Blood dripped down his forehead. Izuku had a moment to realize that his skull was about to be crushed like an eggshell. "I'm so sorry, Mom." Then All Might tackled 𝐿-for-One. The force of their clash made the wall rock. From the broken window above, a brick tumbled down, landing a hair away from Yoichi. All Might froze for fear of bringing the precarious wall down on the civilians. Interestingly, 𝐿-for-One froze, too. Sirens sounded in the distance. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 poked his head through a portal, crying, "There are more heroes on the way." 𝐿-for-One examined the wall as if assessing its stability. Another brick fell. A low growl emerged from between his clenched teeth. He gave his enemies one last sightless stare of hatred. Then the villain vanished into the portal. "Young Midoriya, you're injured." All Might screamed, sweeping him into a hug. This came just in time, because Izuku suspected he might be about to fall over. Sitting on a medical bench in Dr. Garaki's laboratory, 𝐿-for-One examined his mask. He stroked the scar left by Hisoshi's knife. If the knife had gone even an inch to the right, it would have penetrated 𝐿-for-One's eye socket and reached his brain, killing him. After over a century fighting heroes, the closest he'd come to death since his battle with All Might had been at the hands of a preteen boy. 𝐿-for-One sighed and muttered, "This is exactly why I don't need another version of myself running around." Several of his quirks had gone missing when he'd touched the younger version of himself, too. Odd. He hadn't known about his ability at that age, unless the mortal danger had activated it. Another headache. Dr. Garaki approached timidly, holding a paper file. "Mstr, I have the information you requested. It appears the children traveled through time because of a quirk that summons BLD relatives. The ability was used on hero student Izuku Midoriya." 𝐿-for-One choked. "To be clear, you're saying that boy is a distant cousin of theirs?" Based on how the ability works, he must be a direct descendant of one of them. "Impossible. I have no children. And I'm fairly certain my brother didn't either. But that boy's green eyes, they look just like..." 𝐿-for-One tapped his leg. "My brother wasn't the type for one-night stands, but I suppose even self-righteous heroes are only human." He glanced down at his hand, noticing Izuku's BLD on the fingertips. "Here." He pulled off his glove and threw it at Dr. Garaki. "Run a DNA test on this BLD. Make time." Make. If 𝐿-for-One had successfully kidnapped his brother Yoichi, what happened? "Where am I? Where's my big brother?" 𝐿-for-One, "I'm here. It's me, Hisoshi. My younger self merged with me because my older self still lives in this timeline. Kind of like the movie Back to the Future but in reverse. I still have all my memories but I'm much stronger now, so really, you traded up in the brother department. Yoichi, you mean my brother will go bald in his old age and I can't even mock him about it? I can still mock you, right? Oh my god, what if it's genetic and I'll go bald too? This was 𝐿-for-One's planned story. If he'd managed to snatch Yoichi, it might have worked because Yoichi has a high level of trust in his brother at this age. Less certain if that trust would have transferred over to Mr. Potato Head. Make. Why 𝐒𝐿 took so long to respond to 𝐿-for-One. 𝐒𝐿, I can't disobey orders but I can't find anyone here. Aha. This door is locked. There must be someone inside. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 phases into the MSTR bedroom. He finds a bed with 2 lumps on it. He rips off the covers to find half-naked body pillows of Shouta Aizawa and Hisashi Yamada. All for one. 𝐒𝐻𝐲, get down here right now. 𝐒𝐻𝐲, experiencing intense emotional fluctuations, system malfunction. Look, Misoto's husband has been dead for years. She has needs. She's also a voracious Aizawa Yamada / real person fanfiction writer. 𝐻𝐻𝐿. Because sociopathy first, why would you try to kill your own younger self? All for one. He's too small for me to be interesting in possessing his body. Who wants to go through PBRY twice, am I right? First. All for one. Oh, don't give me that look, I'm sure you were thinking about doing that to your younger self too. First, I most certainly was not, you raging nutjob. Why are you like this? 𝐻𝐻𝐿. After the DNA test, Dr. Garaki, congratulations, it's a boy. All for one. 𝐼RK. Falls over dead from a heart attack. Author, towing the corpse. I guess this story will just be a 2-shot. Sorry, readers. Hisashi sat on a bed in the nurse's office at Ua High School. His legs swung back and forth, too short to reach the floor. Yoichi sat next to him, sniffling. His little brother hadn't let go of his arm since the near kidnapping. Yoichi clung so tightly, Hisashi probably had bruises there to match the ones on his throat. Hisashi reached over to pet his younger brother's hair. Yoichi coughed and held an ice pack to his older brother's side. All Might held up another ice pack to Hisashi's bruised throat. Recovery girl should be along to heal you shortly. She agreed as a favor to me. Hisashi didn't understand what that meant, but he nodded. Between his sore throat and his broken rib, it hurt too much to talk. He kept pondering the words of that brother-stealing villain in the lame mask. I don't need another me. Had the villain said that because he'd noticed a similarity between them? Hisashi knew what he was. His mother had called him a monster 1,000,000 times. When he'd been 7 years old, she dragged him by his ear to an old medical textbook, made him read each of the symptoms out loud, and told him that he was a vile existence just like the one described. A sociopath. According to his mother, being a sociopath meant you were evil from birth, a threat to society, even lower than a metahuman, and someone who should never have been born. Ever since then, Hisashi had tried very hard not to let anyone find out that he didn't see the world the same way as other people. It bothered him that a stranger had been able to penetrate his act so easily and identify him on sight. What if other people realized, too? Would the smiling blonde hero still want to treat his injuries if he knew Hisashi was a monster? Does it hurt a lot? Yoichi whispered. Your grip on my arm hurts, Hisashi said in a hoarse whisper. Yoichi immediately let go. I'm sorry. I feel so guilty. You got hurt because of me. Not because of you. You did good. But no more jumping out of windows. Hisashi's throat completely gave out on those last words. He settled for putting an arm around his little brother's shoulder. Ever since the attack, Hisashi felt several powers buzzing inside his chest. He believed them to be metahuman abilities, or as people called them now, quirks. He'd taken them from the villain, somehow. It had been an instinct. He didn't know why the villain had so many different powers buzzing under his skin or how he'd managed to steal several. Perhaps this must be his own ability. He was eager to get alone time so he could figure out what they did. If he and his brother were attacked again, next time he wouldn't be so helpless. A mixture of excitement and nervousness itched under his skin. Hisashi had no intention of telling anyone about this. He'd been told that metahuman powers were normal and no longer discriminated against. But he'd also learned from his conversation with the Hero Public Safety Commission employee that new forms of discrimination had replaced the old. Now the quirkless and people with villainous-seeming quirks were at the bottom of the pile. No surprise, given basic human nature. All the more reason to be glad he wasn't quirkless any longer. But his new power seemed cool enough to be potentially considered villainous. Better to keep his abilities close to his chest until he understood more about the rules of this strange new world. Can I get you another glass of water? All Might inclined his head at the empty glass Hisashi had downed along with the painkillers. Hisashi shook his head. Yoichi said, I could use some water. He coughed again. As Hisashi took over holding the ice to his strangulation injury, All Might fetched a glass. Are you feeling ill? No more than usual. Yoichi shrugged. I have tuberculosis. He enunciated each syllable in the long word carefully. I thought the coughing had stopped. He pouted. You've been stressed out lately, All Might said. I can arrange for you to see a doctor. Hisoshi nearly shouted an objection before he stopped himself. All Might was getting perilously close to yet another secret. But if Hisoshi had refused the doctor, it would have looked suspicious. His sore throat had saved him just in time. He resolved to think of a better plan. Assuming the blonde giant actually did find a doctor. Adults made promises they didn't keep all the time. Taking the sound for a cough, All Might pushed a glass of water at Hisoshi, too. Hisoshi shook his head again. One of his arms had been claimed by his brother, and he couldn't bend the other easily with a knife still up his sleeve. All Might's smile turned coaxing. Please, you're going to need to let go of that knife at some point. Hisoshi flinched. How? He croaked. I have a lot of experience disarming people. All Might's expression remained gentle. I completely understand why you hid it. You feel scared and alone. But I promise, I'll protect you. I'm here. I won't leave until I'm certain you'll be safe from that villain. Please give me the knife. How had Hisoshi been caught so easily? Was his monstrous nature as obvious as his mother had claimed? Bad. He had to try harder to act normal. His fear of the adults turning on him ultimately outweighed his need to keep the weapon. Hisoshi handed the knife over. Sorry, he whispered, trying very hard to look cute and pitiful. All Might's eyes were soft. It's okay. I understand. He ruffled Hisoshi's hair. Hisoshi only tolerated this because he was still trying to seem like a regular child. Suddenly, All Might coughed. A mist formed around his body. There was a sound like a deflating balloon. Instead of a muscular hero, a skinny, sickly man stood before the two brothers. Whoa, you can transform. Yoichi clapped his hands. So cool. All Might wiped BLD off his face. Oh, dear, my time limit ran out. I have an old injury that limits my ability to maintain my heroic form. I hope I can count on you two young ones to keep this a secret. Of course, Hisoshi said, thinking, blackmail material. Nice. What a fascinating quirk. I wonder if he'll answer my questions about it later so I can come up with a proper analysis. Yoichi said, I can cough up BLD, too. Do you think I'll develop a transformation superpower like you if I do it often enough? He demonstrated by hacking until a bit of BLD ran down his chin. Looking worried, All Might dabbed it away. I'm definitely taking you to see a doctor as fast as I can make an appointment. The door opened and an old woman wearing pink hobbled in. I've already taken care of Izuku. These are the children, Toshinori. Yes. Thank you for coming. All Might leapt to his feet. Before Hisoshi could stop her, Recovery Girl planted a kiss on his forehead. Energy flowed through him. The pain in his throat and his side vanished. Cool, he breathed. Now there was an ability he'd love to steal. Are you injured, too? Recovery Girl bent over Yoichi. There's BLD on your teeth. Oh, I bit someone. Yoichi flattened his hair over the left side of his face. I'm fine. Not a scratch on me. I don't think he wanted to hurt me. He wanted me for some reason. I don't know why. I don't have any money. His voice dropped to a mumble. Recovery Girl asked, Is your eye injured? Let me see. Yoichi flinched backward, but not fast enough to stop her from lifting up his bangs. His left eye had a jagged scar running over it, bisecting the eyelid. The cornea itself had a small white scar, partly impeding his vision. Oh! Recovery Girl's brusque tone turned gentle. I'm sorry, I thought I saw a more recent injury. It's okay, Yoichi mumbled, parting his bangs to hide his scar again. Hisoshi glared daggers at the woman. Recovery Girl straightened. I'm a busy woman, more patients to see. Let me know if you need me again. Yoichi curled up his knees to his chin and didn't speak as she left. All Might said, Scars are nothing to be ashamed of. See. I have one, too. He pulled up his shirt to show the spreading wound like a crater in his side. Battle scars mean you're tough. They mean you're a survivor. That's a very heroic quality. Yoichi peeked up at him. Do you really think so? I really do. All Might smiled. He never seemed to stop smiling, Hisoshi noticed. What an idiot. Hisoshi said, both your eyes are pretty, little brother. Not like me, and it's not like I can cover up both eyes. His mother's voice whispered in the back of his mind, monster, you're a monster. Just look at the television. Only evil. People have red eyes. Don't say that. All Might looked shocked. He took a breath and his tone gentled. Both of you have lovely eyes. Yours are bright like a sunset, Hisoshi. Sure, Hisoshi said, not believing a word of it. Yoichi said, the kids at school used to say mean things about my brother's eyes. And both of us for having white hair. They called us metahuman freaks even though we didn't even have powers. Hisoshi glared, conveying with his eyes, don't tell him that. That must have been hard for you, All Might said. Many eye and hair colors are the norm now. One of my fellow teachers at UA, present MIC, has red eyes, too. A hero with red eyes. Yoichi sounded enthralled. That's great, big brother. I'll arrange for you to meet him, sometime. All Might smiled. Hisoshi would believe it when he saw it. Even if the times had changed, people had only swayed to different prejudices. He'd remain cautious until he had more information on which ones. His younger brother was always quick to assume the best. Someone had to be cynical and look out for both of them. I'd like to be a hero. I always wanted to, even back when that wasn't a real profession. Yoichi fumbled with the edges of his shirt. But I don't have a quirk. Does that mean it's hopeless? An odd look flashed across All Might's face. As if he was seeing something from the distant past. Nothing is hopeless. It would be harder with the way the system is currently set up, but if you decide to seriously pursue that goal, I'll support you however I can. As a start, would you be interested in enrolling in martial arts classes? Yoichi clapped his hands. I've always wanted to. But my mother said I was too sickly and weak. His head drooped. All Might said, there are many types of classes. I'm confident we can find one that your body can handle. We'll work on making your body healthier, too. Whoa, Yoichi whispered, stars in his eyes. Personally, Hisoshi wished that Yoichi would pick a less dangerous dream. But when he saw the happy look on his little brother's face, he closed his mouth. He couldn't bring himself to say anything to ruin that smile. Being healed by Recovery Girl was already standard procedure for Izuku. Afterward, he was immediately dragged off to give a statement to a detective. Then his mother called, and he had to reassure her. 𝐒𝐭 had cried. Lately, she broke down into tears even more easily than usual. She'd insisted he return home at once. But Izuku regretting not having an opportunity to speak to the two brothers again. He wanted to reassure himself that they were all right. Something drew him to them. He couldn't put his finger on what. A sense of familiarity. Perhaps because they were distant relatives. After picking up his backpack, Izuku headed for the door. All Might caught him before he could step outside. Young Midoriya. All Might swept him into a hug. For a moment, Izuku froze up, then he hugged back. It was still a dream come true to him, that All Might of all people cared about him. Such a change from his days as a quirkless middle schooler who counted himself lucky when adults didn't notice him. Even in his scrawny form, All Might was tall enough to wrap his body around Izuku. He clung on as if trying to protect him from an invisible danger. I'm so glad you're all right. All Might's voice sounded choked. When I saw All for One fasten his hand around your head, it took several decades off my life. I couldn't stop him. I couldn't protect the kids. It burned Izuku to remember how little good he'd done. He'd come up with 1,000 plans and distractions he should have thrown at the villain, after the fact. All Might straightened and grimaced. No one expected you to stop All for One himself, my boy. Izuku's heart warmed at the address. Who is All for One? Why did you look at him like that? All Might blew out a breath. I owe you many answers, as the next one for All Holder. Do you have a moment? Technically, Izuku didn't, but he was too curious to refuse. Let me text my mom to tell her I'll be running a little behind. All Might led him to a deserted classroom. Then he poured out the entire story about the origins of One for All. A villainous older brother. A younger brother determined to stop him. A quirk forced on someone that turned out to be much more. A long line of dead holders, including All Might's teacher, Nana Shimura. I'm sorry, young Midoriya. All Might could barely meet his eyes. I truly believed that All for One was dead. I ripped his head off. He took a deep breath to compose himself. I never thought you'd have to face All for One. You don't think I can do it? The words slipped out before Izuku could stop them, exposing years of self-doubts. No. The shock on All Might's face was immediate and genuine. You never should have needed to. I shouldn't have given you a quirk being hunted by an ancient mass murderer without even warning you. That last one, I'll give you. But you didn't know he was still alive, and it wouldn't have changed my decision. Izuku shrugged. I never thought that being a hero was safe. You gave me fair warning when you first showed me the injury in your side. I decided to pursue my dream knowing the risks. All Might's face collapsed. Young Midoriya, he looked ready to hug him again. Izuku would have been happy to accept, but the hero seemed to remember himself. I have good news. We've received a report from the police's expert on time travel. You're in no danger of disappearing. Really? It sounded too good to be true. How can you be so certain? There are two types of time travel, one that actually reverses time and one that creates parallel universes. According to the expert, if your ancestor from the past had been summoned to the present day, then you would have disappeared on the spot and no one would even remember that you'd ever existed. Since that didn't happen, the quirk must have summoned your ancestors from a parallel universe. Izuku shuddered at how close he'd come to being erased from existence. All Might must have noticed. True time travel is only theoretical. Only. The lesser version has ever occurred in real life. That's how the expert was so certain. It's a relief. Thank you for telling me. Izuku was also glad the DNA test had turned out not to matter much. He still needed to talk to his mother about that. All Might said, unfortunately, we have no way to return the children to the past. We'll have to settle them into lives here. All for One's attack complicates matters. Why did he target them? I don't know. He might be interested in time travel. He always enjoyed conducting unholy experiments. All Might shuddered. Remember those undead monsters who attacked USJ? Izuku shuddered, too, to imagine children used in such awful designs. Why did he only want the younger brother? The police speculated that maybe he only needed one of them for his experiments and assumed the younger one would be more pliable. Izuku frowned. He seemed very determined to take Yoichi with him and alive. Yet he didn't care about his Soshi in the slightest. I don't think they were interchangeable to him. He even protected Yoichi with his own body. You can't tell me that's typical behavior for a mass-murdering supervillain. Something about Yoichi had to be very important to him. If Hisoshi held the same trait, then surely it would make sense to kidnap both of them so he could have a backup. Izuku realized he'd started mumbling. I'm sorry, I'm sure that must have sounded creepy. It sounded like a good analysis of the situation. I'll speak to the police and the expert on time travel. Better yet, I'll speak to Principal Nezu. No one surpasses his ability to see through schemes. Thank you, Izuku said. His phone buzzed. That must be my mom, wondering where I am. I have to leave, but I'd like to see the brothers again, if possible. You'll have many opportunities. All Might's smile looked softer and more genuine than his usual hero face. I'm going to adopt both of them. As soon as possible, Hisoshi claimed that he needed to use the bathroom, then slipped off to test his new quirks. From the moment he'd stolen them, he'd instinctively had an understanding of how to use them. Sitting on the toilet seat, Hisoshi snapped his fingers. A tiny flame appeared on his pointer finger. Frowning, Hisoshi concentrated harder. The flame remained no larger than a lighter. A mediocre quirk. Hopefully he could expand the fire with practice. He vanished it before he accidentally triggered a sprinkler system. Next, Hisoshi bent his own fingers backward. They wiggled like RBB. Although entertaining to look at, he considered this one completely useless. Hisoshi tapped his foot on the tiles. At the same time, He focused on enhancing the sound. The tap cracked the air like a gun. Glancing around, he hoped no one had noticed. The fourth and final ability hummed under his skin, begging to be used as well. But he could tell that one had something to do with electronics. Hacking into electronics. Now that would be the greatest prize of all. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 slipped out of the bathroom stall before anyone got suspicious. He couldn't afford to seem sneaky, not when he still needed to do something to sabotage his little brother's doctor appointment. Remembering that thorny problem erased his previous joy for Quirks. 𝐶𝐿𝐴 hummed under his breath as he went to pick up 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and 𝐒𝐬𝐽. To her great credit, 𝐵𝐿𝐴 had been willing to keep looking after the brothers, but the police had deemed it too dangerous. 𝐶𝐿𝐴 agreed. 𝐿_1 was a ruthless villain who'd clearly taken a personal interest in these time-traveling children. Only a small number of places were deemed safe enough for them to stay. UA High School had been on that list. So had 𝐿𝐼𝐺. Of the even shorter list of potential foster parents, 𝐶𝐿𝐴 believed himself to be the best possible pick to protect the children from 𝐿_1. Among other reasons, it's not as if he can want me even more dead. In addition, 𝐒𝐻𝐿 worried the Hero Public Safety Commission might poke their noses into this matter again. 𝐶𝐿𝐴 had the advantages of being in the public eye and too powerful for the commission to tangle with him easily. He'd be able to keep them away from the children. The paperwork in his hands listed the brothers' names and ages next to their pictures. Hisoshi Shigaraki, age 11. Yuichi Shigaraki, age 8. A nurse had obtained BLD types and a preliminary medical profile. She'd found signs of malnutrition and suggested the children be taken for a formal doctor visit as soon as possible. 𝐶𝐿𝐴 completely agreed. He worried about 𝐒𝐽𝐽's cough. He'd seen signs that their prior living situation had not been stable. As a former street kid himself, he'd have bet money that they'd been homeless. The brothers' background had been falsely constructed through completely legal means by the Witness Protection Program. They were listed as orphans. The paperwork in his hands formally made him their foster father. However, 𝐶𝐿𝐴 already had adoption in mind. 𝐶𝐿𝐴 had always wanted children. But he'd never had the opportunity. He'd always been completely uninterested in romance or SXL relationships, the usual methods by which one obtained a family. After what had happened to Nana, he'd been afraid to get close to anyone who might be turned into a hostage against him. He'd given up. He'd poured all his energies into his career instead. Yet that old longing had come back in full force ever since he'd met Izuku Midoriya. Now, long after he'd believed it too late, he had one last chance to adopt children. The circumstances were rare and unique. These two brothers had already been targeted by 𝐿_1, so he couldn't put them in any more danger by getting close to them. On the contrary, he was the best possible person to protect the two of them. He felt a little ashamed of his happiness. It ought to be considered a bad thing that two innocent children were in danger of abduction or death from a supervillain. Yet their misfortune was his dream come true. They were both such adorable little angels and reminded him of Izuku in different ways. Perhaps because of that resemblance, he felt an instant bond with both of them. It would take time and effort to win the trust of two street children. They'd clearly lived difficult lives. The scar over 𝐒𝐽𝐽's eye looked like it had been inflicted by a knife, in other words, probably not an accident. If it had gone a hair deeper, it would have blinded him. What kind of monster would do such a thing to an innocent child? 𝐶𝐿𝐴 hadn't asked, not wanting to press them. Children who'd been abandoned and subjected to discrimination wouldn't open up to adults easily. 𝐶𝐿𝐴 had already downloaded several books on parenting to his phone. He was going to conquer this challenge with the same passion he dedicated to heroism. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 could tell that his older brother was in a bad mood. Hisoshi slouched down against the car seat, barely paying attention to the scenery. Normally, his curiosity about the future would have led to him cataloging every sign of technology. If 𝐒𝐽𝐽 had to guess, then he'd say that his big brother was worrying over some problem in the back of his mind. From the driver's seat, 𝐿_1 said, "Anything you need that you can't find at the mall, I'll be happy to order for you online. By the time we're done shopping, your rooms at 𝐿𝐼𝐺 Tower should be ready." Hisoshi jerked back to awareness. Rooms. Separate ones. I want to stay with 𝐒𝐽𝐽. 𝐿_1 said, "Of course, it's only natural that you'd be afraid of being separated after what you've been through. I've arranged for 2 bedrooms with an adjoining door. That way, you can leave it open if you prefer, but you'll also have privacy. Hisoshi slouched back down in his seat, grunting. Yoichi said, "Thank you so much for your generosity, Mr. Yagi." His brother's bad temper embarrassed him. All Might laughed. "Please, call me Toshinori. In fact, you can even call me Dad, but only once you feel comfortable. Take your time. It might be too soon to talk about this, but if you're willing, I have every intention of adopting you too." Yoichi spoke loudly to cover up his brother's groan. "That's even more generous of you. I don't know what to say. I'll try to be good for you. And I'm going to be the best father I can. We're both new at this, so let's teach each other." Yoichi twisted his fingers together. All Might was so nice. He gave off a feeling of safety and security. Yoichi really wanted to make this work, and he hoped his older brother didn't screw it up. As they got out of the car, Hisoshi whispered, "At least he's not taking us shopping wearing that stupid-looking costume." "I like his costume, big brother," Yoichi hissed. "You would. You have no taste." Yoichi sighed. His brother was clearly in a foul temper, and when he got like this, nothing could jolly him out of it. As Hisoshi continued to mutter under his breath, Yoichi faked a cough to cover up the stream of complaints. All Might sprang into action immediately. "I brought along a water bottle for you. Here, we'll walk more slowly." Hisoshi stopped talking when they arrived at the electronics store. After All Might purchased 2 new phones for both of them, the new technology drew his full attention. He listened raptly as All Might went over the basic functions, focusing particularly on how the children could call for help if need be. Then Hisoshi turned to figuring out how his phone worked as they walked through the bustling mall. "Pust," Hisoshi hissed while All Might fetched a cart at the clothing store. "Check this out." He held up a search on All Might. "Our would-be guardian is the #1 hero. He's that cool." Yoichi felt even more impressed. "He's that rich." Hisoshi's bad mood had been replaced with glee. According to this article, All Might has been donating 90% of his fortune to charity, but despite the fool doing everything in his power to give away his money, he's still one of the wealthiest people in Japan. Judging from how he dresses, I don't think he's spending very much of the remaining 10% on himself. Hisoshi eyed All Might's ragged jeans critically. With his money sitting around gathering interest, his fortune must be massive. Yoichi put a finger to his lips. "Shesh, he's coming back." All Might pushed 2 shopping carts. "Please, both of you, get as much clothing as you'd like." Hisoshi's eyes lit up. "Don't mind if I do." He headed straight for the black t-shirts and equally dark jeans. When Hisoshi returned pushing a cart overloaded with everything from casual wear to pajamas to 3 formal suits, Yoichi wanted to sink into the floor. Technically, this was a cart's worth of belongings, but Big Brother was clearly taking advantage of a loophole by piling his cart to the ceiling. All Might pulled out his credit card without batting an eye. He asked, "Yoichi, since you have less, would you like to add a few more items?" Hisoshi said, "I already have him covered." He tossed a child-sized suit and several hero-themed t-shirts onto Yoichi's cart. "Thank you so much, sir. Please, call me Toshinori." "Toshinori, did I ever tell you how much I like your hero costume?" Hisoshi beamed as his purchases were rang up. "It's the best costume I've ever seen, including fictional ones." "I'm so glad." All Might laughed. "Many children love it. You have a natural talent for fashion." Hisoshi used his high-pitched innocent child voice. Yoichi pinched the bridge of his nose. The blatant hypocrisy was giving him a headache. Time to acquire some toys next. After dropping off their first purchases at the car, All Might led them into a gaming shop. "You both deserve a treat, after the ordeal you went through at the hands of that villain. It was terrible. I'll be seeing it in nightmares for the rest of my life." Hisoshi placed a hand on his brow. "All that can cure my trauma is a new gaming system." All Might laughed. "No need to be modest, my boy. We'll get 2 gaming systems so you don't have to share with your younger brother." Leaning over, Hisoshi hissed, "Little brother, this guy is both loaded and gullible. We've hit the jackpot." "Please, don't phrase it like that," Yoichi said warily, turning his big puppy eyes on All Might. Hisoshi said, I'm so happy that you're adopting us. How fast do you think you can draw up the paperwork? All Might beamed. If you're willing, I'll ask my lawyers to begin the process immediately. There's a minimum trial PRD, then we can sign the papers. I can't wait. Hisoshi said brightly. As All Might filled the cart with games, Hisoshi whispered, Little brother, how old do you think he is? He looks at least in his 50s. I'm not sure the current life expectancy, but I bet heroes die younger. The constant injuries must damage their health. Yoichi growled, Big brother, you're embarrassing me and yourself. Next, All Might took them to a hero merchandise store. Once again, he said, please get anything that will fit into your cart. Yoichi had a feeling this limit was more about what they could carry back to the car than anything financial. His big brother must be right about All Might being rich. It surprised Yoichi to see his older brother loading up his cart with hero figurines as if he didn't always say that heroes were for babies. Until Hisoshi dragged him aside and showed him his phone. Help me look for this list of figurines. These are the most valuable ones. Yoichi had finally had enough. You should stop taking advantage of Toshinori this way. Hey, I'm looking out for both of us. No matter what he may claim, who knows if he'll actually keep us around. His mood of charity for the poor orphans may wear off. But these figurines are small enough that we can fit them under our clothes. They have high resale value. We'll have something to fall back on if we get abandoned again. This shut Yoichi up. Though he wanted to believe in All Might, he keenly remembered all the adults who'd promised to look after them, then tossed them aside. Like the uncle who'd taken them in just long enough to loot their inheritance before tossing them out. Like the couple who'd offered to adopt them, then tried to return only Yoichi to the orphanage because they didn't want a sickly one. Hisoshi had stuck by Yoichi then, refusing to leave his little brother. After the orphanage had thrown both of them onto the streets because the white-haired freaks looked suspiciously metahuman, it had only been Hisoshi's wits and courage that had kept them alive. Yoichi hoped this time would be different, but he didn't know All Might well enough to be confident of it. Hisoshi was only trying to look out for both of them, like he'd always done. Nodding in agreement, Yoichi helped Hisoshi find as many of the figurines on his list as possible. Of course, he added in some that he just plain liked. The dark-haired man with the scarf wasn't very popular as a hero, but Yoichi liked his style. As they passed a pet shop, Hisoshi stopped and tugged on All Might's sleeve. I've always wanted a pet tiger. A white tiger, to be clear. More greed. Yoichi's temper nearly snapped. But All Might's smile never faltered. He said, I'm afraid tigers are endangered animals, and a new pet would be a difficult adjustment when you're still getting settled in. We can talk about a cat after a few months. I understand. Hisoshi sniffled as if trying to be brave about this grave disappointment. Yoichi knew his brother well enough to recognize his lousy acting. Hisoshi's tone turned wheedling. You know what would soothe my disappointment? A diamond necklace. Hisoshi brushed an imaginary tear from his eye. My last guardian wouldn't let me wear jewelry because it was too feminine, it traumatized me so much. Oh, yeah, and diamonds are my birthstone, they remind me of my late mother. Needless to say, all of that had been lies. Yoichi's eye twitched. Surely this was too blatantly obvious. But All Might only said, of course. Which necklace would you like? Hisoshi batted his eyes. Thank you so much, All Money. I mean All Might. Yoichi closed his eyes. A small hiss escaped his lips. At a jewelry store, Hisoshi tried on several necklaces, bracelets, and rings with a clear goal of walking away with all of them. Yoichi could tolerate it no longer. He tugged on All Might's sleeve. When All Might bent down, Yoichi whispered, you don't need to get him so much stuff. You've done more than enough already. He doesn't actually have a deep emotional attachment to diamonds. I know. All Might laughed. He wants items he can sell later in case I abandon you too. Yoichi flinched, convinced a punishment for this deception would swiftly follow. But there was nothing but warm understanding in All Might's eyes. All Might said, I used to live on the streets, too. My parents threw me out because I turned out to be quirkless. In the reverse of your time period, that's considered bad these days. I had to survive on my own for most of my childhood. I completely understand the coping mechanisms, the distrust of adults, and the hoarding of anything of value. I would never judge your brother for it. Yoichi's eyes welled up with tears. He choked down a sniffle. He wasn't a baby, after all. Do you really mean it? Of course I do. I'm prepared to wait as long as it takes to win trust from you and your brother. I don't expect you to give it to me. I expect to earn it. Yoichi sniffled again. Would it make you feel better if I patted your back? You can say no. Yoichi blinked his teary eyes, surprised he'd been asked for permission. Yeah. I think I'd like that. All Might put an arm around him. It felt warm and protecting. Is this okay? Yeah. Thank you. Yoichi relaxed into the half-hug. Why aren't you angry that Hisoshi is lying to you? Bad kids lie. Hisoshi lies to protect you and himself. That doesn't make him a bad kid. That makes him a good older brother. I suspect that Hisoshi hasn't been able to afford to be nice for a long time now, because he's been alone on the streets protecting his younger brother. He doesn't deserve blame for trying to survive. He deserves praise for doing his best. I can tell that your older brother is a good person, because of how well he looks after you. This time, Yoichi couldn't help the tears, but they came from relief and happiness. My big brother is a bit strange. Thank you so much for seeing his good points. There was no way Yoichi could possibly express how much what All Might had said meant to him. Especially when he couldn't stop sobbing. I understand. I'll protect you now. I'm here. All Might patted his back. Until Hisoshi stormed over and yanked Yoichi away. What's wrong? He demanded, glaring at All Might with a murderousness erasing all his previous flattery. All Might only smiled, as if he approved of what Hisoshi had done, and Yoichi knew that he really did understand. Nothing, big brother. I'm just happy. Yoichi rubbed his face. Why would you cry for that? Hisoshi looked confused and annoyed. In a lower voice, he asked, what if he won't let me get the jewelry now? It's all yours, All Might said mildly. Let's go to the cash register and ring it up. For the entire car trip back, Yoichi couldn't keep an enormous grin off his face. In the past, he and his older brother had bad luck with adults in general and parents in particular. But this time, he had a strong feeling they'd found a keeper. Izuku set down his fork after liking it clean. That was delicious, Mom. She'd made katsudon, his favorite, but it gave him an uneasy feeling, as if she wanted something from him. Across the table, 𝐒𝐿 twisted her hands. She'd barely eaten. That worried Izuku, too. She asked, so, that villain you encountered today. Did he seem to recognize you? No. Izuku's confusion deepened. I don't think he cared about me in the slightest, except as an obstacle preventing him from getting to those two children. Oh, what a relief. 𝐒𝐿's shoulders sagged. Izuku found it very strange that his mother seemed relieved a villain had nearly ripped his head off his shoulders. But if she hadn't realized how close he'd come to death, then he wasn't going to point it out to her. He cleared his throat. Mom, can I ask why you didn't want me to take a DNA test? The sudden spike of fear in 𝐒𝐿's eyes made Izuku feel horrible. He said, I won't do it if you don't want me to. I promise. I just want to know, that is to say, it's been bothering me all day. Look, I wouldn't judge you for it. I know that a marriage can be complicated and it's painfully clear he was neglecting you. Izuku took a deep breath and blurted out, Mom, did you cheat on Dad? Izuku had been pondering all day, and this was the best explanation he'd come up with. If he wasn't Hisoshi Midoriya's son, then 𝐒𝐿 might be afraid of losing his money. Not that Hisoshi sent money any longer. From the bank statements that Izuku had glimpsed, their small two-person family had been living off one very large lump sum for years. He didn't understand why his mother tried so hard to pretend that Hisoshi was only working overseas and might one day come back. His deadbeat father hadn't called or sent a check-in as long as Izuku could remember. Izuku had wondered if 𝐒𝐿 was trying to keep up appearances for the neighbors, but then why did his mother have to lie to him, too? 𝐒𝐿 giggled. It sounded hysterical. Oh, honey. If only I could answer yes to your question. I wish every day that I'd been unfaithful to our marital vows and you'd been fathered by the postman. That hadn't been the answer Izuku had been expecting. Then why? 𝐒𝐿 looked sideways. There was a clause in my prenuptial agreement that you could never get your DNA tested. Funny thing, I don't understand it either. It's a very strict prenup. That's why I've never been able to get divorced, either, even after he's been gone for so many years. I'm stuck with the bast. Sorry, I shouldn't talk about your father that way in front of you. Izuku looked at the shadows and red puffiness around his mother's eyes and declined to expose her obvious lie. Thanks for telling me, Mom. I'm sorry that my father didn't treat you better. You can say whatever you like about him, I'd agree with it. You deserved better. 𝐭𝐽 stood up. That reminds me. Even though I'm afraid I must strongly nix the DNA test, I figured out where the Shigaraki brothers came from. She went to the living room and returned with a photo album. See, this picture. Hisoshi Shigaraki is my several times great-grandfather. She showed a picture of the two Shigaraki brothers sitting on a park bench. Flipping a page, she said, "Here he is with his daughter 𝐼𝐽, our ancestor." The man in the picture did look like an older Hisoshi, and he was standing next to a green-haired girl. The pictures looked very convincing. Not that Izuku would know photoshopping if he saw it. However, he did know that if his mother had a photo album going back to the dawn of the age of Quirks, she would have shared it with him before. She knew how interested he was in that time period. Also, he didn't for 1 second believe it was a coincidence that his father's name was Hisoshi and so was the boy who had time-traveled. It was clearly a family name. Hisoshi came from his father's side, not his mother's. Izuku wondered where his mother had gotten the pictures of Hisoshi as an adult that she would have needed to fake this album. 𝐭𝐽 handed him the photo album. "Will you show this to All Might? And all your other teachers and anyone else who is curious? To prove that Hisoshi comes from my side of the family." Her hands trembled. Her smile looked strained. Izuku took the album. "Sure, Mom. If it's so important to you." His mother had raised him alone for years. He considered himself greatly in her debt. If she needed him to act like he believed this lie, then he would trust her. 𝐭𝐽 Midoriya was a bad liar. It was just that Izuku couldn't tell exactly what she was lying about yet. 𝐿 time. 𝐿, the alternative chapter 1 take 1. What if Izuku had summoned adult All for One? All for One, where the F am I and who am I going to murder for this? Little girl, I usually summon parents, so Mr. Potato Head must be yours. Izuku and All for One. Izuku, that's impossible, my dad is a deadbeat named Hisoshi Midoriya. All for One, Hisoshi. What an interesting coincidence, that's my name. You look very much like me back when I had a face. And I lost a large chunk of my recent memories a decade ago due to a traumatic head injury. Izuku, I suppose if you lost your memories, then you're not a deadbeat. Welcome home, Dad. All for One, I love you already, son. Later, 𝐭𝐽 returns home to find All for One and Izuku sitting at the dining room table chatting. Izuku, Mom. Get this. Dad didn't mean to abandon us, he just had amnesia after a tragic accident. He's a great guy. He loves quirk analysis, just like me. 𝐭𝐽, Izuku, Mom, you swore. Not that I mind, it's just so unlike you. Why are you going to the kitchen and getting out a knife? Are you going to cook us dinner? All for One, I swear I haven't felt this strong a sense of doom since I faced All Might in battle. Izuku, I think she's just a little grumpy about the abandonment misunderstanding, stop. Keep in mind this happened before Izuku found out about All for One. He just seems like a harmless blind old man with unfortunate looking life support equipment. All for One's lack of memories also means he doesn't remember why 𝐭𝐽 isn't happy to see him. Take 2. What if Izuku had summoned both adult All for One and adult First? All for One, where the F am I and oh, that's my little brother. Clearly this is all just a dream. First, holy SHT. I have hands. This body is real. What kind of quirk could do such a thing? If you didn't do this, big brother, then who? I mean, yes, this is all a dream. And to prove it, Ninith and I are about to disappear. Little girl, do you have 2 dads or did I get an uncle this time? Izuku, I don't understand the question you asked me. All for One, I've run through a dozen possible meanings to that question in the last second, and all of them are quite interesting. First, Seriously, Ninith, let's run. Izuku, I don't know who you are or why you're calling me that. First, whispering I'm the first one for all holder and that's the final boss who you're not even remotely ready to fight. All for one, I heard that, little brother. Later, inside a bank vault, Izuku, I say this with all due respect to my venerable predecessor who might or might not also be my relative, what the F. First, to start with, our possible relation is news to me too. Secondly, we're in a bank vault. Izuku, no, I get that, I want to know why. Izuku hadn't dreamed of first yet so he didn't recognize him either. Unfortunately this blew their small window of opportunity to run but neither of them went down without a fight. All for one is currently off tending to his injuries. 𝐭𝐲. Inside the Void, Part 2 first, Banjo, what's he screaming about this time? Second, All Might just adopted child. All for one. Banjo, nice joke, what actually happened? First, 𝐻𝐻. 𝐭𝐻𝐲. Spoilers. Izuku, Mom, if you know why a villain is targeting those children, it could be of vital importance. 𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐼, or it could only put them in more danger from the Hero Public Safety Commission, while also getting you into a boatload of trouble. 𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐼. Inside the Void, Part 3 Banjo. So, if Little First and All for One time traveled because of a quirk that attracts relatives, and that quirk hit Ninith, then doesn't that imply something? First, honestly, I've suspected as much for some time. It's obvious that Ninith looks like a certain someone, just cuter. Second, wait, doesn't everyone know that Ninith is All for One's son? Third, yeah, why did you think me and Leader don't like him as a successor? 𝐻𝐼𝐾, I thought you didn't like Ninith because he looks like All for One. Third, you were certainly on the right track there. 𝐻𝐼𝐾, your reason feels hypocritical after you two rescued first, All for One's brother. Third, I don't know about Leader, but it's not the physical similarities that bother me so much as the personality ones. Banjo, what are you talking about? Ninith has awesome vibes. Third, if you'd ever heard All for One back in the day fanboying over a quirk then you'd see the resemblance. Nana, at first, I thought that Toshi made Izuku his successor as a power move to get revenge on All for One for stealing my grandson, but eventually I realized he knew about absolutely none of that. He's clueless in general, but that's one of his cute points. Ian, why didn't any of you tell first? Keeping it to yourself seems like a PP move. Second, he must have already known. Just look at how much he favors Ninith. Judging from that stunned expression, I don't think he knew. First, hey, cool, I'm an uncle, 𝐻𝐼𝐼. 𝐻𝐼𝐼, the patricidal method of getting rich. Hisoshi, my dearest Toshinori, is there any way you can write me and my brother into your will even before the adoption? It would give me such a strong sense of stability and security to know that we'd be looked after no matter what. A security I've lacked my whole life. Did I tell you yet about my tragic past living on the streets? All Might, what a wonderful idea. I'll change my will tomorrow. Author, you'd better sleep with one eye open, All Might. 𝐻𝐼𝐼, author suffers All for One. Do you have the location of the children yet? Dr. Garaki, yes, Mstr. Instead of trying to hide them, the authorities choose to place them with All Might instead. All for One, an annoyingly good strategy. I wonder if it would be better to wait and lower down their guard until they decide there's no need for such a powerful protector. Once All Might sends them to a regular foster home, the snatch will be much easier. Dr. Garaki, unfortunately, All Might is currently filling out paperwork to adopt them. All for One, 𝐼𝐼. Falls over dead from a heart attack. Author, you've got to stop doing that. There's only so many times I can resurrect you. Toshinori ushered the two children up the stairs to the top floor of All Might Tower. He'd previously used the attic for storage and had it converted to living space at top speed. The air still smelled of cleaning fluids. The door opened to a walk-in closet, the newly added bar covered with currently empty hangers. Toshinori said, I know it's a bit awkward to walk through your closet every time you go to sleep, but these rooms weren't originally bedrooms, so we had to create a space for your clothing. I thought this arrangement would be ideal because the two rooms are conjoined. He pointed at two doors to the left and right. You can be close to each other but still have privacy. You two can pick which bedroom you want. Hisoshi ran for the right door and Yoichi for the left. Having read about sibling competitiveness, Toshinori had made certain that both rooms were identical. Each held a bed with a tan comforter, a white and gold desk, a dresser, and a bookshelf. He'd cleaned the windows and added a love seat to each one. The ceiling slanted slightly overhead, with the walls next to the windows covered in empty shelves. Pictures of a sailboat, a vase of flowers, and a hippopotamus hung on the walls. Toshinori said, "We can change the pictures to whatever you like." Unfortunately, he sounded nervous even to his own ears. He ought to be exuding a calm, reassuring presence. But he very badly wanted the children to like their new rooms. Yoichi ran to the bed and jumped on it. "It's so bouncy." Hisoshi sidled up to Toshinori and whispered, "Don't you think that my room should have a few extra pieces of furniture, since I'm the older brother?" "No, I don't think so," Toshinori said without batting an eye. He was fully aware that Hisoshi was testing him to see what he could get away with. The parenting book had told him to be patient but firm. He met the boy's eyes without blinking. Hisoshi looked away first. Toshinori shifted into his muscular form to carry the massive number of shopping bags up the stairs. These would take a while to unpack. "Where the hell is my new gaming system?" Hisoshi asked, looking through his bags. "I put that in the family room on the second floor." "Hisoshi. No swearing. I won't punish you the first time, but from now on, please adjust your language." "What will you do if I don't?" Hisoshi asked, watching him like a predatorial cat. "It would be a shame if you missed out on the cake I brought for your first dinner at home," Toshinori said. "Repeated offenses will earn you a timeout." "What would it take for you to throw me out?" Hisoshi asked. "I'm not going to throw you out, no matter what. I promise." "What if I get bad grades?" "I wouldn't punish you for that." Toshinori rethought this. "Well, not unless you were deliberately skipping classes or not turning in your homework. But I know it will be difficult for you to adjust to modern schooling, so I'll take that into account. I'll get you both tutors." "What if Yoichi gets sicker?" "You can't possibly imagine I'd throw you out because of that." Toshinori realized the boy probably did. "I've already made arrangements for a doctor's appointment tomorrow. I promise, I'll look after your little brother." "What if I set fire to the tower?" "I'd have to restrict your belongings so you wouldn't have access to flammable materials again." "Hey." Hisoshi looked either impressed or disbelieving. It was hard to tell. Toshinori hadn't been quite sure how to answer that last question. He probably needed to read more parenting books. Pyromania hadn't been covered so far. Yoichi ran out of his room and threw his arms around Toshinori. "Thank you so much. It's perfect." Toshinori tousled his hair. "I'm glad you like it." He was about to show them the family room when his phone rang. "Excuse me for a moment." In the hallway at the bottom of the stairs, Toshinori answered the call. "Young Midoriya, how did you like Best Jeanist's lecture?" "He's not you, but he made a great substitute teacher." Izuku's smile came through his voice. "Thank you for getting him to come. It was quite interesting to hear a top hero talk frankly about publicity and merchandising deals. Everyone enjoyed the change of pace from our usual class." "I'll be back tomorrow." Toshinori shifted the phone under his ear. "Only for part of the day, because Yoichi has a doctor's appointment early in the morning. I got permission from Nezu to bring the children to school. We're worried it might be dangerous to leave them alone." Izuku said, "It will be nice to see them again. I have loads of questions to ask about the past, only if they are comfortable answering, of course. You and quite a few historians." Toshinori laughed. "Taking them with me everywhere can't be a long-term solution. Those children need school, but I've yet to find one with adequate security." A note of wariness entered Izuku's voice. "Since you spoke of security, I assume you're looking at rich, private schools." "Exactly, the kind of schools used to protecting the children of politicians and celebrities." Izuku sounded subdued. "Those types of schools won't be kind to quirkless children. They're both quirkless, aren't they?" "We believe so, although some of the first generation didn't discover their quirks until later. Of course, I've carefully asked each school about their bullying policy. I remember my own childhood as a quirkless kid." And Toshinori suspected Izuku did as well, judging from his tone. "It's gotten even worse for the quirkless since you were a child." I would be wary of throwing those brothers in a class with a bunch of wealthy children with high-powered quirks. Even if the teachers try their hardest to stop any bullying, there's a limit to what they can do when the entire class hates you. A private school isn't going to expel a bunch of rich people's kids. You make a good point. I was already thinking about private tutors. I just wanted to ensure the boys got socialization with their peers. I'll do some research into homeschooling and what social activities are available outside school. I hope I didn't overstep, Izuku said. Nonsense, my boy, your advice was good. Toshinori hesitated. If you ever want to talk about your past experiences with bullying, then I'm here. Nah, it was no big deal. I have to go. Homework to do. Izuku hung up abruptly. Toshinori stared at his phone, feeling like he definitely still had a ways to go on this parenting thing. While All Might lay on the floor assembling a gaming system, his cell phone stuck out of his back pocket. Hisoshi inched closer and grabbed it. I have to go to the bathroom, he said. First door to the right down the hallway, All Might said without looking up. Yoichi sat on the couch looking through his new games. All his attention had been engrossed by the decision of which to play first. In the bathroom, Hisoshi used his new quirk. His finger glowed green, then the numbers of All Might's phone passcode appeared on the screen. Once inside, Hisoshi scrolled through latest calls to find the one labeled doctor's office. Making his voice sound deeper, he said, "Yes, I need to cancel the appointment tomorrow for Yoichi Shigaraki. No, I don't want to reschedule at this time." His hands shook as he hung up the phone. He took deep breaths. He knew this was a temporary measure, but it ought to take a little while to reschedule the appointment. Ever since the cause of Yoichi's ill health had been removed, his cough had been steadily improving. If progress continued at its current rate, Hisoshi might be able to convince their new guardian that a doctor visit was unnecessary. Or at least buy himself some time to research on the internet and figure out how likely it was that modern medical technology would notice what he was afraid of. Hisoshi returned to the game room and slipped the phone back into All Might's pocket. No one noticed. That night, Izuku had a strange dream. He found himself covered in shadows from head to toe. He couldn't move or talk. Yet his surroundings felt strangely vivid for a dream world. He stood in fancy house next to a winding stairway. An antique grandfather clock ticked, each sound loud in the silence. A portrait in a gold frame hung on the wall, showing a younger Hisoshi Shigaraki with two people who were presumably his parents. Izuku wondered why Yoichi wasn't in the picture, even though Hisoshi looked old enough that his younger brother should have been already born. The front door opened, letting in fresh summer air. The father from the picture stepped inside and took off his shoes. He wore a business suit and a stern expression. He had similar features to Hisoshi, although his hair was straight and black. Hisoshi walked forward, each step soft and measured. He looked 2 or 3 years younger than when Izuku had last seen him in the real world. He presented a stack of papers. "I've finished the extra homework you assigned me, father." "You're such a smart boy, Hisoshi." The man patted his son on the head. "I knew school wasn't advanced enough for you. You get your intelligence from me, of course." "Yes, father," Hisoshi said with no real enthusiasm. "I'll be counting on you to take over the family business someday, since your younger brother is completely useless." Hisoshi's expression didn't change, but his shoulders tensed very slightly. "Yes, father." The man took off his coat and started up the stairs. "Has Yoichi been released from the hospital yet?" Izuku considered this an appalling question. A father didn't know if his own son was back home from the hospital yet. "It's still another couple days, father," Hisoshi said. "It would mean the world to Yoichi if you visited him." "I'm too busy." "You could send a card." "Isn't your mother smothering him enough?" Hisoshi closed his mouth and looked at the ground. "Yes, father." He bit his lip and continued, "But mother won't take me along when she visits, so I wondered if maybe you might." The man interrupted, "You're too busy with your studies. If you have free time, then I should be giving you more work." There was a note of threat in the statement. "On top of eating up all my money with his medical bills, now that useless brat is even getting in the way of your future." "It's not like that, father," Hisoshi whispered. Izuku felt sympathy and helpless fury. I just wish he'd make of his mind if he was going to live or die. A funeral would be cheaper than all these hospital bills. The man laughed. Hisoshi looked at the ground. Izuku only briefly caught the look of pure hatred in his young eyes. Then the scene shifted and blurred. The walls of the house vanished, turning into a grassy yard. Izuku blinked from disorientation. He stood outside the same house. Roses lined the back wall. A short set of stairs led to a screened-in porch. Hisoshi and Yoichi tossed a ball back and forth. As he caught it, Hisoshi grumbled, "I will never understand why you like this insipid game so much. I like a chance to get out of the house." Yoichi grinned as he caught the ball in return. "Admit it, you're grateful that I dragged you away from all that endless studying. It's summer vacation. You shouldn't still be doing schoolwork. Maybe you should be doing some work to catch up after your hospitalization." Undeterred, Yoichi continued, "Father gives you way too much work, and I'm going to tell him so." "Don't." Hisoshi's face turned serious. The ball clattered at his feet as he made no move toward it. "I keep him happy, and he pays for your medicine." It's not as if he could stop paying. Yoichi stopped talking at the look on his older brother's face. "He threatened to, didn't he? I hate it when he threatens me to get at you." Hisoshi tried to smile, but it looked strained. "I can handle him. I'm going to study hard and become rich and get us both out of this house." "I believe you, big brother." Yoichi's words ended in a cough. He fell to his knees. Blood dribbled from his mouth. Hisoshi ran forward to catch his little brother as he slid sideways. A scream came from the porch. The woman had long black hair, just like the mother from the portrait. She dropped to her knees on the grass. "Yoichi, my baby, you need to take your medicine." "Don't wanna," Yoichi whispered. "It tastes bad and it makes me feel funny." "It will help you," his mother said. "But I always feel worse after taking the medicine." "I don't want it." "Those are normal side effects." The woman held the bottle to his mouth. Yoichi batted it away. "No. No." His mother looked up. "Hisoshi, please, he always listens to you." Hisoshi took the bottle. "Little brother, you need to drink your medicine. It doesn't work, and it makes me sick." Yoichi coughed even harder. "As long as you keep taking it regularly, you'll get better." Hisoshi looked his brother in the eye. "Do you trust me?" "Yes, big brother." "Then drink up. I promise I'll get you a cookie to wash away the bad taste." "Only for the cookie." Yoichi coughed, then drank from the bottle in his older brother's hands. Once again, the shadows wrapped around Izuku and carried him away. Time had passed. Izuku could tell because of the ice on the window. This room looked like a study, though the desk was sized for a child. The walls were packed with books on shelves, but not a single toy. Hisoshi sat on a hard wooden chair working on problems from a math textbook. Out the window, moonlight glowed over the snow. It was far too late for a child to be up working. Izuku felt a stirring of helpless anger at how Hisoshi's father was overworking him. Hisoshi yawned and rubbed his eyes. Ink staining the tips of his fingers got on his face. He turned a page. The door slammed against the wall. The Shigaraki family father stood with his face framed by the shadows of the hallway. His eyes were bloodshot and his hands trembled. Even from his position wrapped in shadows on the other end of the room, Izuku could smell alcohol on his breath. "Father!" Hisoshi leapt to his feet. "I'm almost done the math problems." The drunk staggered into the room, clutching the trim on the wall. "You shoulda already finished," he slurred. "Aren't you a genius?" "But you only assigned them this evening," Hisoshi's voice trailed off. Izuku recognized the look on his face, because he'd seen it on his own many times when he tried to report his bullying to his teachers. It was the expression of someone who'd given up because he knew nothing he said would get through. "I'm sorry for being slow. Please punish me." His father dropped to his knees before the boy and grabbed his shoulders. "Hisoshi, why are you looking at me like that? You know I would never do anything to hurt you, my little genius. My pride and joy." "Please," Hisoshi whispered. Izuku didn't understand why he sounded even more terrified at those words. The father grabbed a letter opener off the desk, then staggered out of the room. Hisoshi ran after him, screaming, "Stop. It's my fault. You should hit me." When the Shigaraki father pushed open a bedroom door, and Yoichi sat up and blinked, Izuku finally understood what Hisoshi had been so scared of. "What?" Yoichi barely had time for one word before his father grabbed his shirt and pinned him against the wall. Hisoshi latched onto the adult's leg, shouting, "Stop. Please." "Are you disobeying me?" his father asked in a deceptively calm voice. He pointed the letter opener at Yoichi's eye. Both children froze. Hisoshi released his father's leg and backed away with his hands raised. "No, father. Of course not. I only sought to remind you that a nurse was suspicious of Yoichi's bruises last time. You don't want a scandal, do you?" His father shook his head. "Such ingratitude. It brings a tear to my eye. Don't I give you the best of everything, Hisoshi? The perfect education and the fanciest clothing?" "Yes, father," Hisoshi whispered, his eyes tracking the blade still pointed at his little brother's face. Yoichi trembled in silence. "I can't have two weak and useless children. That would be too disgraceful. You need a reminder of what will happen if you disappoint me like this one." The father swung the blade down across Yoichi's left eye. Blood splattered. Yoichi screamed. Izuku tried to fight through the shadows around his body, desperate to help even though he knew it was impossible. But the darkness wrapped around him and carried him away again. At this point, Izuku wanted this whole nightmare to be over. But the dream did not let him go. Izuku now stood in a child's bedroom. The shelves were stacked with comic books. Bottles of medicine lay on the desk. From the cherry blossoms pressed against the window, time must have passed again. Yoichi lay on a poster bed with a blue canopy, fast asleep. He looked pale and wraith-thin. Hair fell over his left eye, covering the scar Izuku now knew must be there. His mother sat by his bed. She stroked her son's forehead, taking care to flatten his hair over his eye to hide his scar. "My little angel. You're my heart and soul. I love you so much. You mean everything to me. Your father is off with another woman again, and there's something wrong with your brother, but you'll never leave me. I won't let you." Izuku winced. He'd almost dared hope the brothers had at least one decent parent, but apparently not. Yoichi coughed. The mother reached for a bottle. "Stop." Hisoshi's voice was hard as a steel blade. He stood in the doorway. His mother looked at him like an insect. "I told you not to come near me when no one else is watching." The hatred in her voice made Izuku recoil. "I'll only pretend to be the mother to a monster like you in public or in front of Yoichi. As if you have any right to call me a monster." Hisoshi's eyes blazed. "Stop pretending you care. You did nothing when that man nearly gouged out Yoichi's eye. You just told Yoichi to put a chair under his doorknob next time. You make Yoichi cover up his scar because it reminds you what a worthless mother you are. You're telling lies again." The woman wrung her hands. Yoichi slipped and fell and hurt his eye. He's a clumsy little thing. Weak and simple-minded but pure of heart. That's why he needs me to look after him. Sometimes I think you actually believe that." Hisoshi snorted. "There's nothing wrong with Yoichi's mind, he saw through you faster than me." "I don't know what you're talking about." Yoichi was right. He kept getting sicker after taking his medicine. So I tried a bit of it myself. It made me throw up. My throat hurt so much I started coughing. The woman paled. She couldn't meet her son's eyes. "Those are all normal side effects to the medicine." "Funny, that. I went looking online, and as near as I can tell, there isn't any orally ingested tuberculosis medicine at all. Does Yoichi even have tuberculosis? Or have you just been poisoning him?" The silence from the bedside was an answer. Hisoshi hissed like a predator. "You hurt my little brother just to make father come home. Or did you stop Yoichi from going to school so you could use him like an emotional support human? Pathetic. I'm going to tell father what you've done. I'll tell everyone." This finally got a response from his mother. "Don't you mean what we've done?" Hisoshi recoiled. "There's no we. You've been poisoning your own son out of a sick need for attention, whether from doctors or father or Yoichi himself. But you made him take the medicine, even when he tried to tell you he didn't want to. You're my little accomplice. The woman's smile filled with malice. Maybe it was you who slipped poison into the medicine all along. You're wicked enough to do it. Hisoshi took a step backward. Yoichi would never believe that. No one will. Don't be so sure. You're not as good at hiding what you are as you think. Standing up, the woman backed her son into a wall, an adult looming over a child. I knew you were a wicked creature from the moment you were born. Just look at those ugly red eyes. Her long nails brushed the curly hair away from his forehead. He flinched at the touch. What kind of evil monster isn't loved by his own mother? You were born a freak. A mother always knows. Hisoshi wet his lips. Father doesn't love you and he certainly doesn't respect you. He'll throw you out if I tell him the truth. His tone returned malice for her malice. Your father values respectability over all else. No matter which of us he thinks poisoned Yoichi, he'll cover it up all the same. The woman threw back her head and laughed, a crazed sound. There's something wrong with everyone in this house except Yoichi. That's why I have to keep him away from all of you. If Yoichi didn't play with you so often, then I wouldn't have to keep him from leaving his bed, so it's really all your fault. If you don't stop poisoning him, I'll make you stop. Maybe you'll be the one to find poison in your food next. Hisoshi's drastic threat hung in the air. That proves it. I knew you were a monster. The woman made a sound between a growl and a laugh. One of these days, Yoichi will find out. He'll remember all the times you coaxed him to take the medicine that made him cough and throw up. You were my perfect partner in crime. If he ever learns what you've done, he'll hate you and leave you forever. Hisoshi raised his chin and stood steady. Stop making Yoichi take poison. His voice wavered. If you do, then I'll keep what you did a secret. Izuku wanted to scream at him to not fall for this horrible woman's manipulation. But no words would emerge from the shadows wrapped around his mouth. He fell into total darkness. The falling continued endlessly. Izuku woke up to darkness as well. The red letters of his alarm clock cast shadows over his end table. What he'd seen had been too vivid to be a dream. It had felt like a memory. Hisoshi's memories, perhaps. Had the Quirks somehow created a connection between them when it had summoned the children from the past? Izuku wondered if he should tell All Might. He felt uncomfortable violating Hisoshi's privacy. It was as if he'd read the child's diary, except even more intrusive. If someone else had seen his own worst memories, he'd never want them to be revealed. But this also seemed like information All Might needed to know. Their guardian ought to be informed that the children had a history of past abuse. Obviously Hisoshi had been manipulated into feeling guilty for both Yoichi's scar and his poisoning, and someone needed to help him with that, preferably professional help. Even more importantly, knowing that Yoichi didn't actually have tuberculosis would be critical to his medical treatment. That last argument decided Izuku. He needed to tell All Might, as soon as they met at school tomorrow. The numbers on the clock read 5 a.m. Izuku closed his eyes and tried to go back to sleep. It didn't come easy. He kept tossing and turning, full of anger at the abuse he'd witnessed. Both children had been mistreated in different ways. If only he could have done something to help. Nothing bothered Izuku more than being useless. By the time his alarm rang, he still hadn't gotten a wink of sleep. Hisoshi dreamt that he was standing in a dark void. Shadows liked at his feet. He looked around but only saw more darkness, and a man. White, curly hair stood out against the blackness. The man was tall and wore a black suit that blended into the shadows. Your face looks exactly like mine. Hisoshi stared. Am I dreaming of an adult version of myself because I'm feeling weak and unempowered after getting my butt kicked by a skull-faced loser? How juvenile. The man's face twitched. This isn't a dream. It must be a shared mental connection. I am your adult self from the modern time period. Hisoshi raised an eyebrow. Prove it. You once wet your bed at age 8 because you drank too much hot chocolate the evening before and, Stop. No more proof. Hisoshi waved his hands. In all honesty, this all felt a little too vivid and his mind too clear for a dream. He decided to at least play along. Whoa, does this mean I actually lived for over 100 years? I'm so excited. I'm going to brag to Yoichi tomorrow. Am I rich? Did I get married? Do I have any children? Do I have a white tiger? The adult version of himself watched him like a predator. How about we trade questions with each other? 𝐻𝐻𝐸 immediately felt wary. I don't think so. None of my questions were particularly important. I can offer more. Would you like me to show you how to use your quirk? How did he know about, oh, right, this was an older version of himself, of course he knew. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 gnawed on his lip. This was very tempting. What do you want to know? Information about your location? No, 𝐻𝐻𝐸 interrupted. How about information on the location of Izuku Midoriya? 𝐻𝐻𝐸 hesitated. Technically, he should have no problem telling tales about a virtual stranger. But an intensity came from the older him when he asked that question. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 knew this information was very important. Without knowing why, he didn't want to give anything valuable up. He equivocated. I barely know anything about Izuku Midoriya. But you may be able to obtain such information later. Then I'll trade you in exchange for my teachings. The adult smiled. Although it was a warm, gentle smile, it couldn't fool himself. I'll even offer a down payment in advance. I'm very rich, I have no wife or children, and of course I have no use for something as frivolous as a white tiger. You're lying. Not about being rich or the tiger, but you're lying about not being married or having children. The man's mask slipped to show surprise. How did you know that? Because 𝐻𝐻𝐸 knew he'd been dragged into the future by a descendant of himself or Yoichi, so he'd made an educated guess. You can't fool yourself. I know all your tells. He was very curious about his future family, but he could tell he wouldn't get any answers on this subject. I can't believe I'm rich but I didn't buy a white tiger. Tigers are wild animals. They're ridiculously expensive and largely untrainable. It's not about if they're useful, it's about the coolness factor. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 smacked his forehead. I turned into a boring adult. My turn to ask a question. No, it's not, I never agreed to your deal, and also, you lied to me. The adult version of himself kept talking. Are you and your brother currently at All Might Tower, yes or no? 𝐻𝐻𝐸 crossed his arms. I'm not answering. What makes you think I've even heard of this tower? The other's red eyes gleamed. You are there. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 didn't reply, but he supposed his other self knew his tells, too. It must be so difficult living with that blonde moron. You have my sympathies. As far as 𝐻𝐻𝐸 was concerned, stupidity was a plus in a guardian. He could get away with more that way. If you're so confident about my location, then why don't you come by and pick me and my brother up? You're my closest blood relative. Ridiculously close. You'd have a case for custody. Unless you can't. His eyes narrowed. Did you become a villain? Don't worry, I don't mind. I think it's cool. All relaxation dropped off his adult self's face. You need to keep that information to yourself. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 rolled his eyes. Stop treating me like I'm stupid. I'm you, so it's a backhanded insult to yourself. Of course I'm not going to announce to the heroic adults around me that I grew up to be a criminal. You can't tell Yoichi, either. Why not? He knows about my dream. Where is older Yoichi, anyway? A shadow passed over the adult's face. He's gone. He abandoned us. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 stepped backward. You're lying. Except that wasn't something either of them would joke about. What did you do to my little brother? You've already done it. He found out about the poison. But that was an accident. He won't believe that. You have to keep Yoichi from finding out the truth about his illness or what we are. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 took another step backward. What we are. You know what I mean. Those red eyes bore into him. A sociopath. Mom always said that, but she was lying, she hated us. The old beach might have been mean-spirited, but she wasn't wrong. We're both naturally evil, you and I. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 kept backing away. The shadows thickened. You're awful and I'm never going to turn into you. Yoichi would never, ever leave me. Even if I'm different, he doesn't care. He loves me. If you let Yoichi find out what you've done, then he'll hate you, just like my brother hated me. The shadows rose up with a howl, consuming the face of his adult self. Screaming, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 fell into the darkness. He woke up alone in this room. He slipped out of bed and padded over to the adjoining bedroom. Yoichi lay asleep. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 slipped under the covers next to him and held his younger brother until his heart rate settled down. Yoichi also dreamt of a dark void. Shadows danced around an endless field of black. Yoichi stood across from an older version of himself. The adult had shoulder-length hair and wore jeans and a sweatshirt. He slouched with his hands in his pockets. Looking at his younger self, he muttered, "This could be useful." In a louder voice, he said, "This isn't a dream." "I know," Yoichi said. He never dreamed, or more likely never remembered his dreams, so he knew instinctively this time was different. "Are you my future self?" "That's right. You can call me first. That will keep this less confusing. When I died, I suppose I gave up my claim on our name." It came as no surprise to Yoichi that his adult self was dead, since over 100 years had passed. The strange part was that he could still appear in dreams. "Are you a ghost?" "I promise I'll answer all your questions, but in case time is short, first you must make me a promise. Tell All Might that 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 is all for one." Yoichi stared. "My brother is a line from the Three Musketeers." First looked harried. "Please, just repeat the message to him as I told you." Yoichi crossed his arms. "Not until you explain it to me. Who or what is all for one?" First's shoulders slumped. "The man in the skull mask who tried to kidnap you. That's why this is so important." "What?" Yoichi shrieked. "He tried to kill 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼." He wanted to call this a lie, but he had a bad feeling that Skull Mask had looking suspiciously like his brother's style. How could 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 turn into a monster who would attack the two of us in the future? How could you let that happen? How could I let it happen? First paled, 2 red dots forming on his cheeks. "I did everything in my power to stop it. It's not my fault that he's evil." Yoichi kicked First in the shins as hard as he could. "Oh!" First hopped backward. "No one insults my big brother. Not even myself." First sighed. "I can't believe I was ever this blindly trusting. Haven't you already seen him hurt and manipulate people? That's how he's always been." Yoichi fell upon First, punching and kicking with all his might. "You take that back. You take it back right this instant. My big brother is the best brother in the entire universe." First picked Yoichi up by the back of his shirt and held him far enough away that his legs and arms couldn't connect. Yoichi pinwheeled helplessly as First regarded him with a sardonic look. First said, "This is just plain embarrassing. Sadly, I remember when I actually believed that. What a fool I used to be. This must be how some people feel looking back at the horrible haircut in their high school yearbook." Yoichi spat at his face. "You want me to tell All Might something that might lead to him think badly of my brother? Traitor! I want to be a hero when I grow up, but I'd rather be a villain compared to someone who betrays his own brother. I'm the one embarrassed by you. I'll never listen to you." Sorrow filled First's eyes. "I'm sorry. I remember when I felt that way. I remember the betrayal after I learned the truth. I can't blame you for being tricked. Most of all, I'm sorry for what lies ahead of you." "Shut up. Don't you dare look at me like that." The pity in his adult self's eyes was terrifying to Yoichi, because it meant First actually believed the horrible things he was saying about his big brother. "I don't know what happened in your future, but I won't let it happen in mine. I'll save my brother from turning into a crazy villain with poor taste in masks." "Oh, child, it's already too late." First's face pinched. "You don't know what is already done." Yoichi wanted to demand to know what that meant. But another part of him didn't want to know. He squeezed his eyes tightly shut and wished to be gone. It worked. He fell into dreamless slumber. Omake time. Omake, what would have happened if 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 had been thrown in with a bunch of wealthy children with high-powered quirks? Other children. The new kid and his little brother are both quirkless. Let's bully them. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼, what lovely quirks all of you have. It would be a shame if anything happened to them. Yoink. News announcer. Researchers are stunned and confused by the sudden loss of quirks among children from powerfully gifted families. Does this cast into question everything we thought we knew about quirk singularity? More news at 11. 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐫, the celebration dinner 𝐵𝐶𝐿, holding up a 3-tier cake with chocolate, vanilla, and velvet cake. I hope you two like the cake I picked out. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, even my greed can't figure out any way you could improve on this masterpiece. 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐫, custody dispute 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲, get your own little brother, adult me. All for one. Yeah, about that, we can share. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲, no, we can't. All for one. Haha, I never intended to share with you either. 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐫, notice that All for One never said he didn't buy a white tiger author. I don't believe for 1 second that you gave up on getting a white tiger because it was too expensive. What's the real story? All for One rolls up his shirt sleeve. Do you want to know how I got these scars? 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐫, Inside the Void, Part 4 Banjo. If you have a mental connection to your past self, do you think that All for One has been talking to his child self too? First, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐽. Banjo, is he ever going to stop screaming? Second, he doesn't need to breathe inside the void, so probably not. 𝐵𝐶𝐿, why do I have such a headache lately? It's like someone is screaming in my ear. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 had gotten very little sleep after his unpleasant dream vision. Yet he was woken up by his pesky younger brother shaking him. Big brother, I have sometime important to tell you. Groaning, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 rolled over. Yoichi yanked the pillow out from under his older brother's head. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 sat up with a yelp. What was that for? This is important, please. Yoichi trembled, his hair falling in a mess over his face. It partly exposed the scar over his left eye, yet he didn't seem to care. The tension in his baby brother's voice completely woke 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐲 up. He looked around the room for a possible enemy. His hand groped for a knife he no longer had. Yoichi said, I had a dream where I met my adult self. He bit his lip. It wasn't merely a dream. It was real. I could tell. Oh. What did he tell you? You believe me? Yoichi looked up from under his lashes. I met my adult self, too. I had the exact same feeling as you, that it wasn't a dream. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 hesitated. He didn't want to reveal most of what his other self had said to him. Fortunately, Yoichi didn't ask questions. He blurted out, Adult me said that your older self is all for one. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 stared. Who? That man in the black mask who nearly murdered you. Oh. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐲 winced. No wonder he asked me where I was. He tried to trick me. Don't worry, I didn't tell him anything. He'd sort of accidentally confirmed that they were with All Might, but the man had already known that, so 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐲 saw no reason to admit to his blunder. All for One, what a stupid name. Rather like the skull-like mask, 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐲 had decided the name was stupid as soon as he realized he didn't like the man who had it. My adult self called himself first, which is even stupider. What kind of a hero name is first? Both brothers sighed in disappointment. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐲 asked, Where's your adult self? Can he come see us? 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐲 was optimistic that an adult Yoichi wouldn't try to kill him. After all, Yoichi was far nicer than he'd ever been. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐲 didn't like the idea of two of himself running around, but he wouldn't mind two little brothers. Yoichi looked at his hands. He can't. He's dead. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐲 scared in a breath. Even with his brother sitting in front of him, alive and well, he still didn't want to think about Yoichi dying. To reassure himself, he took his little brother's hand in his own. It helped his fluttering pulse calm down. This might explain why All for One had tried to kill him. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐲 wouldn't have been overly thrilled about sharing his only little brother, either. Though he wouldn't have jumped straight to murder. The situation remained quite bad. His older self had far more power and resources than him. How did the other you die? 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐲 asked. Yoichi looked away. I don't know. We got in an argument, so I didn't have time to ask. You should have asked that right away. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐲's voice rose. What if it could happen again? His breathing came rapidly. He was still freaking out over his little brother. Dying. Fine, I'll ask if I get another chance. I'll ask why he turned into a ghost, too. Yoichi pouted. He just made me so angry. He kept saying mean things about you. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐲's heart twisted. He remembered All for One telling him that his little brother would hate him if he ever found out what they'd done. Apparently his adult self had been speaking from personal experience. His brother hating him was almost as terrifying as his brother dying. Hisoshi asked, "Would you still love me even if I was evil?" "Of course I would. You're my brother." "Would you still love me if I hurt someone else? Would you still love me if I did something bad to you? Would you still love me if…" Yoichi interrupted him. "Stop that. I'm tired of your stupid tests about if I'd love you. If you tried to hurt someone, I'd stop you, and if you hurt me then I'd kick you, but I'd still love you. If you do either of those things just to test me, then I'll kick you twice. Even if you turned into a villain, I'd always love you, although we'd have to talk about your bad fashion sense if you start wearing an ugly skull-like mask." Hisoshi snorted. "Don't worry. I'm not sure what All for One was thinking adding all those tubes." Yoichi squeezed his hand. "Don't worry about a future that never happened to us. So you turned into a villain and I turned into a punk butt beach who died. We're even." He bit his lip. "Oops. No more cursing, Toshinori said so. I turned into a big stupid head. He even wanted me to tattle about you being all for one." He snorted. "As if I'd ever." "We should definitely keep that between us," Hisoshi said grimly. "I haven't been in this time period long and I can already tell people despise villains." The news report after their appearance had made it clear a villain was worse than a regular robber. "I'd die before I'd betray you." Yoichi squeezed his hand again. "Don't joke about that." Hisoshi yelped. "Sorry," Yoichi said. "My point was that both of us have reason to be unhappy with our adult selves. I can't believe that loser tried to get me to sell out my own brother. I disown him. We can both resolve to never turn out like that, and then our bond will never be broken." Yoichi smiled. It was a bright, pure smile. Hisoshi wished he could smile back. But he didn't have a clear conscience. He had secrets. And maybe his little brother would be right to reject him. He knew he was a monster. His own mother had told him so. That didn't mean Hisoshi had any intention of letting his brother go. He just had to be a smart monster, smart enough to protect them both and not to get caught. He'd protect Yoichi no matter what. In that way, maybe Hisoshi could make up for the poison he'd unknowingly fed his baby brother with a smile. And a few other things. Hisoshi took a moment to compose himself. When he spoke, his voice was light and cheerful. "You're right. My adult self is a JRK and I'm never going to turn into him. He lied to me and tried to kill me. Your adult self is a liar, too. So no matter what he says about me, you won't believe it, will you?" Yoichi smiled broadly. "I won't believe a word of it. I promise." As Hisoshi padded down the stairs, he smelled pancakes. All Might stood next to a frying pan. He turned around with a broad grin. "I was just about to wake you two up. Breakfast is ready." All Might wore an apron with "This Dad is Flipping Awesome" written on the front. A cutesy drawing of a chef cap hung off the second D. Hisoshi internally rolled his eyes and reminded himself how much money this idiot had. Yoichi's school supplies won't pay for themselves. If it means providing for my little brother, I can SCK up. It smells delicious, Hisoshi chirped with his brightest smile. Whoa! There are 3 different flavors of syrup. Yoichi's enthusiasm was genuine, unlike his brother's. He coughed, raising his hand to muffle the sound. Who wants the first pancake? All Might flipped it onto a plate. He'd crafted 2 round ears and blueberries forming eyes and a smile. Yoichi clapped his hands. It's a mouse. He turned pleading eyes on his brother. Can I have this one? Of course, Hisoshi said, his smile turning genuine. Placing down the pancake, All Might said, Inko Midoriya, Izuku's mother, found a very old family album. It turns out that Hisoshi is her ancestor. I thought you two had the right to know. Then he turned back to his frying pan. Yoichi cast Hisoshi a confused glance, remembering their earlier conversation about how Hisoshi was all for one. Hisoshi put a finger to his lips. This lie suited his purposes perfectly, so he had every intention of preserving it. He said, Thank you for telling us. I'd like to see the album sometime. More importantly, he'd love to meet Inko Midoriya, the woman his future self had married. And find out why she'd lied to cover up his identity. I'll see if I can arrange something, All Might said. For some reason, when she spoke to the police she didn't seem interested in meeting you. Some people don't like to get caught up in strange quirk accidents. Oh, I shouldn't assume, but I simply don't want you to get your hopes up. There's no need to press her, 𝐒𝐿 said. The last thing he wanted was to irritate the person who held such a valuable secret over his head. All Might brought over a second pancake shaped like a mouse's head with 2 big ears. For you, 𝐒𝐿. That one is super cute too. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said, bouncing in his seat. All Might smiled. You're even cuter. Your new hero pajamas look adorable. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 flinched. It was a small movement, but 𝐒𝐿 saw it. He was pretty sure All Might noticed it, too. Thanks, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 said in a small voice. All Might opened his mouth. 𝐒𝐿 glared. All Might closed his mouth. As All Might turned to the stove again, 𝐒𝐿 slipped over to him and whispered, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 doesn't like being called cute. He thinks it means weak. Our mom used to call him cute a lot. She wouldn't shut up about his looks. 𝐒𝐿 regretted revealing that last part. It was a vulnerability, and he'd learned to never expose those. Thank you, All Might murmured. Anything else I should avoid? Telling him he can't do things because of his illness is another sore spot. 𝐒𝐿 turned away, deciding he'd revealed enough for one day. All Might brought over another pancake. Who's ready for the next one? Me. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 cried, waving his empty plate. What a good appetite you have. That's a sign of a strong warrior. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 puffed out his chest with pride. That's right. A small smile tugged at 𝐒𝐿's lips. Despite being gullible, perhaps All Might wasn't so bad. At least the hero knew how to listen to advice from a wise source. 𝐒𝐿's bad mood returned with a vengeance after he and his brother were bustled into the car for a doctor appointment. He didn't know if his delaying tactic of cancelling the appointment would work. Of course, he covered up his concern with a smile. As All Might drove them down the street, 𝐒𝐿 took turns with 𝐒𝐽𝐽 pointing out anything unusual out the window and asking questions about the future. Everyone they saw had a quirk. It was such an interesting change of pace. The 4 stolen quirks under 𝐒𝐿's skin itched. It felt nice to have a weapon in this strange new world. All Might took them through the front door of the White Doctor's office. It was showtime. 𝐒𝐿's fingers tightened into a closed fist. Their guardian's voice rose from the front desk. I cancelled the appointment. That can't be right. The receptionist said. The voice did sound a little gruff, like someone disguising their voice. Do you think your kid cancelled pretending to be you? Children who are afraid of doctors sometimes do that. 𝐒𝐿 controlled himself before he flinched. His overly rushed plan had gone wrong already. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 tugged on his sleeve and whispered, Hey, did you do that? Why? You know my cough hurts me and makes it hard to sleep at night. It would have been smarter to fold now. But then and there, 𝐒𝐿 knew he couldn't back down. Because he had no explanation to give his younger brother. All Might returned to where the 2 children sat on a bench. Did either of you 2 cancel the appointment? I won't be angry if you tell me the truth. But if you lie, it took him a moment to think of a punishment. Then no cake tonight after dinner. I didn't, Toshinori. I promise, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 said. His gaze fell on his older brother with a touch of suspicion. 𝐒�l's eyes welled up with tears. He met All Might's blue gaze. I didn't do it. I promise. Please believe me. 𝐒�L had been deliberately obvious yesterday whenever he'd lied to or manipulated All Might. In fact, that was his strategy, to convince his guardian that he wasn't a particularly good liar, just a loud-mouthed greedy child, so that he could save his best lies for when it counted. All Might's gaze softened. Then I believe you. Thank you for telling me the truth. He marched back to the receptionist's desk. Neither of my kids cancelled the appointment. It must have been a mistake. The receptionist said, we record all our calls. I can play it back in case you recognize the voice. 𝐒�l's mind went blank. He'd screwed up. He'd screwed up big time. He'd completely exposed himself, and he had no idea how to talk his way out of this one. All Might would see him for what he was and ship him back to foster care. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 would hate him. His little brother's eyes bore into him. He had to think fast, come up with some sort of scheme. While 𝐒�ل remained frozen, 𝐂𝐻𝐸 stood up. 𝐂𝐻𝐸 cleared his throat. As All Might turned around, it turned into a mild cough. Covering his mouth, 𝐂𝐻𝐸 said, "It was me. I stole your phone and called the doctor to cancel the appointment. I'm scared of doctors. They keep poking me with needles. But I should have said something when you gave me a chance. I'm sorry." All Might's face melted. "I understand, shots can be scary. You still shouldn't have done that. Since you told me the second time," his brow furrowed with thought. "I guess just a small slice of cake tonight." The receptionist said, "We still have your appointment time free. No one else took the slot." 𝐒𝐫𝐸 could have screamed. All that, for nothing. All Might put a hand on 𝐂𝐻𝐸's back. "I'll stay by your side for the entire doctor's visit. It won't be scary, I promise." 𝐂𝐻𝐸 and All Might left 𝐒𝐫𝐸 alone in the receptionist area with a comic book. All he could do was stew in his nervousness. After an unbearably long time, they returned. All Might went straight to the receptionist desk while 𝐂𝐻𝐸 sat down next to 𝐒𝐫𝐸. 𝐂𝐻𝐸 said, "Would you believe I don't have tuberculosis?" The doctor was certain of it. He didn't understand why anyone would ever think I had tuberculosis. But he didn't know what was wrong. "𝐶𝐸 is going to make me an appointment with a specialist." 𝐒𝐫𝐸 stared at the floor. Who knew what the specialist might uncover? Even though 𝐂𝐻𝐸 had stopped drinking poison, his cough still lingered. 𝐒𝐫𝐸 didn't understand why and kept hoping it would go away on its own. Would a doctor still be able to detect traces of the poison? 𝐒𝐫𝐸 was a good liar. He kept his voice mildly surprised. "I don't understand either. Isn't it a good thing you didn't cancel my doctor's appointment? Why did you try to do that?" 𝐒𝐫𝐸 thought fast. "I read some rumors about this doctor's office." 𝐂𝐻𝐸 raised a hand to stop him. "Don't lie to me. I'm not in the mood." Damn it, why was 𝐂𝐻𝐸 so good at seeing through him? 𝐒𝐫𝐸 squirmed. "I don't trust 𝐶𝐸𝐸," he said, which was true even if not his real reason. 𝐂𝐻𝐸 sighed. "I trust him." He locked eyes with his brother. "Do you know why I covered for you at the cost of cake? I don't know why you didn't want me to see the doctor. I don't understand why you didn't come clean with 𝐶𝐸𝐸 when he's clearly a big softie. But I could tell it was important to you not to get caught, so I took the fall because you're my big brother." This time, the tears stinging 𝐒𝐫𝐸's eyes were genuine. "I'm sorry." "Then don't do it again." 𝐂𝐻𝐸's gaze sharpened, a hardness he'd learned on the streets. "You said it yourself, we have a good setup here with food, shelter, and toys. If you want to repay me, don't mess that up. Keep your weirdness under control." 𝐒𝐫𝐸 winced, not liking the rebuke from his little brother but knowing it was deserved. "I won't do something like this again." He couldn't afford it. He'd have to assume the worst, that 𝐂𝐻𝐸's new doctor would reveal everything, and prepare a story in advance. 𝐂𝐻𝐸 sighed. "You can be good weird and bad weird. I like the good kind, okay. I appreciate everything you've done to protect both of us." He patted his older brother's back. For a moment, 𝐒𝐫𝐸 contemplated telling his brother the truth about what their mother had done and his unwitting cooperation, and what had happened between him and Mom afterwards. But then he remembered his mother's words, "If he ever learns what you've done, he'll hate you and leave you forever." Then his adult self, "We're both naturally evil, you and I." That was the problem with being a good liar. When you did tell the truth, who would believe you? All Might gestured at the two children. "Meet 𝐒𝐫𝐸 and 𝐂𝐻𝐸 Shigaraki." 𝐒𝐫𝐸 examined the students of Class 1A. Several had obvious quirks, like the girl with pale yellow horns, the invisible girl, and the boy with a bird's head. In his time, it had been rare to see anyone with such extreme mutations. He wondered what else they could do. There was something strange about Birdhead's shadow, he'd noticed that already. He wondered if he could get away with borrowing any of their abilities just briefly to test them and concluded probably not. All Might continued, "The brothers are being targeted by a powerful villain. Until I have time to arrange for a secure place for their schooling, they'll be accompanying me everywhere. This is only temporary. They'll be observing class today." A blonde boy with a pretty face waved. "Children, enjoy my show." A red-haired boy punched his fist into his hand. "If any villains come near you, I'll protect you." Other students chimed in with greetings and encouragement. Izuku Midoriya caught Hisoshi's eye and smiled. All Might said, "Today, I'm going to give you hands-on combat training. We'll divide the class into 2 groups. One group will fight against me while the other group will observe. Then you'll SWCH places. Afterward, we'll regroup to discuss lessons learned." A dark-haired boy pushed up his glasses. "Fighting against one person in a group. That seems unfair." "Unfair because I should give you an even greater advantage." All Might's eyes danced with challenge. "If you land even one hit on me, then I'll buy the whole class pizza tomorrow." The mood shifted as the students chatted eagerly. While the other students left the room to change into their hero costumes, Izuku approached the 2 brothers. What a lucky chance, since Hisoshi had wanted to talk to him. Hisoshi waved. "Good to see you again, Izuku. Do you have a moment to talk?" Izuku felt guilty seeing the Shigaraki brothers, as if he'd violated their privacy by peering into their memories. Actually, he had violated their privacy, even though he'd had no choice in the matter. He was still trying to decide if it would make things better to come clean or if that would only serve to make them feel bad. For now, he decided to keep silent. The 2 of them had already been through so much, he would hate to add to their pain, even inadvertently. Forcing a smile, Izuku said, "Hello again. I'm in the 2nd group, so I still have a bit of time to get ready. I hope to have a chance to talk to you too." He stifled a yawn with one hand. His lack of sleep made it harder to think. Where to begin? How to subtly check up on them? "How are you settling into your new home?" "It's wonderful," Yoichi gushed. "My new bedroom is so big. All Might got me so many toys." As his hands waved, his hair fell back slightly from his face. Izuku glimpsed the wide scar over his left eye. Then Yoichi flattened his bangs back down. "Sorry," he whispered, glancing at his older brother. The rage and self-loathing in Hisoshi's eyes nearly took Izuku's breath away. That wasn't an expression that belonged on the face of a child, not unless the child had been through far too much. Yoichi's face further fell at the look. The younger brother held a shaking hand over his bangs. After what he'd seen last night, Izuku felt confident there was a misunderstanding between the 2 brothers, and he thought he knew what it was, too. He'd still intended to keep what he'd seen secret, but he also couldn't just stand back and watch them accidentally hurt each other. Izuku cleared his throat. "Yoichi, there's nothing wrong with showing your scar. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Hisoshi thinks so too, don't you?" "Of course," Hisoshi said. "If anyone so much as gives you a hard time, let me know and I'll beat them up." He punched a fist against his hand. "But..." Yoichi clamped a hand over his mouth. He cast a sidelong glance at his older brother. "Is there a reason you think you have to hide your scar?" Izuku asked. "Because our horrible mother told him to," Hisoshi growled. "She didn't like reminders of her failures as a person and mother." "But you," Yoichi cut off abruptly. Izuku's suspicions had been correct. He felt certain of it now. "I think Yoichi tries to hide his scar around you, Hisoshi." "That's not..." Hisoshi cut himself off as he stared at his younger brother. "That's not right, is it?" Yoichi looked at his hands. "Big brother, whenever you see my scar, you make a bad expression on your face. You hate seeing it, just like Mom, right?" "It's not like that." Hisoshi paled. "I feel guilty. You got injured because of me." "I got injured because our father liked to hit people when drunk," Yoichi said with a chilling maturity. "You were the excuse he used on that particular occasion." Hisoshi whispered, "He always went after you, not me. And I couldn't protect you. I wouldn't have wanted him to go after you instead." Yoichi shrugged. "But I get it. In your place, I'd feel guilty too." He put a hand on his brother's shoulder. "I'm just glad it's not because you think my scar is ugly." "Of course not." Hisoshi reared back, affronted. Izuku let out a small sigh of relief. At least on this occasion, his knowledge gleaned from his visions had been useful. Hisoshi was still wondering how he'd screwed up so badly. Normally he was good at hiding his emotions. Why had he failed this time and not even noticed it? He hated that his little brother might have imagined him like that woman, who'd obsessed over Yoichi's looks like a child playing with a favorite doll. He owed Izuku a debt for pointing this out, and he wouldn't forget it. Yoichi coughed. Hisoshi was so distracted that it took him a moment to notice. By then, Yoichi had doubled over, hacking and wheezing. Deep breaths, Hisoshi said, patting his brother's back until the fit subsided. He'd thought this was getting better. Shouldn't Yoichi's cough have vanished after he'd gotten rid of the poison? Maybe it would just take a bit more time. Are you okay? Izuku offered a water bottle from his backpack. Yoichi took a gulp. Thank you. Toshinori is taking me to see a super special doctor. It turns out I don't have tuberculosis, but the doctor couldn't tell what was wrong. Something flashed in Izuku's eyes. Hisoshi couldn't tell what, nor could he possibly imagine why Izuku would have any reason to be suspicious of him. But he still felt a chill of fear. He'd done a terrible thing, and if Yoichi knew, he wouldn't be able to forgive that one so easily. Desperate to change the subject, Hisoshi asked, "Your mother's name is Inko, isn't it? What's your father's name?" Izuku turned toward him. His name is Hisoshi, like yours. Hisoshi's suspicions increased. Ever since his older self had asked after this boy, he'd made a guess. What's your father like? I can't tell you much. Izuku looked down. My father works overseas in America. Or at least, that's his excuse. I haven't seen him since I was very small. Hisoshi's eye twitched. What had his older self been doing, abandoning his responsibilities? How could he possibly leave his family? Hisoshi knew All For One had been asking after Izuku, and he knew himself, so he was certain this situation was more complicated than Izuku knew. However, whatever All For One's reasons, nothing could possibly excuse a son who couldn't even remember his face. The deadbeat was an even bigger embarrassment than Hisoshi had first realized. It would serve him right if Hisoshi killed him and took his place, including taking over responsibility for his family. The perfect revenge for trying to steal his little brother would be stealing his son in return. Though perhaps Hisoshi was getting ahead of himself there. Surviving was a higher priority. Yoichi said, I'm sorry. We didn't have much luck with fathers either. Our dad spent so much money on a woman that we lost our house. Izuku's eyes shot up. That must have been a lot of money. Yoichi shrugged. There might have been several women. People wouldn't talk about it to our faces. More than one woman showed up at Dad's funeral, and Mom screamed a lot. But she said what he did with women was nothing compared to what he did with horses. Izuku looked ill. What? Hisoshi said, my little brother means that our father had a gambling addiction to horse races. That's where most of our inheritance went. He didn't want to talk about this subject any longer, or remember the unfortunate chain of events after his father's death. The past had been dredged up enough today already. Hey, could I ask you some questions about quirks? Izuku perked up. Of course. Leaving aside his obvious interest in quirks, Hisoshi had a suspicion he wanted to change the topic from family, too. Hisoshi said, I'd like to consider the usefulness of some quirks. All hypothetical, of course. In fact, he planned to pick up some tips for his own stolen quirks. To start with, the ability to form a candlestick-sized flame. Obviously not nearly as good as Endeavor, but still useful, Izuku said. Even a small flame can start a large fire. You also might use it to trigger a sprinkler system or an alarm. With the right hero equipment, your flame could be boosted into a larger explosion. Unfortunately, Hisoshi had no access to hero equipment. I've heard that practice can also help quirks grow. Completely true. If it were my quirk, I'd also try generating repeated flames in a row to see if I could get them to stack. Excellent idea, Hisoshi said, making a mental note. How about enhancing sounds? Like present MIC's quirk? Izuku asked. He can make his voice louder, whereas this quirk would make any sound louder. But not as greatly as present MIC, I'm afraid. The sounds aren't powerful enough to create shockwaves or damage eardrums. Izuku tapped his leg as he started mumbling. Obviously, the ability would work well as a distraction. Yes, I thought the same. What if you carried a device that produced loud sounds? Perhaps if you started with an eardrum-piercing sound, then you could enhance it into something even more dangerous. You'd need to wear earplugs, which could be a hazard in the field. Still an excellent idea. Hisoshi smiled. His suspicions had been confirmed. This boy was definitely his son. Let me join in too. Yoichi tugged on his brother's sleeve. You could use the quirk for spying. Enhance the sound of a conversation that you're overhearing. Except the people talking would be able to tell that their voices had gotten louder, Hisoshi pointed out. Oh. Yoichi drooped. Izuku said, but you enhance sounds around a general area, you could use that to detect intruders. Yes, that would take, Hisoshi almost said practice, but he was pretending this was a hypothetical. Take the cake as a great idea. Along that vein, the ability might be used for medical purposes to detect an irregular heartbeat. Yoichi jumped up and down. Oh. Create loud sounds as a cover to disguise a private conversation. Yes, that would work, Hisoshi said, smiling at his younger brother. Yoichi flushed with pleasure. Potential to distort or disguise voices, crying for help, perhaps creating an avalanche under the right circumstances. Izuku ticked off each one on his fingers. Here's a trickier one to make useful, Hisoshi said. Flexible fingers. Izuku considered. How flexible? Capable of bending in all directions like RBB. Yoichi cried, you could use it to get out of HNDCFFS. Oh, that's a good one, Izuku said. Well done, Hisoshi agreed. I thought it also might make it harder for someone to peel off your grip. It might, Izuku said. That would require testing. Along the same vein, you could pull off a surprise eye poke in a fight. It would also be an amazing skill for sleight of hand, though that's more of a reconnaissance skill than a combat skill. It still counts, Hisoshi said. That's all the quirk ideas I had for now. He had no intention of bringing up his hacking quirk. That was too useful as a secret. All Might strode back into the classroom. Is everyone ready? Time to head out in the field. Izuku looked around as his fellow students filed in wearing their costumes. Is everyone else already changed? I should get changed too. He tossed a smile at the two brothers. I'll be right back. As Izuku headed for the door, a spiky-haired blonde boy called, Why the hell are you so slow, Deku? It's bad enough that I got stuck on the same team as you, but try not to get in my way, visity nerd. Deku. As in useless. Hisoshi's smile froze on his face. Izuku's shoulders hunched over and he walked even faster. Hisoshi watched very carefully. He owed Izuku one for helping him settle the misunderstanding with his little brother. Here, he saw a chance to repay his debt. Besides, destroying bullies was his pleasure. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 time. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, Inside the Void, Part 5 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿, What happened when you talked to your younger self? First, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐳𝐻. 𝐒𝐭𝐻, what does that mean? Second, his younger self spills anything he says immediately to child for one. First, 𝐒𝐴𝐳𝐻. 𝐻𝐭𝐚𝐴, in the other part of the dreamscape Hisoshi, other me, from one Hisoshi to another, are you a deadbeat dad? All for one, of course not. Hisoshi, then why hasn't Izuku seen your face in years? All for one, I might have sorta misplaced my son. Hisoshi, don't you have any bank vaults, you incompetent? All Might had changed into a black coat with spikes on the shoulders. His obsidian belt gleamed. A starkly white skeleton had been drawn on his costume from his neck all the way down his black breathes. His half-mask resembled a skull. A wicked smile transformed his face into something villainous. Reluctantly, Hisoshi had to admit All Might looked somewhat cool. Planting his feet on the grassy field, All Might roared, "Come at me, little heroes." His teeth sparkled. A boy with half-red, half-white hair and a scar on his face moved first, sending forth a wave of ice. All Might easily smashed the wall with one fist. Is this all the next generation of heroes has? He spread his arms dramatically. You'll never be able to avenge your dead father at this rate. The scarred boy paused. You're going to kill my father. His tone became hopeful. Give me a moment, I can write down the Todoroki family home address for you. I advise attacking on a Saturday, when he's always exhausted from a week of patrols. A girl with a long, black ponytail hissed, "Xiaotou, he's acting in character." She dragged her classmate away before All Might grabbed him. I've been wondering this for a while, what's up with you and your father? You want to hear my history, Momo? Xiaotou perked up. It all started the day I was born, not now, all of Class 1A shrieked as their teacher came at them. All Might knocked half the students away with merely the wind spreading from his punch. Momo created a syringe off her arm to throw at him. 𝐿𝐼 summoned a wave of ice. A giant shadow sprang from the bird-headed boy. 6 arms grew from another boy. Steam rose off the engines on the legs of the boy with glasses as he kicked. Spinning in a circle, All Might generated a wave knocking them all backward. He didn't even need to touch them. Hisoshi clucked his tongue. They shouldn't have all come at him at once. They made it too easy for him to target all of them at the same time. Behind him, Izuku's footsteps approached. I agree. They should have bought time for the others to get up. Also, if they'd attacked him in rapid succession, they could have tried to tire him out. Hisoshi grinned. He liked Izuku even more. That's exactly what I was thinking. Izuku's green costume looked handmade. And what was with those ear-like protrusions? His son deserved better. Hisoshi ought to start making money as soon as possible. Perhaps he could find a place to pawn a few pieces of jewelry. Yoichi waved a flag he'd made from a napkin and a toothpick, shouting, Go All Might! Go All Might! Lying upside down, the many-armed boy complained, We're supposed to be the good guys, little boy. All Might provides my comic books, Yoichi said without shame. Within minutes, all the students lay at All Might's feet. Hisoshi was impressed by how he'd subdued them all without even injuring them. That took serious skill. All Might cried, Now I have you where I want you. Oh, how long I've waited for this moment. The time of my revenge. The spiky-haired blonde student bounced up and down. The extras had their shot, now it's my team's turn. Clear the field, nerds. All Might frowned. But, my 10-page-long villainous backstory, I spent all of last night creating it. He pulled out a wreath of paper. From the ground, 𝐿𝐼 said, It's very rude to interrupt someone else while they are monologuing. Shut up, half and half. The blonde boy shot forth explosions to encourage his classmates to vacate the field as soon as possible. I'm up. I have to go, Izuku said. Yoichi said, This time, I'll cheer you on, Izuku. Hisoshi took out a notepad and a pencil, even more interested in analyzing this fight. The battle between All Might and the second team of Class 1A wasn't going well. Izuku had tried to tell everyone his plan, but then Katsuki had charged straight into battle and Kirishima had followed him and Mina had followed both of them and soon it had turned into another battle royal. They couldn't win like this. Izuku knew it. But he couldn't do it alone. Hiding behind a tree next to Izuku, 𝐿𝐼 said, I wanted to hear your plan. Izuku said, Thank you, but I really needed Kaken for it to work. He paused, considering. I didn't necessarily need his voluntary cooperation. Do you think you could help me with that? 𝐿𝐼 winced as a stray rock struck their tree. Sure. We'd better act fast. It's a massacre out there. Izuku quickly told her his new plan. On it. 𝐿𝐼 leapt out from behind the tree. Numerous students already lay on the ground or had been blasted out of range. Katsuki punched and kicked at All Might, flames dancing from his gauntlets. All Might cried, You have no idea what you're up against. My victory was assured from the moment you, 𝐿𝐼 leapt forward. All Might moved to stop her, but she hadn't been aiming for him. She tapped the back of Katsuki's neck. As Katsuki floated up in the air, he shouted, The hell was that for? Angry flames rose off his body. 𝐿𝐼 had no time for any sort of answer, because All Might picked her up and tossed her lightly off the field. With All Might's back turned, Izuku flicked his finger and unleashed a smash. The shockwaves rolled off All Might. He merely grunted. Leaping forward, he ripped away the tree protecting Izuku. Izuku was already running. Just a little more to the right, he was almost in position. But of course it wouldn't be so easy. All Might seized the back of his shirt. Let's see what's hiding under that mask, young hero. Izuku gritted his teeth and grabbed the dirt. With all his strength, he dragged All Might forward just a few more inches. A hand fastened around his green mask. From the other side of the field, 𝐿𝐼 put her fingers together, cancelling her quirk. Katsuki Bakugo dropped from the sky like an angry, screaming missile. He landed on All Might's head. Ah! Hot. All Might danced around, putting out the flames in his hair. He still managed to catch Katsuki before the boy hit the ground. I'll kill all of you. Katsuki screamed. Now, young Bakugo, the fight is over. All Might set Katsuki on the ground. I promised you only had to land one hit on me, and I've been thoroughly hit. His teeth gleamed in his usual heroic smile. Pizza for everyone. The entirety of Class 1A cheered, both those watching and those lying on the ground. All Might stuck out his hands as if wearing invisible HNDCFFS. He monologued, "Little do you all know that my seeming defeat was merely part of my larger MSTR plan." Most of the class couldn't hear him over their cheering, but Izuku laughed. All Might winked at him. Katsuki stomped over. "I'm not your sidekick, your stepping stone, or your personal human missile, you shitty nerd." Izuku raised his hands. "We won, didn't we? You did a great job setting All Might's hair on fire." "Are you mocking me, Deku?" "No, I meant it." Katsuki grabbed for Izuku's collar. Hisoshi appeared between them in a flash. "Izuku, I wanted to show you the notes I took." Something hard and dangerous lurked in the child's eyes. Maybe Izuku had imagined it, because Kaken certainly didn't seem to notice. He bellowed, "I wasn't done." "Excuse me, are you threatening my descendant?" Yoichi crossed his arms and glared. He had a toothpick between his teeth like an old-fashioned cowboy. "Move along before I make you." He spat out the toothpick and made a fist. Katsuki's brow pinched. Even he didn't want to get into a fight with an 8-year-old, especially not in front of All Might. He stomped off, tossing over his shoulder, "This isn't over, shithead." Izuku had noticed that Katsuki's insults had more of an edge to them lately, but he didn't think that was necessarily a bad thing. Kaken was inching closer to acknowledging Izuku as a true threat, or a true rival. How Katsuki would react to eventually reaching this conclusion was outside Izuku's control. But he remained hopeful that maybe, just maybe, they could work through some stuff from the past. Izuku had already decided to wait and see. As soon as the loudmouth was out of sight, Hisoshi handed Izuku his notebook. "These are my thoughts on your team's fight with All Might. You can tell everyone that these are your ideas." Izuku flipped through the pages. "You even made suggestions on how everyone should use their quirks. I'm impressed." He looked up. "But I can't pretend I came up with this. That would be dishonest." Hisoshi widened his eyes. He let his lip wobble. "I'm afraid no one will take the suggestions seriously if they come from me. Worse, my classmates used to bully me over my notebooks. They called me smartybreathes and other names." This was a lie. Hisoshi's classmates had never bullied him, because of the same danger instinct that taught children from a young age not to put their hands on a heated stovetop. Yoichi, on the other hand, Hisoshi had needed to get rid of a few problems on behalf of his younger brother. Since Yoichi didn't like to admit he was being picked on, Hisoshi had gotten skilled at recognizing the signs. Izuku's face softened. "I know what that's like. I don't think anyone in Class 1A would call you names. Well, except for, you know what. If you want me to give the others your suggestions without mentioning your name, then I can do that." A suspicion solidified into a certainty. Katsuki Bakugo had bullied Izuku. Hisoshi had no idea why his older self had let this outrage stand, but he certainly wouldn't. Time to come up with a plan. It took a while for Izuku to get All Might alone. He'd been taking his 2 new foster children with him everywhere. Eventually, All Might left Yoichi and Hisoshi at a cafeteria table while he went to buy lunch. Izuku made an excuse to follow. Izuku stopped All Might before he reached the food line. "Can I have a word? In private? It's very important." All Might looked up and caught the serious expression on his face. "Of course. Shall we go to my office?" Sitting in a chair across from All Might, Izuku poured out the entire story he'd seen in his vision last night. The Shigaraki family mother poisoning Yoichi and using Hisoshi to persuade him to take the so-called medicine. Then Hisoshi catching her, and the mother threatening to blame him for all her own crimes to silence him. All Might's face became grimmer with each word. Factitious disorder imposed on another. It's a rare form of child abuse, but I've heard of such cases before. Why would a parent ever do such a horrible thing? Usually for attention. Sometimes an abusive parent will deliberately sicken a child as an excuse to fundraise for money. All Might frowned, his gaze distant. In this case, it sounds like the mother believed she could use her younger son's artificial illness to force a husband who was cheating on her to come home. Izuku nodded. I got the impression she also thought this would prevent her son from ever leaving her like her husband did. She even used Hisoshi to poison his own younger brother. All Might shuddered. That takes a special kind of evil. She started him out giving his brother poison when he was too young to know better, then she shifted the blame onto him after he found out the truth. A classic manipulation tactic. I'll have to speak to a child psychologist about how to reveal the truth to Yoichi without damaging the bond between the brothers and how to help Hisoshi handle his guilt in a healthy way. I'm glad. Izuku looked at his hands. I felt bad about even seeing those memories and intruding on Hisoshi's privacy, but I thought you needed to know. I did need to know. All Might put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. The doctor couldn't figure out what was wrong with Yoichi's lungs. Now that we knew there must have been long-term damage from poison, we'll be able to plan how to treat him. You did the right thing. I promise I'll help both boys recover from this. All Might's gaze turned distant. I wonder who cancelled the doctor's appointment after all. Both of them might have reason to be scared of medical treatment. Perhaps I should just forget about punishment and have cake all around. He scratched his head. Although parenting books also said I shouldn't be too permissive. Another reason to consult a child psychologist. What about a doctor's visit? Izuku asked. Yoichi told me that he'd cancelled his doctor's appointment this morning behind my back, but now I wonder if he might have been covering for his older brother. If so, then Hisoshi is more tricky than he's been letting on. All Might didn't sound upset about this, only pensive. He would need to have survived. I'm extremely certain they were living on the streets before they ended up in this time. No wonder they are so protective of each other. I'm less concerned with assigning blame and more concerned that both boys get the help they need. He's definitely a very smart kid, Izuku said. He decided not to mention Hisoshi's analysis notes, because he'd promised. We had a discussion on Quirks earlier, and he's amazingly insightful. That he is. All Might smiled proudly. I bet he'll become something special. I'd better hurry and buy lunch. Hisoshi and Yoichi must be hungry. Hisoshi and Yoichi sat at a cafeteria table with two other students. The boy with glasses said, "My name is Tenya Ida. As class president, I will make certain to watch over you on behalf of All Might." The girl with the adorable bob said, "I'm Ochiko Uraka. Nice to meet you." Hisoshi could care less. He just wished that Izuku would return. He'd wanted to talk more with his technically older than him son. Leaving aside getting to know each other, he hadn't yet been done pumping Izuku for information about his older self. Yoichi crept one hand sideways, stealing a French fry off Tenya's tray. Tenya barked, "Theft is a crime." "What theft?" Yoichi swallowed the French fry. "False accusations are also a crime," Hisoshi said. "Do you have any proof of my brother's alleged theft?" "Well, Tenya sputtered as Yoichi grabbed a handful of French fries. He did it again. "I didna do nothing," Yoichi mumbled with his mouth full. Hisoshi steepled his fingers. "Mere hearsay. Not admissible in court." Yoichi passed his older brother a French fry. Ochiko laughed. "You're a youngest child, aren't you, Tenya?" "Yes," he admitted. "I'm an only child, but I have loads and loads of younger cousins. They'll walk all over you if you let them." She regarded Hisoshi with amused eyes. "I know you two must be hungry. If I give you half my sandwich, will you share your lunch with me after All Might returns?" Hisoshi considered. "I don't think a mere peanut butter and jelly sandwich is fair trade for a hot lunch. Can you sweeten the deal with a few coins?" "Not a chance. I'm saving my money," Ochiko said. "My family doesn't have a single yen to spare. I need to become a hero as quickly as possible so I can give my parents a comfortable life." Strong family values. I admire that. Hisoshi looked at the older girl with renewed interest. "I have a few ideas to make some cash myself, and I could use help from an older partner." Ochiko raised an eyebrow. Illegal ideas. Not all of them. Hisoshi stopped as he saw All Might returning, balancing 3 trays of food. Just give me your phone number, and I'll share my lunch with you. Even the dessert. All you have to do is hear me out. He managed to wrangle the number just before All Might arrived, although he suspected that the older girl was only indulging him. As soon as All Might sat down, Tenya said, "Sir, your children appear to be planning crimes." All Might laughed. "They must get it from my villainous alter ego." Hisoshi was a little surprised by the lack of concern from a hero. He'd initially marked All Might as extremely gullible and self-righteous, as well as someone who would throw Hisoshi out immediately if he ever found out that he grew up to be a villain. But he'd seen a different side of the hero at the practice battle today. This bore further examination. Lunch looked like typical cafeteria fare: 2 slices of pizza each, some wilted broccoli, an apple, and a pudding cup. As usual, Hisoshi scooped the whipped cream off his brother's pudding cup and added it to his own. "Hisoshi," All Might said sternly. "It's okay," Yoichi said, his mouth full. "He knows I don't like whipped cream." "But I love it," Hisoshi said. "Oh, then that's fine. Don't talk with your mouth full, Yoichi." All Might dabbed a bit of tomato sauce off Yoichi's lip. "You can have my whipped cream too, Hisoshi." Hisoshi's opinion of his guardian rose another few notches. He was easily bribed. Out of the corner of his eye, Hisoshi noticed Yoichi pocket an apple. He could understand the impulse. Even though food seemed plentiful now, who knew if that might change? But he could have told his younger brother that it was fine to eat his entire lunch. Hisoshi had already snuck down the kitchen and pilfered some emergency supplies to hide under their beds. All Might placed another apple down on Yoichi's tray. Future heroes should eat their fruit so they grow up big and strong. Yoichi flushed. His hand crept to his pocket. "Gently," All Might said, "you can take food to your bedroom, as long as you store it properly so as not to attract insects. I'll add a mini-fridge and cupboard tonight." He looked at Hisoshi as he spoke, and Hisoshi became quite certain that his secret stash was not so secret. It had been done so diplomatically Hisoshi didn't feel humiliated, but he did feel off guard and pensive. His new guardian was not as gullible as he'd first assumed and would require more careful handling in the future. Afternoon classes had finished. Yoichi sat on top of a desk skimming a comic book. Izuku, Tenya, and Ochiko worked on their homework together. The trio had been asked to keep an eye on Hisoshi and Yoichi. Meanwhile, All Might was meeting with Nezu about arranging home tutors. As far as Yoichi was concerned, he would be happy to never attend school again, but he realized the unlikeliness of this wish ever coming to fruition. Ochiko asked, "Would anyone like to play Monopoly?" This got groans from Izuku and Tenya. Izuku said, "You just want to wipe the floor with all of us again." Tenya pushed up his glasses. "I must say with frankness that you frighten me as a Monopoly opponent." Hisoshi said, "I love Monopoly, but surely we wouldn't have time to finish." Izuku snorted. "You'd be surprised. Ochiko always cleans us out of all our money in less than an hour. Now you have my interest." Hisoshi raised an eyebrow. "Don't play with him, he makes it no fun," Yoichi mumbled. Hisoshi elbowed his brother. "You're just a sore loser. I've never once lost at Monopoly." Ochiko waggled her eyebrows. "Challenge accepted. We can play with just the 2 of us. I have the game on my tablet." She turned her screen to face Hisoshi. As the 2 of them got started, Yoichi listened to Izuku and Tenya discuss their history homework. He was quite interested in hearing how the world had changed. Also, Monopoly and his brother gave him traumatic flashbacks. It came as a complete surprise when Hisoshi screamed, "How did you even do that?" "Good game," Ochiko said cheerfully, closing her tablet. "But, Hisoshi stammered. "Whoa, you lost." Yoichi smirked with brotherly glee. "Don't be a sore loser, big brother. That girl is a money-hungry fiend." Hisoshi clutched his chest. His face flushed. "I feel strange. There's a hammering under my chest. My head is spinning. I would call this murderousness, but it's closer to admiration than dislike. Why would I have positive feelings toward the enemy who just broke my Monopoly winning streak? Shouldn't I want to destroy her?" Yoichi considered it his job to redirect his older brother from his worst impulses, so he said, "Congratulations, big brother, you just made a new friend who loves money as much as you do." Hisoshi stared at Ochako with a dazed expression. Then he shook his head and slapped his cheeks. He held out a hand to her. "Good game. I'm very much looking forward to working with you on my money-making projects." She shook. "You were the best challenge I've had in a long time. If you're that good, maybe there's some merit to your ideas." All Might appeared in the doorway. "Thank you for waiting, boys. And I appreciate you three looking after them. Let's head home for dinner." "Food. I'm hungry." Yoichi cheered. He pushed his older brother toward the door. Hisoshi glanced over his shoulder at Ochako. He said, "Seriously, call me later this evening. The two of us. We're going to take Japan's economy by storm." Hisoshi approached All Might after dinner. "That villain costume of yours looked cool." "Do you really think so?" All Might perked up. "I designed it myself. Could I have a costume like that for playing heroes and villains?" At the first sign of a negative reaction, Hisoshi was prepared to pretend it had been a whim and he only liked playing hero in make-believe games. All Might said, "Of course. If you'd like something custom-made, we can add it to your next birthday list. Or do you have a fictional villain you like?" Cautiously, Hisoshi asked, "Wouldn't it be strange to admire a villain?" "I don't think so. I used to love villains as a kid." All Might smiled. "Maybe that's why I still have fun dressing up as one." "You what?" Hisoshi stared. "But you're you." He gestured at the smiling face of the #1 hero beaming from billboards across Japan. "I wasn't always a rich and successful hero. I used to live on the streets, just like you and your brother." All Might's gaze became distant. "I didn't get my quirk until very late in life. My parents threw me out because they found a quirkless son to be disgraceful." "I'm sorry," Hisoshi said, not faking his sympathy for once. He knew what it was like to be on the receiving end of that. When you're at the bottom of society, it's easy to start idolizing villains. "When I was a child, I was small, weak, and quirkless, so the other kids would make me pretend to be a villain during games and use it as an excuse to beat me up. After a while, I started to emphasize with the villains on the children's cartoons I watched, because they were always one-sidedly getting beaten up too. My favorite was Red Hood. I saw him as a villain but genuinely trying to make Gotham a better place." "I like Red Hood too." Hisoshi hadn't meant to admit that. People still watch Batman these days. Not any longer. Shows based on real heroes and focusing on quirks became increasingly popular over time. The very last DC reboot was before I was born, but I had a soft spot for old superhero shows because, well, All Might shrugged. I was a quirkless kid. I especially liked Batman because he didn't have superpowers. Plus, cool black costume. That, too. All Might grinned. "After I became homeless, I started resenting professional heroes because sometimes they would work with the police to break up our encampments or drive us out of town. When you're a street kid, the authorities treat you like a criminal just for being poor and dirty. I was determined not to steal because that would feel like proving them right, but I kept getting increasingly hungry and desperate. At some point, I started thinking that maybe the villains were the right ones. Maybe they were standing up against a screwed-up world. I wanted to make the world better and protect the weak. I thought I could do that if I became a villain." "Then what changed?" Hisoshi asked. In spite of himself, he was genuinely fascinated by this story. "I met a real villain." All Might snorted. "The first villains I met were nothing like my fantasies. They worked for a criminal mastermind, who had an interest in developing the abandoned building where me and several other children were squatting. They beat us all up and destroyed our meager belongings. I held them off while the other kids ran away. Perhaps I fought back a little too hard, because one of them stabbed me. I would have bled out then and there if a hero hadn't arrived." His eyes took on a bright shine. "Her name was Nana Shimura. My mentor." Nana sounded like someone important to All Might. Hisoshi was good at recognizing people's weak spots and their desires, and he could tell his guardian was practically itching to talk more about her. Encouragingly, Hisoshi asked, "What was she like?" A radiant and fearless heroine. Most heroes wouldn't even touch the business of that villain mastermind out of fear of him, but she still saved me. She even found a charity specializing in helping the quirkless get off the streets to help me. Nana wasn't the type to leave a job half done. In order to pick up a few more brownie points, Hisoshi said, "She sounds amazing." It worked. All Might positively sparkled. Nana was always my ideal. I tracked her down a few years later and asked her to mentor me. She had no reason to take a quirkless boy seriously, but she still agreed to help me. She gave me, well, let's just say she gave me everything. She's the reason you became a hero instead of a villain. Yes, although I wouldn't say she was the only reason. Meeting those villains taught me a valuable truth. I thought I could be a villain who helped people on the bottom, but in retrospect that was naive. In stories, fictional villains often seem cool, and of course characters on children's shows never actually kill anyone. In real life, most villains aren't interested in helping out the little guy, they're just interested in making money or taking out their rage on innocent people. Heroes are far from perfect, but if you're lying on the dirt bleeding out from a stab wound, a hero is significantly more likely to save you than a villain. That sounds accurate to me, Hisoshi said. He'd never had any interest in helping people or any expectation of people helping him, so he didn't feel moved by All Might's words, but he could acknowledge the truth in them. All Might said, "There's nothing wrong with admiring fictional villains, but I wouldn't expect too much from real ones. In my experience, real evil tends to be banal and pathetic. But don't get me wrong, a good deed done by a villain is still good and a bad deed done by a hero is still bad. I've met numerous heroes indistinguishable from villains, and a few villains I could respect." Hisoshi found this conversation genuinely interesting enough to take a risk. "If I became a villain but I helped people instead of hurting them, would you still be proud of me or would you regret ever taking me in?" "I'll never regret taking you in, no matter what you make of your life. I promise. As for your question, as long as you never lose that part of yourself that wants to make the world a better place, I'd always be proud of you." All Might smiled. Hisoshi never had a part of himself that wanted to make the world better. He'd just been softening his real question. Still, that had been an interesting and unexpected answer. Perhaps if All Might found out about his adult self, it wouldn't be quite as bad a disaster as he'd assumed. "I was just joking around. I don't have to become a villain to enjoy dressing up like one." "That you don't. Villains got the better of us in fashion sense. As a teenager, I had a black costume I designed for myself, but everyone told me it looked too spooky and wouldn't reassure civilians, so I had to go with a different one. That's why I had so much fun today." "Your costume was cool. The second coolest I've seen since the villain who tried to murder me." Hisoshi stopped before he accidentally gave something away about his adult self. A dark look crossed All Might's face. "All for one. He's the worst villain I ever met. He was the mastermind behind the villains who attacked me when I was a child." "No way." The words left Hisoshi's lips before he could stop them. How could his adult self attack street kids? Not cool. He ought to know what it was like to be a homeless child. All Might nodded. "He's extremely dangerous, but I promise I'm going to protect you no matter what." He held out his arms. "You can believe in me." Hisoshi accepted the hug, partly to hide the stunned expression on his face. So much for his optimistic hopes. Clearly All Might had a long-standing grudge with his adult self and that reveal wouldn't go over well at all. Just his luck. Fortunately, he was good at keeping secrets. After helping them get ready for bed, All Might guided Hisoshi and Yoichi upstairs. "Would you two like me to read you a bedtime story?" "Story. Story." Yoichi clapped his hands together. "I want the hero and the demon king." "I've never heard of that story," All Might said. Hisoshi said, "You wouldn't have. It was published a century ago. I don't think you'll be able to find that one in a modern bookstore, baby brother." "But I never got to read the ending." Yoichi drooped. "I'll see if I can find a copy." All Might plucked a picture book off the bookshelf. "In the meantime, how about this one? It's about heroes, too. In fact, rumor has it the main character is loosely based on me. Let's read that one." Yoichi's attention immediately shifted. Both children settled on Hisoshi's bed. All Might opened the book and read. He had a natural flair for theater, doing the different voices. His villain interpretation made 𝐂𝐸𝐽 giggle. As he reached the end of the story, 𝐂𝐸𝐽's eyes shut. He yawned. Leaning against his brother's shoulder, his eyes closed. All Might moved to pick 𝐂𝐸𝐽 up and carry him to his bedroom. 𝐒𝐿 stiffened. All Might stopped. He asked, "Do you want to carry him?" 𝐒𝐿 hesitated. 𝐂𝐸𝐽 had gotten big enough that he wasn't easy to pick up any longer. 𝐒𝐿 might accidentally wake his brother up if his arms shook. Eventually, 𝐒𝐿 said, "You can do it." All Might smiled, seeming to correctly recognize this as a profound honor. Watching carefully, 𝐒𝐿 followed All Might as he carried 𝐂𝐸𝐽 across the hallway and to the other bed. "Good night," All Might said, closing the door. "Sweet dreams." 𝐒𝐿 returned to his bed and lay down. But as soon as he fell asleep, he found himself once again staring straight at his adult self. 𝐿𝐴𝐾 time. 𝐿𝐴𝐾, sing this to the tune of the Lion King's Can You Feel the Love Tonight? 𝐒𝐿, upon seeing Katsuki Bakugo, can you feel the hate tonight? It can be assumed. His carefree bullying days are history. In short, I'll be murdering you soon. An in-joke for readers of my other stories. All for One has a fated hatred with Bakugo's 𝐿𝐴𝐾, kleptomania versus egomania. All for One. The cafeteria incident with the French fries proves that my little brother was a thief from a young age. Later, he stole my quirk and my most valuable possession. First, leaving aside that you forced that quirk on me, I'm baffled as to what else you think I stole from you. I left the vault with nothing but the clothes on my back. All for One. You ran off with yourself. 𝐿𝐴𝐾. In the alternative version of this chapter, All Might and Izuku team up to wipe the floor with everyone. 𝐿𝐴𝐾, I want to hear your villainous backstory even if no one else does. All Might. All Might, I was going to be Izuku's long-lost father. We were separated at a young age, and now I want revenge on the heroes for raising my son as one of them. 𝐿𝐴𝐾. Conspiracy theory senses tingling. Katsuki, why are you pretending to be Deku's dad? Don't you think you're favoring him too much? All Might, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Everyone in Class 1A had a role in my backstory. For example, young Bakugo, you're the son of my former dog walker. Katsuki, grr. All Might, after I ripped off Izuku's mask, I was going to pretend to be super surprised to see his face, then confess that I was his long-lost father. Izuku, if only I'd known about this plan, then I would have immediately betrayed Class 1A and defected to All Might's side. All for One, you would have. Hey, I have something to tell you. Izuku, are you All Might? No, you are not. Go away. That night, Izuku had another dream that was actually a memory. The Shigaraki family mother stormed through the iron gates of a graveyard, dragging 𝐂𝐸𝐽 after her. 𝐒𝐿 trailed along behind them. The mother wore a black kimono, with her sons both in black suits. Mascara and tears dripped down her face. How dare those women show their faces as his funeral? The mother's fingers dug tighter into 𝐂𝐸𝐽's arm, making him yelp. As if I don't know their relationship to my husband. Izuku remembered how 𝐒𝐿 had told him about his father's messy asses crashing his funeral. The boy had been stone-faced except for a slight sardonic twitch to his lips as he told the story. He had the same expression on his face now. Let go of 𝐂𝐸𝐽's arm, 𝐒𝐿 said coldly. You're hurting him. Of course I'm not. The mother stopped and dropped to her knees before 𝐂𝐸𝐽. You're fine, right, my angel? 𝐂𝐸𝐽 looked uncomfortable. It's not a big deal, he whispered. Let's just go home. He tucked a stray lock of hair behind his ear. Stop. His mother grabbed his wrist. Don't move your hair. You have to hide your eye, see. She flattened 𝐂𝐸𝐽's hair over his left eye, the one with the scar. This eye is pretty. She tapped the right eye. But this eye is ugly. She traced a long, red-painted nail down the side of 𝐂𝐸𝐽's face. The nail just kept inching closer to his left eye until Izuku nearly screamed. 𝐒𝐿 yanked his brother backward. Does looking at my brother's scar remind you what a worthless coward you were that day? How you helped your husband cover it up? That's your fault, not 𝐂𝐸𝐽's. You're the one who should feel bad. I've got two good eyes over here if you want to pick on someone closer to your own size. But Hisoshi wasn't even close to his mother's size. He was still a child who looked no older than 8 or 9, and Izuku's heart nearly broke to see him staring up at the adult who should have protected him with defiance. If only he could fight his way through these shadows. If only this wasn't all a memory of the past, with no way he could help. Give him back, the mother screamed, a guttural sound. Her much stronger arms wrenched Yoichi away from his older brother. She wrapped around her youngest child as if trying to completely cover him with her body. Rocking him back and forth, she crooned, "You'll never leave me, isn't that right, my angel? Your father left me. But you'll always stay by my side. We'll be together forever. I won't leave you, Mum, I promise." Yoichi's voice came out muffled. "Hisoshi and I will both help you out now that Dad is gone." "No. I don't need Hisoshi," the mother cried. "Only you." Yoichi sounded on the verge of tears. "Please, don't say mean things about Big Brother." "It's okay." Hisoshi sneered. "Mommy isn't exactly my favorite person, either." Mother and son stared at each other with a coldness that sent chills down Izuku's spine. No mother should look at her own child that way. No child should have that expression on his face at all. In spite of their mutual hatred, or perhaps because of it, in that moment, their faces looked very much alike. Shadows rose up around Izuku. The dream blurred and shifted. Now Izuku stood in a child's room. Yoichi sat on the bed, with his mother kneeling in front of him. There was no trace of Hisoshi this time. So he'd obtained memories from both brothers. Interesting. Just a sip. The mother held a bottle up to Yoichi's face. "I don't want to. That medicine always makes me feel sick." Yoichi's hair fell forward, obscuring his expression. His voice held a stubborn note. His mother lifted up his chin and tilted it to force their eyes to meet. "Hisoshi always speaks to me in that defiant tone. I wonder if he's taught you bad habits. Leave Big Brother out of this." Fear leaked into Yoichi's voice. "Now that your father is gone, it's much more difficult to afford your brother's school fees. I don't see why he needs an expensive school for the gifted. He certainly doesn't need so many books and clothing. I wonder how much money I could get for them." "Stop it." Yoichi sobbed before he regained control of himself. "I'll drink my medicine. And you won't tell Hisoshi." "I won't tell Big Brother." Yoichi grabbed the bottle. Izuku leapt forward, instinctively trying to dash the poison from his hand. But the shadows caught him and carried him away again. In the new vision, Hisoshi opened the door to Yoichi's bedroom. "Look what I got you." Yoichi squirmed to look, swinging a leg in a cast over the side of the bed. "Oh, is that the last volume of The Hero and the Demon King? Lie back down. Don't jostle your leg. The doctor said you broke it in 3 places." Hisoshi pushed his brother back down. "If you promise you'll sit still, I'll let you read it first." "Whoa," Yoichi breathed, clearly impressed by this level of sibling sacrifice. He clutched the book to his chest. "I'm going to read it right now. I'll finish as quickly as possible so you can have a turn next." Hisoshi smiled. "You can have it as long as you need." But as soon as Hisoshi stepped out of the room, the smile dropped off his face. He headed straight to his mother's bedroom, where she sat before a mirror doing her hair. Enunciating each word, Hisoshi asked, "How did Yoichi break his leg?" His mother turned around. "He fainted at the top of the stairs and fell. I tried to catch him. Funny how it was just the 2 of you there at the time." "I don't know what you're implying." Hisoshi's eyes narrowed. "Yoichi has been getting sick again. You promised to stop doing that." His mother laughed. "Who are you going to tell? Your father is dead." Poison dripped off each word. "There's no one to tell, so there's also no point in lying to me, is there? I found traces of blood on the wall at the top of the stairs. The first broken bone happened before you even pushed Yoichi down the stairs. You hit him." The mother shuddered. "Don't say such crude things. You can't bring yourself to hear it, but you can actually do it. Be honest. You didn't want Yoichi to go on his school field trip either. It was an overnight stay. He's too young. It's too dangerous." A muscle clenched in Hisoshi's jaw. "I'm starting to think this house is less safe for him than anywhere else. You like looking after him when he's sick, too. I can tell. Her eyes gleamed in the dull light. We can share him. Hisoshi snorted. Now I know you're lying. That's the one thing you can't do. You think I haven't heard you calling boarding schools looking for one inexpensive enough to send me. I've been recording all your phone calls. A device gleamed in his hand. Like I recorded our conversation just now. I think you said enough. If you make one more move on Yoichi, I'm sending all the evidence to our uncle. You don't want to deal with that man. He's full of bitterness about the money he thinks he should have inherited instead of your father. He could care less about his nephews. I don't want to, but I will if I have no other choice. You're a monster, the mother hissed. Hisoshi's face became a mask. It takes one to know one. One more time, the scene shifted. Izuku looked over a dingy alleyway. Snow covered the tops of trash cans. Yoichi shivered in a cardboard box. Hisoshi rooted through a trash bag. With a triumphant cry, he held up a red bean bun. Look, it's still in its wrapper. It smells terrible. Yoichi buried his face in his knees and coughed. I don't want to eat trash. Hisoshi knelt down beside his little brother. Come on, please. You have to eat something. I want to go home. Hisoshi's face became increasingly strained. It's not our home any longer. It's our uncle's. He stole it. Technically, we ran away. A sardonic smile crossed Hisoshi's lips. In practice, if we ever went back, he'd call the metahuman relocation patrol on us again. We don't even have powers. With our hair color and uncle's bribes, they wouldn't care. Yoichi coughed again. All this happened because our uncle locked Mom in that asylum. It's his fault that she's dead. A flash of guilt crossed Hisoshi's face. I'm sorry. Why are you sorry? Yoichi tilted his head. It's not your fault. That's right. I didn't do anything. Hisoshi bit his lip. Izuku wanted to scream at him to just tell the truth. It would only be worse if it all came out later and without the full story. But instead, he woke up. He stared at the dark ceiling of his bedroom. This second dream felt like an even deeper intrusion into the brother's privacy. He wasn't sure if he should tell All Might. Last time, All Might had needed to know about the poisoning. This situation felt more gray. And the lies between the brothers felt like a ticking time bomb. As soon as Hisoshi laid eyes on the dream vision of his adult self, he charged forward, screaming, I can't believe you attacked a street kid. I did what now? I expected you to have a rather more personal gripe with me after you figured out my identity. All for One raised an eyebrow. I've attacked a lot of people. You'll need to narrow it down for me. Hisoshi snarled, you shouldn't have touched any of the homeless. Don't you remember the code? People who live on the streets look out for each other. Back when Yoichi and I first got thrown out of our home, we never would have survived if other homeless people hadn't helped us. You've forgotten your roots. All for One snorted. You can't possibly be serious. Who are you putting on this act for? It's just the two of us here. I know that the first time a homeless man showed you a place to sleep, you pickpocketed him. Hisoshi winced. Well, that was for Yoichi's sake. Of course I'd be willing to sell out as many strangers as it took to keep him fed. But you had plenty of wealth already. You didn't need to do it. He paused, remembering his conversation with All Might. A rich villain beating up homeless children and taking what little they have doesn't look cool. It's a banal and petty kind of evil. I don't even remember this incident. All for One shrugged. It was probably some minion of mine. You lost the part of yourself that wanted to be a cool villain someday. Hisoshi glared. We were supposed to get off the streets so we could live a better life, protect our little brother, and do something to change the world. It seems to me that you only did the money-making part, and that was the least important. How's your brother doing these days? The blow landed. All for One flinched and dodged the question. Do you think you can protect Yoichi as you currently are? Do you want me to teach you how to use those quirks you stole from me? No. You didn't even hear my offer. You'd probably try to trick me into blowing my own head off. Hisoshi sneered. Or you'd pump me for information in exchange. Nice try. You're not getting Jack's hit. Despite the surface of peace, this time PRD is still dangerous. All for One's voice took on a coaxing note. You won't be able to protect yourself or Yoichi. But I can. It's too late to offer me a rule-together deal. Hisoshi laughed. You already tried, and failed, to kill me. I know you'll do it again at the first opportunity. No reassurance you could offer would be good enough. You would have done the same thing in my place. Hisoshi stared at this loon spouting nonsense. No, if I'd known about you before the near-murder incident, I would have gone to you for help protecting my little brother. That shows you're weak and stupid. I'm starting to see why no one likes you. I'm you, so you're only insulting your own intelligence. Though I have to admit, my opinion of my own potential has gone down after meeting you. Want to know why you shouldn't attack street kids? You had a chance to get All Might on your side, and you blew it. Now that I don't believe you, or your people, attacked him when he was a homeless kid. Hisoshi glared. If you hadn't done that, then maybe he would have joined you. I almost killed All Might when he was a child. All for One scowled. A missed opportunity indeed. It would have been smarter to make him into an ally. Just look at him now. Hisoshi slapped his forehead in an exaggerated fashion. I wonder, did Nana Shimura have a better eye for talent than you, or did she simply save so many people eventually one of them turned out to be a future powerhouse? Maybe I should focus on saving people whenever I can in case one of them turns out to be unexpectedly useful later. Please. I couldn't see Allmoran ever being interested in becoming a villain. He's the poster boy for brainless heroism. Besides, he's too stupid for me to tolerate his presence. I don't think you know All Might as well as you think you do. Hisoshi raised an eyebrow. I must have lost several brain cells in the future if the only tactic I could think of to deal with All Might was getting into a fist fight with him. His guilt and kindness would have made useful levers to work out a deal with him. I bet he would have been extremely useful. He's far from stupid. I like him. All for One gaped. His calm mask cracked, replaced by a sincere anger. You can't possibly like him. You must be saying that just to provoke me. He sounded like he was trying to convince himself. Why not? I'm not the same as you. Your grudges have nothing to do with me. And I like All Might. He's very soft-hearted, but that part of him reminds me of Yoichi. They both have a lot in common. You take that back. I've known Yoichi far more recently than you. I'd say I'm a better judge. It was a deliberate provocation. Hisoshi knew himself well enough to know that a reminder of his brother's death would be the best way to stab All for One's heart. All for One's face twisted with malice. All Might would hate you if he ever found out that you're my younger self. Not necessarily. He's more flexible than you think. I killed his teacher, Nana Shimura. Hisoshi froze. He remembered the admiration in All Might's eyes as he'd spoken of Nana. This truly might ruin everything. The fragile confidence and safety Hisoshi had started to feel around his new guardian shattered. All for One laughed. He knew what he'd destroyed. That laugh infuriated Hisoshi beyond all measure. He screamed, "You're a disgrace. I hate that I grew up into you. If you got your hands on Yoichi, I bet you'd only get him killed again. You certainly didn't do any better with Izuku. Yeah, I know about your son. You lost your entire family, you lurk in the shadows running away from heroes, and you don't even have a white tiger." The shadows dissolved away as the sheer force of Hisoshi's anger woke him up. As soon as Yoichi laid eyes on his adult self, his lips peeled back into a snarl. You. First slouched with his hands in his pockets and a resigned expression. I'll try to explain better this time. Won't you please listen to me? Yoichi almost started swearing, but then he remembered that his big brother had told him to ask his adult self some important questions. I'll hear you out if you answer all of my questions without lying. How did you die? First's lips flattened. I'm not sure you want to know the answer to that one. I'll be the judge of that, you ghostly knockoff. Answer me or I wake up and never speak to you again. My older brother killed me. Yoichi recoiled. You're lying. Neither of us would lie about that, First said grimly. Yoichi burst into tears. First took a step forward. I'm sorry. Yoichi batted away the comforting hand. Shut up. That masked man isn't my real brother. Something went wrong with him. Hisoshi and I both agreed not to turn into you too. My big brother would never hurt me. Tears streamed down his cheeks. His chest felt like it might rip in two. First said, maybe you're right. I don't know what to make of a younger version of my brother, either. Maybe he can still change. I wouldn't want to chance it if I was in your place, but I understand why you can't give up so easily. If it makes you feel any better, he wasn't trying to kill me at the time. His lips twisted. He was just trying to murder my most important person. Yuichi stopped crying and looked up. But Big Brother is our most important person. First shook his head. He muttered, it couldn't be more embarrassing if I got a mohawk for my high school yearbook. More loudly, he said, try living with Hisoshi for a few more years and you'll get tired of him. He manipulates you into thinking he's the only one who matters and isolates you from other people. It's a fake love. The pity in First's eyes only made it worse. There was no pleasure in his words, only raw pain from a wound that had never healed. He actually believed what he was saying. From the bottom of his heart, with the certainty of someone who had lived through that chain of events, he believed it. That pity scared Yuichi, because it tempted him start to doubt his older brother. Yuichi kicked First in the PP. First doubled over, swearing. Apparently his older self had learned a few new curse words. Yuichi stood over the adult with his hands on his hips, shouting, every time you say something mean about my big brother, I'm going to kick you. Gasping with pain, First growled, apparently I'm not so easy to live with either. In fact, I appear to be an obnoxious little pain in the butt. I certainly hope I wasn't the one to drive my older brother to villainy. Yuichi glared. Do you want to get kicked again or answer my question? Why are you a ghost? First straightened, combing his fingers to unmass his hair. To make a long story short, my older brother forced a stockpiling quirk on me. I turned out to have a hidden quirk that lets me pass along quirks, so I gave it to someone else. It stockpiled my memories and personality, so now I'm living inside the quirk with all the other past holders. Yuichi held up a hand to stop the flow of information. That's a lot. Our big brother can give people quirks. First looked worried. You didn't know that. I could have sworn he'd already found out at this point. How old are you? Yuichi stared, considering. Surely you can give me such a small piece of information. I'm 8. Then you must have been transported through time shortly before he found out. First closed his one visible eye and cursed. I suppose it would do no good to ask you not to tell your brother about this. Not even if I begged. Yuichi sneered. Not a chance, boomer. I'm from the same generation as you. You're a boomer in spirit. Yuichi delivered this like the worst possible insult. I think it's this old man's turn to talk. First gave him a serious look. Hisoshi has been poisoning you, just like our mother did. Even if you refuse to listen to me, I implore you to at least seek medical treatment. Yuichi felt uneasy. He remembered all those horrible-tasting bottles his brother had coaxed him to drink. Hisoshi didn't know. Mom lied to him, just like she lied to me. Maybe he didn't know at first, but he kept on making us sick later. He didn't have the means to do it when you lived on the streets, but he'll start up again later. First's face aged with each word. I was never sure if he knew what was in our mother's bottles back in the early days. He lied so often, how could I know when he was telling the truth? He didn't know. Yuichi was nearly shouting. I don't care what your evil brother did, but mine never knowingly hurt me. This isn't the debate I wanted to have with you. It doesn't matter. First shook his head. You need to tell All Might the truth about your connection to All for One, so he'll be able to protect you. Yuichi glared. Toshinori already knows about the skull mask guy targeting us. It won't make any extra difference if he knows why. You're just trying to get me to betray my brother. Nice try, but I grew up with Hisoshi. I know weasel talk when I hear it. All Might doesn't understand just how persistent All for One is going to be. Also, he doesn't know that All for One has a door into the head of his younger self, just like I do with you. If he persuades your brother to help him, he won't. We both agreed we won't listen to our adult selves. First's face collapsed. His gaze became sad. I wish I could trust that. I wish I could believe that you won't be betrayed like I was. Then try a little harder, Yoichi said coldly. My brother is 11 years old. Aren't you a little embarrassed to be treating him like a threat? If you're me, then you ought to care about him and want to protect him. If I met a version of my brother even younger than me, I'd do anything to keep him safe. Something odd lurked in First's eyes. An emotion difficult to describe. You don't know the lives that were lost while I was still trying to save my brother instead of save the world from him. The regrets and guilt that I carry. His shoulders sagged. And I know there's no way I can persuade you, because nothing would have persuaded me back then. If you realize that, then you may be smarter than you look, boomer. Yoichi crossed his arms. I don't know what happened between you and your brother or why you gave up on him. And I don't want to know. I don't like your future, so I'm going to make my own. A dead man doesn't need to interfere. The force of his rejection made the dream world fade away. Hisoshi woke up to find his younger brother had entered his room. Yoichi's breathing filled the silence. After a moment, Yoichi spoke into the darkness. I met my adult self again and asked him the questions you wanted. He lied to me about how he died, so I didn't get any useful information there. But he told me some other interesting stuff that might or might not be true. He poured out the whole story. When he finished, he asked, "Did you know that Mom was poisoning me? If you say you didn't, then I'll believe you." Hisoshi's rising anxiety turned to relief at the last sentence. Yoichi was honest to a fault. If he said he would believe Hisoshi, then he would. All Hisoshi had to do was deny everything. But that was what his adult self had done, and it hadn't worked out so well by the end. After a long moment, Hisoshi said, "I didn't know at first. I swear. After I realized, I made her promise to stop doing it or I'd tell Dad. Then after Dad died, she didn't think she had to keep her promise any longer, so she started up again." He swallowed. "I never knowingly gave you poison. I swear it on my life. Please forgive me." "I believe you, and there's nothing to forgive. You didn't know." In his relief, Hisoshi blurted out the rest of it. "I told our uncle, and he put Mom in the asylum. That was my fault, too." "No, it wasn't." Yoichi squeezed his hand. "Stop blaming yourself for trying to protect me." Hisoshi's shoulders sagged. "I thought for sure you'd be furious about that last one. You were so upset. You blamed our uncle after Mom died." "I blamed our uncle because he used Mom's mental illness as an excuse to steal all of our stuff and throw us out on the streets. You were in a completely different situation. It was the only thing you could do." Yoichi sighed. "I'll always love Mom because she was my mom, but I wasn't blind to how badly she treated you. You had the right to protect yourself from her." Dryly, Hisoshi said, "You always seemed blind to how badly she treated you. She needed me. She hurt you. She didn't always know her own strength. Since we're both being honest, honesty compels me to point out that our beach of a mother knew exactly how much strength to use to throw you down a flight of stairs." Yoichi broke down sobbing. Hisoshi paled. "I'm sorry." This always seemed to happen whenever he forgot to censor the contents of his head before they left his mouth. "I shouldn't have put it quite like that. Everything had been going so well, then he'd ruined it. What can I do to make you feel better? I'll give you a quirk, how about that?" Yoichi stopped crying. "Where did you get a quirk from?" "I stole a couple off my adult self." And Hisoshi had barely gotten a chance to use them. He regretted his offer already. But a promise was a promise. "I'll give you flexible fingers. That's the best one." Yoichi raised an eyebrow. "Then they must all be pretty lame. That's a stupid ability." "Oh, none of them are anything special," Hisoshi said breezily, resolving to hide his other quirks from his brother until he could claim he'd gotten some of them later and avoid admitting he'd pawned off the most useless one on his little brother. "But flexible fingers is actually very good. Remember, didn't you think you could use it to escape HNDCFFS?" Knowing his little brother, he considered that scenario likely to arise sooner or later. "That's not bad." Yoichi stroked his chin. "Assuming you promise to get me a better one later." "Of course." Later, Hisoshi intended to have some duplicates. "If we're going to keep such quirks around, Don't let anyone see your current ability yet. We can't let anyone find out what I can do. My JRK adult self seems to have some notoriety. I don't want anything connecting us. Agreed. Yoichi held out his hand. Reluctantly, Hisoshi let one of the lights under his skin slip away. His palms glowed red. Should he have used someone else as a guinea pig before his brother? Too late now. At least he could always take the ability back from Yoichi later if it proved dangerous. Hey! Look at this. Yoichi laughed as he bent his fingers all the way backwards. It's kinda cool. Thank you, big brother. A knock sounded on the door. All Might called, I thought I heard someone crying. Oh. That was me. Yoichi rubbed the back of his neck. I'm sorry for waking you up. Not at all, All Might said gently. What's wrong? The brothers exchanged glances. Yoichi coughed. This made up Hisoshi's mind. He decided to try honesty one more time, for the sake of getting his little brother better medical care. I told Yoichi something that I need to tell you, too. Our mother used to give him poison to make him sick. I need you to tell the doctors so they can figure out why his cough hasn't stopped yet. I'm sorry I didn't admit it sooner. All Might burst through the door and wrapped Hisoshi into a hug. I'm so proud of you. It must have taken great courage to admit that. You're such a good kid. I'm going to buy another cake to celebrate. Hisoshi gaped. But we haven't even finished the first cake yet. Then we can have two. I'll let you pick whichever cake you'd like. Whoa, being honest could get you cake. Maybe Hisoshi should try it more often. Omake time. Omake, Inside the Void, Part 6 Nana. First, what's the news from the living world? Have you been able to talk with your younger self again? First, sitting among a pile of empty wine bottles. Him. What did you say? Hick. Nana, is it even possible for us to get drunk in the void? Second, no, it's not. He's just pretending and avoiding answering your questions. First, no habla ni Chinese. Second, I'll put him to bed. First, if I drink enough, I might be able to black out my memories this time. Give me back my bottle. Later, second, are you feeling better? Now. First, I'm okay. Thanks for putting up with me last night. Second, anytime. First, can I ask you a question? Am I annoying? Like, super annoying? Have you been secretly resenting being stuck with me in the void for years? Do I drive you absolutely insane every time I open my mouth? Do you regret ever rescuing me from the vault? Second, of course not. What brought this on? First, I met myself, and I think I hate him. Second, but he's such an adorable little thing. First, so you have bad taste. That explains so much. Omake, why Hisoshi's mother did not hit him. Mother, I'm in a bad mood and I'm going to take it out on my least favorite child. Hisoshi stares at her raised hand about to hit him. Just stares at it as she sweats. Mother, on second thought, I'm going to go pick on someone weaker than me instead. Hisoshi, that someone had better not be my baby brother. Usually the scapegoat is the one who gets kicked around by an abusive parent. But Hisoshi was too scary. Of course the you're a monster stuff was emotional abuse. Peak parenting here, folks. Omake, the brothers finally find common ground. First, I hate you, but I have to admit I previously had no idea what you put up with back when I was a child. I used to be such a snot-nosed brat. All for one, apparently I used to be the single most insufferable child in existence. I don't know how you resisted smothering me with a pillow. No wonder by the time I matured into someone worth knowing, you were already fed up with me. Omake, the first time All Might tried to get Hisoshi into therapy. All Might, you and your younger brother have been through a lot. Do you want to talk to someone about it? Hisoshi, what, like a lawyer? All the people who wronged us are from a different century, so I don't think it would do much good. I probably couldn't sue their estates, either, though in the case of my uncle it's rather tempting. All Might, no, I mean like a therapist. Hisoshi, sure. There's nothing about me that needs to be fixed. All Might, I didn't mean it like that. I thought you might find it comforting. Hisoshi, I rarely enjoy the babbling of less intelligent people. All Might, what about your younger brother? Based on your conversation with him, It seems like he's having difficulty coming to terms with the fact that your mother was abusive to him. I think he could use some help. Why don't you set a good example for him as an older brother and volunteer for therapy first? Hisoshi, do you mean to say that if Yoichi gets therapy, I'll no longer have to listen to him crying about how much he misses that beach? Let's sign him up. All Might, I think it would help both of you handle that conversation in a more productive fashion. Hisoshi, no, not for me, I'm perfect as I am. While you're at it, see if you can fix Yoichi's soft-heartedness and his tendency to hog the blankets at night. It definitely wouldn't do Hisoshi any good to go after his uncle's descendants seeing how All for One took care of the man before he ever had any chance to have any. Needless to say, neither the uncle nor his ill-gotten gains survived All for One's rise to power. Chapter text. Izuku rose on the day of the sports festival refreshed and well-rested. He hadn't had any more dreams about the Shigaraki brothers' past lately. Given how unpleasant those visions tended to be and how uneasy he felt about the invasion of privacy, that was probably for the best. In the dining room, Inko set a plate of waffles on the table. You need to be well fed to face off against the competition today. Thanks, Mom. Izuku poured syrup over his first bite. Delicious. Inko smiled at him. I'm glad. Izuku liked that his mother's smiles had returned. For a while, after the DNA test argument, the atmosphere in their apartment had been stilted. Inko had jumped at any stray noise and sometimes cried late at night when she thought her son wasn't listening. A small part of Izuku still felt angry that his mother had refused him any answers about his father. But he'd rather let the subject drop than risk causing her such misery again. I'm going to make you proud today, Izuku told his mother. I promise. All Might opened the car door to let Hisoshi and Yoichi out. Are we ready for the sports festival? His grin spread from ear to ear. I'm ready. Yoichi bounced up and down. He'd put on his favorite t-shirt for the occasion, the Superman shirt he'd been wearing when dragged through time. All Might had sent it to a tailor to repair the holes. It's a bunch of children fighting, but it may be moderately entertaining, Hisoshi said. Yoichi rolled his eyes. It was just like his big brother to put on a show of being disinterested. In reality, Hisoshi loved Quirks and he was going to love to see a bunch of people with powerful ones battle it out. Equally importantly, both of them were excited to get a day off school. Yoichi's tutor was super nice and she taught him all kinds of interesting stuff about the modern era. But Yoichi still preferred no school as a matter of principle. Besides, Yoichi would be back home in time for his martial arts tutor in the evening, and that was the most important thing to him. Can I help you carry that? All Might asked, pointing at the cloth bundle in Yoichi's hands. Yoichi willingly handed it over. I made a banner with Izuku's name on it to root him on. All Might grinned. I'll let you in on a secret. I'm rooting on Izuku to win too, but I can't do so openly since I'm a teacher. You'll have to cheer loud enough for both of us. Yoichi nodded, impressed with this solemn responsibility. He nudged Hisoshi. Big brother will cheer too. How plebeian. Hisoshi sighed. I suppose since he's my relative, I'm obligated to offer my support. Just look at him, convinced using big words would make him sound smarter. Yoichi had caught Hisoshi up late last night planning something for the sports festival. He assumed it was to cheer Izuku on. He knew his older brother liked the boy a lot, more than his pride would allow him to admit. As they headed toward the school gate, they spotted Izuku, Ochako, and Tenya walking together. Yoichi waved. Izuku, I'm cheering for you to win. Come see my banner. All Might helped unfurl the cloth. Izuku examined Yoichi's hand-drawn rabbits and balloons. You did all this for me. Thank you. I used a whole tube of glitter, Yoichi said proudly. I'm still picking it out of his hair. Hisoshi grabbed another sparkle from a white lock. Izuku bent down and whispered to Yoichi, have you been having any strange dreams lately? Dreams about me or my past? Yoichi considered. He dreamt about his other self, but not Izuku. No, nothing like that. Why do you ask? A flash of strain showed on Izuku's face. Something that seems to have stopped now. Don't worry about it. Meanwhile, Ochako and Hisoshi whispered together. Yoichi turned just in time to hear Ochako say, I've sent your cut of the money to your usual account. Yoichi frowned. Just what was his brother up to this time? He'd better not have gotten this nice girl involved in something shady. Why, thank you. You've been an excellent business partner, Hisoshi said. I love the new earrings. Thank you. Ochako giggled and touched the diamonds in her ears. It's so strange for me to be able to afford something like this. I almost didn't get them, but my mother insisted I deserved something after our recent big boost in business. I'm going to be on live television at the festival, and I wanted to show off a little. The color looks stunning on you, Hisoshi said. Tenya said, I have no intention of being rude, but I must leave to meet up with my brother. It will be my pleasure to introduce all of you to him at the first opportunity. A smile spread across the boy's face. I'm so pleased he was able to get time off work to attend. After Tenya had left, Hisoshi nudged Ochako. That was me, by the way. She blinked. Pardon? I arranged for Tensai Ida to get time off work. You told me that your friend was disappointed because neither his parents nor his brother could attend the sports festival. The parents proved too difficult, but I was able to close down Tensai's hero agency for the day by putting a virus in their main computer. Hisoshi puffed out his chest in a way Yoichi knew meant he was hoping for praise. Inwardly, Yoichi groaned. His brother was being weird again. He'd be lucky if he didn't creep the older girl out. As expected, Ochako looked slightly perturbed. But she only said, you didn't need to go to so much trouble just because I made an idle comment. It's my pleasure to fulfill all your wishes. I'm just a wonderful person that way. Hisoshi puffed up even more. It wasn't like his big brother to go to so much trouble for a mere business partner. As Ochako departed, Hisoshi stared after her. Yoichi observed with dawning comprehension. All Might seated both children at the stands before someone in an official uniform called him away. He left the brothers with ample drinks and snacks after making them promise to stay in their seats. As soon as they were alone, Yoichi turned to his brother. You like Ochako, don't you? Like in the gross way. Like is too mediocre a word, Hisoshi said loftily. I'm considering her as a future wife candidate. Yoichi rolled his eyes and made gagging noises. I wouldn't expect a child like you to understand. Hisoshi ruffled his brother's hair. Yoichi dodged. She's way too old for you. Foolish little brother, an age gap of 3 years is nothing in the long run. Hisoshi sighed dreamily. Her top priorities are money and family, the two most important things in life. Our future children will be Monopoly-playing champions. She's perfect. I highly doubt someone so perfect would be interested in short, egoistical little trolls. Especially not after I tell her all your embarrassing childhood stories. Why, you? Hisoshi put his little brother in a headlock. Yoichi knew it was deserved and considered it totally worth it. Big brother had his first crush. It was his duty as a younger sibling to tease him about it. Someone had to keep Hisoshi's ego at manageable levels. Then the festival began. Yoichi cheered like a madman as Izuku took first place in the race. The cavalry battle had him hopping up and down at the edge of his seat. He waved his banner with all his strength. When Hisoshi mumbled something about needing to use the bathroom and slipped away, Yoichi barely noticed. As Izuku's match against the purple-haired boy began, Yoichi bit his nails. Why was Izuku walking out of the ring on his own? It must be the boy's quirk, right? Hisoshi always understood quirks. Maybe he could explain it. Yoichi looked around, but his brother hadn't returned. How odd. A flash of green light ran down Izuku's hand. Yoichi gasped. He saw the shadowy outline of 7 figures around Izuku. For a brief moment, he met green eyes exactly like his own. Then the ghosts were gone. What did that even mean? His ghost might be haunting Izuku. The older Yoichi said he was living inside a quirk. Did Izuku have that quirk? Yoichi desperately wanted to talk to Hisoshi about this. Where was his big brother? Izuku wasn't exactly sure how he'd ended up cornered by Sshoto Todoroki after the cavalry battle. With a serious expression on his face, Sshoto asked, "Are those 2 white-haired boys your brothers?" Izuku bit his lip. With the physical resemblance, denying everything probably wouldn't work. There's a certain relationship between us, but it's classified. I knew it, Sshoto said. All 3 of you are All Might's love children. Izuku gaped. Excuse me. No. It's not like that at all. All Might is adopting the brothers. That's his cover story, 𝐿𝐿 said. It wouldn't look too good if the number one hero had several unacknowledged children he hadn't been paying child support on. His frown deepened. I would have thought he'd learn to wear a wrapper after the first love child. 3. That's just carelessness. It's seriously not like that, Izuku said, desperate to save All Might's reputation. Surely you know our teacher isn't that kind of person. 𝐿𝐿's brow furrowed. But it seems improbable for anyone to have 3 accidents. I've got it. Do you think All Might's quirk breaks condoms? No, I keep telling you, the quirk analysis part of Izuku's brain took over. Theoretically, it could. By common knowledge, it's harder to maintain control over your quirk while in the throes of passion, so many people take safeguards, but with a quirk as powerful as All Might's, what RBB could possibly be strong enough? Oh, dear. As the current holder of One for All, this situation was a matter of important if not immediate concern to Izuku. 𝐿𝐿 nodded. I can somewhat forgive him the first time, but by the second love child, he should have realized the problem. It's difficult to see All Might as an eugenics-obsessed bastard like my dad. Him. Do you think maybe a villainous organization or the Hero Public Safety Commission stole the DNA of the number one hero? No wonder both brothers show signs of child abuse. Clearly now All Might has found his long-lost children and taken them under his protection. So convincing was this story that Izuku found himself nodding along. Then he remembered that the Shigaraki brothers came from the dawn of the age of Quirks, before All Might had even been born, and his own father was unfortunately a deadbeat whose mere name made his mother cry. 𝐿𝐿, none of the 3 of us are All Might's children. I know some information about the brothers' past that I'm not at liberty to share, but I'm extremely certain I've met their real father. If dreams counted as a meeting. 𝐿𝐿 stared at him. Leaving aside All Might, your resemblance to Hisoshi in particular is far too strong to be coincidental. We're probably distantly related. My mother wouldn't let me take a DNA test. She wouldn't. Why not? She wouldn't say. 𝐿𝐿 asked, what if your mother is a time traveler? That's why All Might hasn't realized that you're his son yet. Oh, and Hisoshi could be your own son from the future. Desperate for a distraction from a theory starting to cut a little too close to home, Izuku asked, what was that you said about your father being obsessed with eugenics? Needless to say, Izuku got a great deal more than he bargained for with that question. Before Izuku had even recovered from having 𝐿𝐿 Todoroki's entire tragic backstory dumped on him, he heard a child's laugh. That makes your match with him a gimme, doesn't it? Hisoshi leaned against the wall. He's not going to use half his power. It will be an easy win. Izuku frowned. His head still swirled with concern for his classmate. But I don't want an easy win. I want to fight against 𝐿𝐿 fair and square. How naive. Hisoshi sighed. It sounded especially pretentious coming from a child. I can tell you've never had to fight for your life. That's not exactly true, I nearly died at UJ. Izuku cut himself off. You have had to fight for your life, haven't you? He remembered his dream of Hisoshi and Yoichi living on the streets. Especially given the time period they'd been from, no doubt they'd seen a lot of danger. I'm sorry. No child should go through that. It made me stronger. Hisoshi sounded irritated. I'm not here to unburden my dark past on you like your classmate. I'm here to help you win. I came up with a strategy for all your fights until you face Katsuki in the finals. What makes you so sure it will be me and Kaken in the finals? Izuku asked. Because I arranged it that way. A small smile curved on Hisoshi's lips. Just like how I got Tensai to attend the sports festival. I made sure the matches would be ordered so that you'd face 𝐿𝐿 in the semifinals and Katsuki in the finals. That's assuming that Katsuki makes it to the last match, of course, but he's the favorite and I have high hopes that he won't disappoint me. Izuku would later very much regret not asking Hisoshi why he wanted Katsuki to make it to the finals. But in that moment, he was too distracted by the first part. What do you mean you arranged the matches? 𝐿𝐿 was originally going to face Katsuki in the first round, but that would have been much too soon. I'll let you and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 face each other in the semifinals, in a fair match. I like you both, so I'll ensure whichever of you advances to the finals will win first place. Hisoshi smiled secretively. Let's just say it could keep their computers more secure. I won't tell you anymore, I want you to keep your hands clean. Izuku rubbed his head. Whatever you've done, you shouldn't have done it. Absolutely nothing anyone could trace back to me. Hisoshi's face looked more innocent than his words, like a child hoping for praise. I had an elaborate strategy for you to use against 𝐿𝐴𝐷 Todoroki, but you won't need it. Just taunt him a few times about how proud his father must be, and he'll lose it. If you're at a disadvantage, tell him his mom took a bad turn in the hospital, then sucker punch him. He's definitely dense enough to believe it. Izuku groaned. I'm not doing that. Why? It's not cheating. I heard the purple-haired boy trash-talking opponents. I don't care if it's against the rules or not, that would be wrong. Izuku took a deep breath and modulated his tone to address a child. This isn't a life-or-death battle. I'm not fighting for my survival. I don't need to sink to such depths. Hisoshi regarded him with a difficult-to-read expression. Eventually, he said, I suppose you don't need any particular tricks against an opponent only using half his power. You can just pulverize him the normal way. Still, the softness of yours could get you in trouble someday. I'm a hero. I don't mind getting into trouble if I can help someone else. Izuku smiled. Hisoshi scared his tongue. I'll go see if 𝐒𝐿𝐵 is more interested in my advice. If she listens to me, then she'll win. Perhaps that will teach you a lesson, too. He walked away. No matter how earnest he sounded, it was difficult to take an 11-year-old seriously. Furthermore, Izuku was still distracted trying to think of how he could help 𝐿𝐴𝐷. These excuses did nothing to assuage Izuku's many later regrets. As Hisoshi sat down, Yoichi asked, Where were you? I was off helping some people out. Hisoshi smirked. That look on his big brother's face was suspicious and Yoichi was about to say so, but he was interrupted by a cough. Take a sip. Hisoshi held up a soda bottle. Yoichi drank. I'm fine. See, no BLD. You haven't been coughing as much lately. Yoichi beamed. That new medicine the doctor put me on has really helped. At my last visit, she even said if I kept improving at this rate, I could stop taking any medication at all. Hisoshi looked at his feet. I should have told the truth about your so-called illness sooner. His voice became softer. I truly thought that if your lungs had been damaged by the poison, there was nothing anyone could do. Yoichi could have called bullshit and pointed out that an illness being man-made didn't make it untreatable. But his older brother looked so miserable, he declined to twist the knife. We couldn't have afforded medical care until we got yanked through time. And you came clean shortly after that. It's all good now. Hisoshi's smile returned. Yes, it is. They were both distracted as Izuku's match with 𝐿𝐴𝐷 Todoroki began. Yoichi waved his banner and cheered for Izuku with all his might, but his favorite still lost in the end. He rubbed a small tear from his eyes. That was an amazing match. What was Izuku doing? Hisoshi clutched his hair. It's one thing not to prod his opponent's weakness. But I'm pretty sure he was baiting 𝐿𝐴𝐷 Todoroki to use his fire side. What kind of fool helps his enemy win? He wanted a fair fight, Yoichi said. That was very cool. Hisoshi rolled his eyes to the heavens. I'm surrounded by idiots. He leaned forward in his seat. Is it 𝐒𝐿𝐵's turn yet? At least she read all my strategies. She even called me a genius. Are you sure she wasn't just patronizing you, big brother? Would a hero student take someone who never graduated from elementary school seriously? Foolish little brother, I might have missed my elementary school graduation due to homelessness, but I did all the work to graduate. Furthermore, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 isn't like that. She knows talent when she sees it. Hisoshi's gaze became dreamy. Yoichi mimed barfing again. Gross. Although he liked 𝐒𝐿𝐵, he needed to fulfill his sworn duty as a younger sibling to mock his brother's first crush relentlessly. He searched his mind for more creative material. Did her quirk make your heart fly out of your chest? Maybe you lost your brain too, because there's no chance she's into short little dwarfs with premature white hair. Hisoshi mussed up his little brother's hair. What color is your hair? The youthful color of snow. Yoichi play-tussled with his brother. They both stopped as the next match began. Ochako Uraraka faced off against 𝐵𝐵𝐺 Tokoyami. Dark shadow rose off his body and shot forward. Hisoshi murmured, "It's not the best matchup for her, since she doesn't have a flame-related power. I was hoping Tokoyami would lose to Ida last round." Ochako dodged sideways, avoiding the first attack. Dark shadow turned, rushing after her. But Ochako didn't retreat. Instead, she leapt forward and grabbed Dark Shadow with both her arms. He spun around, trying to throw her off. Buffeted by wind, she kept crawling forward. Hisoshi muttered, "I didn't think she'd be able to use her quirk just by grabbing his shadow, but the real point is to, aha." 𝐵𝐵𝐺 drew Dark Shadow back into himself, sending Ochako falling to the ground. She landed on one hand and delivered a kick to his chin from below. He reeled backward. Roaring, Dark Shadow rose up again. A massive fist bore down on Ochako. Come on, Hisoshi muttered, his knee bouncing. Yoichi was too entranced to even cheer. Ochako tried to dodge between the claws. But a glancing blow ripped her jacket off her back and sent her falling. Dirt and rocks flew up in the air. Hisoshi leapt to his feet, screaming, "You've got him now. All you have to do is stand up." Yoichi wondered what on earth his brother was talking about. From where he was sitting, it looked like Ochako was getting one-sidedly beaten. Ochako rose up from the rubble. Her hair stood on end as she floated. She must have used her quirk on herself. The dust in the air obscured 𝐵𝐵𝐺 from seeing her. He probably thought he'd already won. Until Ochako dropped from the sky and planted both of her feet on his face. 𝐵𝐵𝐺 reeled backwards. Dark Shadow slapped Ochako sideways. Ochako nearly flew out of bounds, but she grabbed the ground with both hands. Her teeth ground and her nails bled as she stopped herself. At the same time, under control of Ochako's quirk, part of the ground yanked out from under her opponent's feet. 𝐵𝐵𝐺 slipped and fell. That was when Yoichi realized she'd been luring her opponent to the edge of the ring. 𝐵𝐵𝐺's hair landed outside the line. Midnight brought down her WHP, shouting, "Out of bounds." Into his microphone, Yamada effusively praised the most creative use of a quirk he'd seen all day. "Just look at her kick butt." Hisoshi rubbed his hands together. "Oh, yeah, I'm putting a ring on that as soon as possible. How long do you think we'd need to wait? Is 18 and 21 socially acceptable or still too young?" Yoichi gagged. "I won't let you sleep in my bed any longer if you catch girl cooties, big brother." "Cooties, that sounds like something your immature and underdeveloped brain would say. At least I'm mature enough to realize that by the time she's in her 20s, she'll probably already be dating someone else." Hisoshi raised an eyebrow. "You'll find I'm rather skilled at getting rid of competition." Yoichi only wished he didn't believe it. "Can I join you?" Izuku smiled from the aisle. "I brought snacks." He held up a bag of chips and several soda bottles. All Might was called away for an emergency, and it's taking longer than he thought it would. He sends his apologies and hopes he can get back by the ceremony. In the meantime, he asked me to keep you company. To babysit them, more like, but Yoichi appreciated the diplomacy. "Of course. Sit down." He patted the seat next to him. Hisoshi raised his nose in the air. "I'm currently not speaking to you after you ignored my wonderful advice." Izuku twisted a lock of his hair. "I didn't mean to ignore you. I simply had something more important than winning." Hisoshi rolled his eyes. Why was coddling the feelings of a complete stranger more important then? Yoichi interrupted, "Big brother, for someone who wasn't talking to Izuku, you sure are saying a lot." Hisoshi grumbled and slouched down in his seat. As he took a soda bottle from his little brother, he glared. Yoichi wished his brother would understand that he'd silenced him for his own good. Despite Izuku's words, he clearly felt bad about dropping out of the competition. Chastising him would only make him feel worse. Sometimes Hisoshi was very perceptive about other people's feelings, but other times he'd become so convinced he was right that he didn't see anything else. Trying to change the subject, Yoichi turned to Izuku. "I'm glad you're looking so much better than when they carried you off the field. Did Recovery Girl heal you?" 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 scratched a small bandage on his cheek. Yes, she said she was impressed with how I only broke one bone this time. But I didn't do anything differently. I wish I could say I have better control of my quirk now. But I don't know why sometimes I break a bone when I use it and sometimes I don't. I would swear that something changed when that old lady used her enhancement quirk on me back at the grocery store where we first met. That was the first time I didn't break a bone, after all. But she made it sound like it was supposed to be a one-time boost. Yoichi suggested, "Can your ability store energy?" 𝐒𝐭𝐴 straightened. "It can. I wonder if that's connected." Hisoshi groaned. His face was purpling with effort to keep silent instead of joining in on his favorite hobby, quirk analysis. It was hilarious to watch. Over the loudspeaker, Yamada announced the beginning of the match between Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki. "Who do you think will win?" Yoichi asked, eating a chip. 𝐒𝐿 pondered. "It should be an even match. Both their powers favor large-scale destruction. It will be Bakugo." As expected, Hisoshi couldn't resist talking any longer. The other boy doesn't stand a real chance as long as he's only using half his quirk. I arranged for those two to fight in the semifinals for a reason. I need to eliminate Todoroki. Even with my strategies, Ochako isn't ready to face him. Not yet, anyway. He smiled smugly. "But you're betting on her to beat Kaken." "I'm rooting her on, too," 𝐒𝐿 said. "You could say I'm quite certain of it." Hisoshi's smile widened. Yoichi felt uneasy. There was something in the air that he couldn't quite put his finger on. With fake cheer, he said, "Let's all cheer for Ochako." "I do not merely cheer." Hisoshi crunched a chip with extra emphasis. "I know she has this competition in the bag." "Well, it seems you were right about Kaken winning the semifinals," 𝐒𝐿 said, observing Midnight call the match below. Yoichi shifted in his seat. He had such a bad feeling. When his brother got this smug, he was always up to something. On the stage, the final match of the sports festival began. Ochako charged forward at Katsuki, only to be blasted away. Getting up and wiping the dirt off her face, she charged again. Around the audience came murmurs like, "Poor girl, and why doesn't she just give up?" as Ochako continued to be pummeled. Irritated, Yoichi cheered even harder. "Go Ochako! That's my girl. Pulverize him!" Hisoshi shouted. His confidence hadn't wavered at all. 𝐒𝐿 nibbled on a chip as he watched intensely. "Oh, is that her strategy? Interesting." For the record, she thought of that tactic herself. Hisoshi took another chip. As expected of someone capable of catching my interest. Yoichi wasn't sure what they were talking about, but his older brother would mock him if he had to ask. He stared more intently. That debris floating overhead, oh. Sure enough, Ochako put her fingers together and brought the rocks down on her opponent. Katsuki raised his arm, about to blast the sky clear. Too bad, looks like she couldn't do it on her own. No matter. Hisoshi hummed a jaunty little tune. It's showtime. The TV floating overhead, currently showing the match, flickered and changed. A computerized voice shouted, "We've interrupted this match with an important broadcast on Katsuki Bakugo's middle school history. This so-called hero relentlessly bullied a quirkless boy to the point of sending him to the hospital. Katsuki's attack faltered. The debris came falling down on him, knocking him to the ground. The entire stadium was a buzz of chatter. Yamada shouted, "Our broadcast has been hijacked. We're attempting to regain control." The screen kept showing more images. Pictures of a younger 𝐒𝐿 with bruises and even a broken arm. A hospital report. Copies of Inko Midoriya's repeated complaints. Private emails from teachers at Oldera Middle School where they mocked her behind her back for having a quirkless son. Most deeming of all, a video clip played of Katsuki telling 𝐒𝐿 to go kill himself. But Yoichi wasn't looking or listening. He stared at 𝐒𝐿's face, watching as it filled with horror. "Big brother, what have you done?" "Omake time." Omake, Hisoshi uses emotional manipulation. It's super effective. "Ochako, I appreciate you wanting to help me with battle strategies, but I've decided to do this on my own. I want to see how far I can get without help." "Hisoshi, you think I'm too young and stupid to be useful." He wipes a tear from his eye. I understand, there's no need to lie to spare my feelings. Cue dramatic sniffling as if holding back tears. It's just, I spent weeks working on these ideas, and you won't even look at them. Ochiko, oh, no, I didn't mean it like that. Here, let me see your notebook. I'll read all your ideas right now. Hisoshi, hook, line and sinker. _make. The fallout from the 𝐤𝐷 conversation. Izuku, All Might, this is awkward but I need to know. Does one for all break condoms? All Might, I wouldn't know, I've never worn one. Izuku, oh my god, 𝐤𝐷 was right, you're an irresponsible man whore. All Might, I'm a repulsed asexual and aversion. They stare at each other awkwardly. All Might, I'm afraid I'm not the best person to answer questions about secretary. Why don't you direct your condom inquiry at Aizawa? Izuku, what a wonderful idea. Aizawa, don't even think about it. I'm not getting paid nearly enough. _make. Izuku did still get to talk to Endeavor later. Endeavor, you'll be a good rival for my son, Hisoshi, shouldering him aside to reach Izuku first. Excuse me, the important characters are having a conversation. All minor characters can wait over there until I'm done. In the ring, staff had leapt forward to move the rubble off Katsuki and carry him to the nurse's office. Ochiko tried to help, but she was shuffled away. She stood outside the ring, her arms hanging limp at her sides. Even from a distance, Izuku could tell that she looked lost. He would have felt the same way in her place. He never would have wanted to win the sports festival like that. Distantly, Izuku wondered why he was focusing on Ochiko's stress when he just had his dark middle school history blared on television for the whole nation to see. Maybe it was a coping mechanism. Thousands watched the famous US sports festival. All those people had seen him beaten, bloody, and pathetic. He felt ill. The horrible broadcast had finally stopped. But people were talking about it. One audience member pointed at Izuku. He slumped down in his seat and used his coat to cover up his green hair. Izuku had promised All Might that he'd make his debut as future symbol of peace at the sports festival. Instead, he'd been exposed as a weak, pathetic, useless Deku. He'd lost his long-desired chance at a fresh start. What would happen to Kaken? A bitter part of Izuku whispered that Katsuki had always been like Teflon when it came to consequences bouncing off him. But he had a feeling it wouldn't be so easy this time. Citizens around Japan had seen that video. This came right after Katsuki had been criticized on the news for his violent declaration that he'd win the sports festival. Public opinion was already tilted against him. An incident like this could destroy a young hero's career before it got started. Izuku didn't want that. He'd never wanted to hurt Kaken, and certainly not for revenge. He still wasn't completely certain what he'd been hoping for the last time he tried to persuade Katsuki to work together with him during a class exercise and been rebuffed. Friendship or perhaps merely acknowledgement. But whatever it was, he'd lost all chance of it now. Katsuki would blame him for this. He'd hate Izuku even more. Small tears formed in the corners of Izuku's eyes. All that stopped him from crying was the sensation of eyes on him. At least some people in the audience recognized him. If he started crying now, a picture would end up on the news. That would probably look even worse for Katsuki. The longing to help someone else gave Izuku the strength to hold in his tears. Hisoshi reached over his little brother to give Izuku a nudge. "You can thank me anytime." Looking at that superior smirk, Izuku's rage built up. Hisoshi flinched. His gaze became uncertain. This reminded Izuku that he was looking at a younger child. He restrained his tone to calmness. "You shouldn't have done that, Hisoshi. I never wanted Katsuki to be hurt. Never." Hisoshi tossed back his head. Yes, you're far too moral to ever ask for it, but I took care of your bully anyway. Just like how I always do the dirty work to protect Yoichi. You're welcome." Izuku nearly snapped again. Yoichi tugged on his brother's sleeve, whispering, "Big brother, stop it." The anxiety in the younger boy's voice made Izuku's temper subside. He still wanted to tell Hisoshi exactly why he'd been wrong to presume what was best for Izuku, but he didn't want to make the younger brother listen to his rant. He hesitated. "Young Midoriya." All Might ran down the aisle in his skinny form. Judging from the soot staining the back of his shirt and the twigs poking out of his hair, he'd returned from the middle of some incident. "How are you feeling? I'm here to take you somewhere private." It nearly made Izuku cry after all, to hear the concern in his mentor's voice. To realize that someone else realized that Izuku was a victim in this incident as well, having his pain splashed across live television. Thank goodness that All Might wasn't disappointed in him. He'd been so afraid that his failed debut had let his mentor down. Taking a deep breath, Izuku said, "Yes, we need to talk." The four of them sat in the teacher's lounge with the door locked. As soon as they were alone, All Might said, "My boy, I'm so sorry for what you went through. I also owe you a profound apology for not stopping you from being paired with Bakugo on class activities. All your teachers failed you by not looking deeper into the antagonism he held for you." Sincere care, unlike the audience at the sports festival who'd looked at Izuku like a carnival sideshow. Izuku could no longer help it. He burst into tears. All Might drew him into a hug. "I'm so sorry. Perhaps I should find a place to put the boys so we can be alone." "No. I'm fine." Izuku wiped off his face. "I need to tell you something important. Hisoshi was the one who arranged the broadcast. I'm not sure how, but he admitted it to me." Hisoshi gasped. "Hey! I helped you. Now you're going to stab me in the back." The sincere anger made Izuku feel guilty. He could actually understand why this looked like a betrayal from the boy's perspective. But Izuku had no choice, so he decided to at least make his statement to Hisoshi's face. Izuku didn't resent Hisoshi, not now his initial fury had worn off. Instead, he was concerned. He already knew from his dreams that Hisoshi was a very troubled child who'd been abused. His behavior went beyond a normal child acting out and was probably a direct reaction to that abuse. His guardian needed to know about this in order to properly look after him. Izuku trusted All Might to not merely focus on punishing Hisoshi, but also to get him help for the underlying issues that had led to this. "You don't have any proof," Hisoshi muttered. "I don't need proof." All Might's face had turned solemn. "Because you can punish me anyway." Hisoshi's lip jutted out. "No, I don't want to punish you for this." All Might knelt down to Hisoshi's eye level. The child avoided his gaze. All Might's tone remained gentle. "You were trying to help your relative, right? It never occurred to you to go to adults about the bullying you'd noticed, because you don't trust adults to help you. This must have seemed like the only way you could make the bullying stop. But you should have come to me. I would have done something, I promise." Hisoshi squirmed. After a long moment of silence, he finally said, "It will stop now, won't it?" His tone held an evasive note, still not admitting to what he'd done. All Might said, "This wasn't the right way." "What? Because rules are so important?" Hisoshi demanded. Yoichi half-shouted, "Because you hurt Izuku." He'd pushed back his hair to glare with both his eyes, including the scarred one. "Did you ever consider how he'd feel about you showing him getting beaten up on television? How would you have felt in his place, Mr. High and Mighty?" For the very first time, Hisoshi flinched. His certainty crumbled. "Oh, I see." He turned to Izuku. "I'm sorry. I should have handled this more privately." Izuku didn't like the sound of that. "You shouldn't have done it at all. I never desired revenge on Kaken." Hisoshi stamped his foot down. "But he kept picking on you. Were you just going to take it lying down forever?" All Might said, "That's a failure of the teachers at UA. I believe we're the people most responsible for this, so we're the ones who deserve to be punished. Well, aside from the teachers at Old Dera Middle School." Darkness briefly flashed across his face. Hisoshi muttered something nasty under his breath. All Might continued, "I need you to apologize to Izuku and promise that you won't do something like this again. If you can do that, then I won't tell the authorities what you've done. Instead, I'll install parental controls on all your electronics to prevent further hacking and arrange for you to speak to a child psychologist." He hesitated. "Unless Izuku wants a punishment." "I'm sorry, my boy, you've been victimized, and I shouldn't have presumed to make any promises without talking to you first." "No, I'm in complete agreement with you," Izuku said. When he told All Might, he'd been hoping for an outcome exactly like this one. He had zero longing to watch an 11-year-old face legal consequences for computer hacking. I don't even need an apology. If anything, you should apologize to Kaken. Maybe not. He might burn your face off. I'm not apologizing to the bully. Hisoshi sniffed. But I'll apologize to you, Izuku. I'm sorry. I'll accept my punishment and let the psychologist pick through my brain. All Might said, no, that's not intended as a punishment. Talking to someone will help you. You might even find that you feel better after a chance to unburden yourself. From the look on Hisoshi's face, he clearly didn't believe it. To fulfill the second half of the deal, I promise not to interfere any further where I'm not wanted. Was Izuku reading too much into it, or was that a specifically worded promise with a potential loophole if Hisoshi did consider his help to be wanted? Izuku suspected it didn't matter, because he had no faith Hisoshi would keep any promise if he didn't want to. Honestly, Izuku was banking his hopes on therapy. Someone knocked on the door. Aizawa called, I know you wanted to be alone, but there's a limit to how long Nezu can hold off the media. A statement from Izuku is our only chance at calming down the Sharkfest. I'm ready, Izuku called. Aizawa's tone softened. I owe you an apology, Midoriya. I count us lucky if you're willing to help us deal with this situation at all. I'll do whatever Nezu says to make it better, Izuku said. Nezu wants to talk to you first. He said he'd help you figure out what you wanted to happen here. I promise you, he won't let your old middle school teachers off. He can be quite vicious when he puts his mind to it. Aizawa hesitated. He also felt like you deserved a say in how we handle Bakugo. A wave of weariness washed over Izuku. He'd never wanted a say in Katsuki's fate. He didn't want or need that responsibility. But he supposed he would still do whatever it took to save Katsuki's hero career. Even knowing his childhood friend would never thank him for it and would probably only resent him more for offering help. I'm coming. Yoichi's skin prickled as he stood in the hallway. Mostly it came from his older brother's bad mood. Despite the innocent face Hisoshi had put on during his apology, Yoichi knew his big brother well enough to tell that he was angry. Hisoshi hadn't gotten the adulation he'd wanted for his so-called brilliant plan. Based on past patterns of behavior, now he'd either lash out or try harder to get the result he'd wanted the first time. Yoichi feared either might end in disaster. His brother's pride had been hurt and he was at his most dangerous when that happened. Yoichi hoped he could have a moment to talk to his brother alone and try to head off trouble. They weren't alone at the moment. They stood outside Principal Nezu's office while students passed by. All Might had asked them to wait outside because he wanted to go in with Izuku in order to offer support. Ochako walked toward them, alone. Her eyes were distant, not seeming aware of her surroundings. Her injuries had been healed. But she didn't look like she was feeling well. Her medal hung around her neck. Yoichi had only seen part of the award ceremony, but he recalled that Yamada had given out the medals because All Might had been too distracted. Katsuki hadn't shown up to claim second place. It had been a dismal affair with the audience barely paying attention because they were too busy discussing the surprise video. Hisoshi's eyes lit up. He stepped forward. Ochako, can I speak to you for a moment? Yoichi clamped a hand over his brother's mouth and dragged him backward. No. He hissed. Ochako stopped in front of the brothers. Her eyebrows raised as she watched Yoichi more or less jump on top of Hisoshi. Do you two know where Izuku is? Still keeping his brother's mouth covered, Yoichi said, he's speaking to the principal. I wanted to tell him how sorry I am for what happened to him, and how angry I am at everyone responsible. Including whoever tried to exploit his past today. Hisoshi stopped struggling. Yoichi could only hope his brother had figured out that it was a bad idea to reveal the truth to Ochako, because he couldn't hold on much longer. He let go and Hisoshi slipped to the ground. We'll tell him. I'm sure he'll be happy to have such a supportive friend, Hisoshi said in his usual pretending to be adult voice. Thank you. Ochako managed a smile. As soon as she was out of earshot, Hisoshi sighed and mumbled, I'd hoped for gratitude from at least one person. Yoichi whispered back, try to look at this from her perspective, big brother. People are going to say that she only won the sports festival because of the conveniently timed broadcast. They'll say she didn't deserve the win. There will always be an asterisk next to her first place. Hisoshi looked at him as if he was speaking a foreign language. Does it matter if people say she didn't deserve the win? She still won. Because of me. Yuichi winced. Unless you want that girl to hate you, don't tell her that she won because of you. But she did win because of me. Hisoshi's voice raised on the last word. He looked around and hunched his shoulders. That makes it even worse. This was her chance to prove herself. She wanted to succeed or fail on her own merits. She probably preferred a fairly won second place to an unfair first. I don't understand. I know you don't. Hisoshi pouted. Is it about negative publicity? There might be a few news sources who question her win, but most media attention should be focused on Bakugo. I did the calculations and I'm confident she'll get more internship offers in this scenario than the second place one. She may even benefit from having her fight become even more publicized due to the drama. It's not just about material benefits. Yuichi struggled for how to explain this in terms his brother could understand. Ochako feels bad because she didn't like seeing Izuku hurt. She probably didn't even like seeing Katsuki hurt no matter how angry she might be at him for what he did. Hisoshi sighed and rubbed his forehead. Everything would be so much easier if other people didn't have pesky emotions. Yuichi raised an eyebrow. Other people? Since you're so self-righteous and logical, big brother, then I'm sure you won't let your anger over getting caught lead you to do something stupid. I don't know what you're talking about. Hisoshi sounded so guilty that he must have already been making plans. Yuichi's eyes narrowed. I'm serious, big brother. You got off very lightly here considering what you did. You promised me that you wouldn't let your weirdness mess up our new home. Drop it. Who do you even want revenge on? Izuku tattled, but you hurt him first. I don't even think he had bad intentions, since he wanted All Might to let you off easily. Hisoshi looked offended. I wouldn't do anything to Izuku. I'm responsible for him. Yuichi wasn't sure how his brother had gotten that notion, but he was too distracted to ask. Is it All Might? He means well. He barely even punished me, of course I'm not upset. It's not as if he tried to take my money, Hisoshi said. I only want to make up for my mistake and get my plan right next time. Yuichi paled. You mean you're still going after Katsuki Bakugo? Haven't you done enough? Since Izuku didn't like my first attempt, I thought maybe, absolutely not. Please, promise me you won't launch yet another harebrained scheme, Yuichi cut off as the office door opened. But this wasn't over. He resolved to talk to his big brother again later. Izuku stood before Nezu's long, glass-top desk. He'd been called to the principal's office many times in middle school, generally because someone had beaten him up and the school had decided to punish him for it. The fuzzy principal looked small in the armchair. Tall filing cabinets surrounded him. The script Nezu had prepared lay spread across the desk. Izuku's stomach dropped with each word. Nezu said, I truly wish I could come up with another plan. One less emotionally painful for you. However, the situation is serious. Less than an hour after the sports festival ended, and the media is already ripping Katsuki Bakugo to shreds. There's a petition online to have him expelled. Why? No one ever cared when the bullying was happening to me, Izuku said bitterly. Do you want an honest answer to that question? Nezu asked. Actually, yes. Nezu sighed and rubbed his paws together. Signing a petition online is much less work than actually intervening to stop a bullying incident in progress. Plenty of the people currently enraged would never have helped you in person, but they'll happily virtue signal over the safety of the internet. I know for a fact that at least one of the news announcers currently criticizing you for not expelling Bakugo has spouted countless slurs against quirkless people in the past. But everyone loves a story of a villain getting his comeuppance. And this video comes right after Bakugo angered the audience with his arrogant declaration at the start of the sports festival and violent behavior throughout. The timing is impeccable and the theatricalness of the video calculated. Whoever pulled this off is a genius at manipulation. Are you sure you don't know who would have done this? Positive, Izuku said. He had no qualms about lying to Nezu after seeing the enormous SHT sandwich he was about to be forced to eat. Nezu said, if it makes you feel better, Aldera will end up destroyed, especially because our plan will involve throwing them under the bus. They're a third-rate school whose staff completely gave up on controlling their students. They ought to be closed down. Izuku murmured, and you'll make them into the villains so people will have another target to take their rage out on. You understand perfectly, Nezu said. From the door, All Might cleared his throat. You don't have to do this. Don't I? Izuku cast a bitter look sideways. Everyone has made it clear that Katsuki Bakugo's hero career is over before it begins if I don't help. All Might paled, but he said, that wouldn't be your fault. It would be the result of his own actions and whoever displayed that video. His voice trailed off as they both remembered exactly who'd done that. Izuku exhaled and straightened his shoulders. He could accept this unfairness if he thought of it as the penance he had to pay for covering up what Hisoshi had done. He felt a responsibility for both of those boys, who'd ended up yanked through time because of him. That longing to protect them would give him the strength to do this. I agree. Take me to the TV interview, he told Nezu, impressed at the steadiness of his voice. Nezu said quietly, thank you. I agree with Toshinori, you didn't have to do this. I owe you a favor. Because you've failed to notice and address your situation with Bakugo before this point, I also owe you a second favor. You may call them in at any time. Izuku knew he ought to say thank you. But he only had the strength to nod. Nezu said, in addition, we've arranged counseling for you. Izuku's hands clenched. The guidance counselor at Aldera had publicly mocked his dreams and called him slurs related to his quirklessness, intelligence, and mental health. But what was the point in protesting? All Might noticed. Yue only employs the best. I use their psychiatrist, and I can vouch for her quality. Izuku's head shot up. He gaped. All Might chuckled. Number one hero is a very stressful job. My PTSD has PTSD. Yue's psychiatrist knows I was a late bloomer like you, and she's always been understanding and discreet. You can trust her. I'll try, Izuku mumbled. After this TV interview, he was going to need all the therapy he could get. Both Yoichi and Hisoshi had been taken home by Aizawa as a favor to their guardian. All Might said that he needed to be there for Izuku after his television interview. Aizawa turned on the television, then left to order dinner. As soon as they were alone, Hisoshi scowled and threw his arms wide. I can't believe I have to waste my time on therapy. As if there's anything some idiot with a child psychology degree could teach me. Yoichi said, it's not so bad, big brother. I've been finding it helpful. Yoichi had been attending therapy sessions ever since All Might had offered. But Hisoshi had stubbornly refused. He'd threatened to sit there with his mouth shut if anyone forced him. Even All Might trying to bribe him with cake and collectible figurines had failed. Hisoshi snorted. I'm sure you enjoy that touchy-feely stuff, but the thought makes me want to vomit. How could Izuku have backstabbed me like that? I was only trying to help him. Yoichi crossed his arms. I would have told on you if Izuku hadn't. No, you wouldn't have. Yoichi's shoulders sagged. No, I wouldn't have, but I probably should have. It was one thing back when we were surrounded by bad adults, but now we have a good guardian. I think we should stop keeping secrets from him. Not about the important stuff, at least. Everyone around me is a goody two-shoes. Hisoshi raised his eyes to the ceiling. Shesh, Yoichi hissed. Aizawa had set the television to a cartoon, but Yoichi had swayed to the news. He wanted to see Izuku's interview. The commercial had just ended. Izuku is up now. The interview picked up where it had left off before the commercial break. A young news announcer wearing a pencil skirt gazed at Izuku with misty eyes. I can't believe your teachers encouraged the entire class to bully you like that. It's just so awful. Izuku smiled at the camera. Wearing a suit and bow tie, he looked the picture of innocent adorableness. His makeup had been designed to make him even younger looking. The entire situation was twisted. I found myself wondering if I deserved it, with everyone against me. He flicked a tear from his eye. That's why it made me so happy when Kaken realized what he'd done was wrong and apologized to me. These days, we've become good friends. He already made up his past actions to me by helping me with my hero training. I hope everyone else will forgive him just like I have. Sitting next to Izuku, Katsuki stared at his hands. He couldn't meet Izuku's eyes. Yoichi could only hope he continued to keep his mouth shut, because he doubted the blonde was much of a liar. You both became friends and you got a quirk, too. It's such a happy ending. The news announcer dabbed her eyes. Izuku's fake smile slipped. Yoichi knew he was wondering if people would care as much about the bullying if he hadn't gotten a powerful quirk and instead remained a quirkless outcast. Having been the victim of bullying as well, Yoichi was wondering the same thing. He rather suspected the answer was no. Turn that garbage off, please, Hisoshi growled. Yoichi wasn't enjoying watching this either, so he swayed the television off. Although Yoichi had been expecting another enraged explosion from his brother, instead Hisoshi said softly, "I guess I did screw up, here." Yoichi turned to look at his brother. Hisoshi hung his head. He had that stubborn pout on his lips which meant he was trying not to show weakness. Yoichi softened his tone. You weren't wrong to want to help Izuku, but you needed to think about what help he wanted. You went too far. Come on, that bully facing the consequences of his own actions was too far. Hisoshi's pout deepened. I was planning to keep sabotaging any job he applied for after getting expelled from school. I had a bet with myself about whether I could make him commit suicide. Yoichi growled, that's called going too far. Because you hurt Katsuki more than Izuku wanted, he had to do that mortifying TV interview to mitigate the damage, and now Katsuki will get off scot-free. Do you see the problem yet? There wouldn't have been a problem if Izuku had refused to do the interview. He could have done nothing and still kept his hands clean. Try to look at it from Izuku's point of view. He's a hero student. His teachers ask him to save someone. How is he supposed to turn them down? Yoichi sighed. Plus, he genuinely didn't want Katsuki's hero career to be ruined. Hisoshi nodded. Oh yeah, guilt, that emotion other people feel. I should have taken that into my calculations. Guilt is part of it, sure. But I got the feeling that Izuku still cares about Katsuki. Maybe even still wants to be his friend. There's a lot of history between them. That carries weight. At the least, from the practice fight we watched, I could tell that Izuku longs for Katsuki's acknowledgement. No one understood better than a younger brother that it was possible to still idolize your own bullies. Hisoshi sneered. There's no value to a friendship with someone worthless. That's not for you to decide, big brother. That's Izuku's choice. Yoichi's narrowed. You can be overbearing when it comes to looking after other people's best interests. I've been trying my hardest to keep us both alive ever since we got thrown out of our home. I don't think you have any right to complain. And then you get defensive when I point it out, hence why I don't bring it up. This time, Yoichi wasn't willing to back down. You like to see yourself as a protector. That's not entirely a bad quality. But sometimes I don't enjoy my role as your helpless protectee. I'm sure Izuku felt the same way. He didn't want you to turn him into a victim. Even if your plan had worked perfectly, it still relied on making people feel sorry for him. Would you have enjoyed that role if you'd been in his place? Hisoshi's shoulders sagged. The anger drained from his face. No, I wouldn't have. Damn it. I was treating Izuku like a little kid, because he's my son, but he's older than me. No wonder he didn't appreciate it. Izuku is what? Yoichi screamed. Oh, did I not mention that to you? I thought it was pretty obvious, as soon as we learned that my older self is still alive. Hisoshi shrugged. I can't be completely sure without a DNA test, but given we were summoned by a quirk that's supposed to call for a parent, aunt, or uncle, Yoichi clutched his hair. Mind blown, don't melt down on me, little brother. I need you to help me how to figure out how to fix this. Yoichi cast his brother a suspicious look. The right way. No more of your weirdness. I'll fix everything the right way. Hisoshi empathized right with disdain. I promise. Him. Yoichi tapped his chin. Then step 1 is talking to Izuku. We need to figure out what he wants. Toshinori's head throbbed as he got out of his car and headed toward his front door. He had much left to do today. First, he needed to have a long talk with Hisoshi. Then, arrange a psychiatrist visit. Hopefully then, sleep. When his phone buzzed, he planned to ignore it until tomorrow. But he glanced down and saw the text came from Mirai Sasaki. Can we talk? It's urgent. Toshinori frowned. His headache doubled. Sir Night Eye hadn't contacted him since their fight. Something big must have happened for him to do so now. Though he ought to call right away, he struggled to develop the will to handle yet another crisis. Night Eye sent another text. I had a new vision of your future. Surely this wasn't about Sir Night Eye's prediction of his death again. Yet another attempt to force him to retire as a hero. Toshinori nearly put away his phone and went back to pretending he hadn't seen the messages. Then the third text arrived. The future changed. Toshinori dropped his phone. As it buzzed again, he knew he ought to go pick it up. But he stood frozen in shock. After all their arguments, he never in a million years would have imagined Sir Night Eye admitting that his visions might be wrong. Could this mean the prediction of his death had vanished? Did he dare hope? With shaking hands, he picked up his phone and read the latest message. The older boy you adopted will betray you and steal one for all in order to give it to all for one. I foresaw it. Hisoshi Shigaraki is destined to be the downfall of All Might and the legacy of One for All. 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐾 time. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Yoichi's therapy child psychiatrist, what brings you here today? Yoichi, brother issues. So many brother issues. Child psychiatrist, funny, people usually have mommy or daddy issues. Yoichi, oh, I have those too. The atmosphere in Class 1A was horrible. Aizawa stood before the blackboard, desperately trying to carry on as if everything was normal. Historians debate the identity of the first vigilante in Japan. This is complicated by the fact that not all early vigilantes had quirks. Although we in modern times define a vigilante by illegal use of a quirk, in the past a vigilante was anyone who intervened to carry out justice, or what they believed to be justice, outside of the law. Normally, a lecture on such an interesting topic would have already produced several questions. But the class sat in silence. Many of the students looked all around the room, anywhere except at Katsuki Bakugo, who sat in the corner and stared out the window as if shunning the class. It might be more accurate to say the class was shunning him. Or was split on the topic, at least. In the hallway earlier that day, Izuku had overheard a loud argument between Tenya, Ochako, Denki, and Hanta. First, Denki had claimed that since Izuku and Katsuki were friends now, everyone needed to put the past behind them. Ochako had screamed that the TV interview had obviously been a lie and accused him of trying to brush all the bullying under the rug. Then Hanta had retorted that Izuku had clearly posted that video himself and then pretended to be a good guy jumping in to rescue Katsuki afterward like a total slimeball. Izuku was just relieved that someone had finally said out loud what half the school was thinking. Shinsu had come up to him after the sports festival to apologize for making assumptions about him, and it had been obvious that A, he thought Izuku had arranged the broadcast, and B, he thought it was awesome. Izuku had tried to stay away from the news lately, but he kept receiving unsolicited emails from strangers congratulating him, and apparently he'd won an online award for best revenge. Both Ochako and Tenya had reacted to the accusation by jumping on Hanta and trying to use his own tape to seal his mouth shut. Denki had leapt to his friend's defense, and it had nearly turned into a school-wide brawl before Izuku had begged everyone to stop. Tenya had called Katsuki several bad words, then afterward gone to Aizawa to try to resign as class president because he claimed he could no longer treat all his classmates impartially. Fortunately, Aizawa had turned down his resignation. Izuku had tried to repair the class atmosphere by asking Tenya and Ochako to let it go, but this only seemed to make both of them even angrier on his behalf. In all honesty, he felt gratified that they cared so much. A part of him had expected all his fellow students to treat the bullying with indifference like back in middle school. But now, he had true friends. The classroom desks had been reordered without the teacher's permission. Denki and Hanta sat next to Katsuki now, casting glares at Tenya and Ochako, who both glared back. Notably, Kirishima sat on the opposite side of the room from Katsuki. Since the video at the sports festival, Kirishima hadn't spoken to Katsuki even once. He treated his one-time rival and buddy like empty air. At lunch, Mina had flitted between the table with Katsuki and the table with Kirishima with an increasingly anxious expression on her face. Aizawa cleared his throat. I'd like have a debate. Who believes that vigilantes can be people who don't use quirks? Izuku raised his hand. No one else did. With a hint of desperation, Aizawa asked, "Who believes that someone must use a quirk to qualify as a vigilante?" No one raised their hand, because no one was listening. Ochako was building what looked suspiciously like a catapult on her desk. It was aimed at Katsuki. "Maybe you shouldn't kick him while he's down," Mina hissed, flicking acid at the catapult made of pens and RBB bands. As if he suffered any consequences at all for what he did. Ochako snarled. "Because Izuku is too kind," he got off. Denki leapt to his feet. "Now you're the one acting like a bully." Tsuyu said, "Hey, you have no right to say that." "None at all. Your boy can set Izuku on fire, but he can't handle having a RBB band thrown at him." "Class!" Aizawa raised his voice. Izuku opened his mouth to say something to calm the situation. Then he caught Katsuki glaring at him. The burning resentment in Kaken's eyes made him recoil. Tears stung Izuku's eyes, but more from anger than hurt. He'd done everything the teachers had told him to do, and he still got bitterness in return from the person whose butt he'd saved. Probably because Katsuki couldn't stand to be beholden to anyone else, and especially not Izuku. It wasn't fair. There had never been a way Izuku could win in this situation to begin with. Xiaoto poked Izuku in the back with a pencil. "It appears that a large-scale war between you and Katsuki will shortly commence. I would like to join your side." Izuku cleared his throat. I appreciate the sentiment, but we're not going to fight." "Are you sure?" Xiaoto asked. A sour smile crossed Izuku's lips. "Maybe you're right. I don't know." At this rate, he wished he had dragged Katsuki behind the school and got in a pummeling match with him. It would have certainly been a lot better than this. Aizawa shouted, "Class. It's time to pick your hero names." The distraction worked. The class settled down. Everyone started writing a name, except Katsuki, who kept staring out the window. When it was his turn, Izuku held up this paper. "I'd like to be Deku, the can-do hero." Katsuki leapt to his feet and screamed, "You're mocking me. I knew you hated me." "Not everything is about you." Izuku screamed back. "For me, Deku means I can do it. I'm reclaiming the name. Do you think I want to hear everyone calling you that?" "Fine, have it your way. I'll pick a different hero name. I guess I have to do whatever you want because you're so delicate." "Who are you calling delicate?" Katsuki screamed. "You. Your precious ego can't stand anyone helping you. Or is it just me, because you think I'm inferior to you? I'm sorry you got humiliated at the sports festival. There, I said it. But I bet you can't bring yourself to apologize to me in return. I don't even know why I care. Maybe I shouldn't." Tears streamed down Izuku's cheeks. He could no longer talk because he was sobbing too hard. He turned and fled the classroom. Behind him came a spray of ice so large the spikes shot out the door. Aizawa shouted, "No, Todoroki, no freezing Bakugo." Izuku took off his shoes at the doorway. It still gave him a thrill of excitement to be allowed to visit Mike Tower anytime. In his wildest dreams, his fanboy childhood self could have never imagined this honor. Yoichi ran forward and hugged him. "Izuku! I'm so happy to see you. You'll play with me, right? Toshinori and Hisoshi are all caught up in their stupid game." "Sure. Maybe you can help me think of a new hero name." "I'd be honored." Yoichi beamed. "What is All Might doing with Hisoshi?" Izuku belatedly asked. "Did I come at a bad time?" Yoichi sighed. "You could hardly have picked a better time since they've been at it all day. Here, I'll show you." Tugging on his arm, Yoichi led Izuku to the dining room. Both All Might and Hisoshi sat at the table. A notebook was propped up on the stand in front of them. All Might flipped the page. He read, "Scenario 10. Imagine that you're trapped in a burning building with a baby and the Mona Lisa. You only have time to carry one of them to safety. Which do you pick?" Hisoshi bounced in his seat. "Easy. The Mona Lisa was last valued at $100 million. Humans aren't worth anything since it's not legal to buy or sell them." Patiently, All Might said, "Stop and think about your answer carefully. Is money the most important consideration here?" Hisoshi tapped his chin. "I think, what you're saying, is that I wouldn't." Get to own the Mona Lisa even if I saved it. But baby's parents might give me a reward. I pick the baby. That's the correct choice. All Might handed him a miniature candy bar. Good job. Yes. 𝐻𝐸𝐵 pocked the candy bar. He already had several wrappers sitting on the table. 8 for 10 now. Hey! Why did he get rewarded for that answer? Yoichi shrieked. He still picked the option that would make him the most money. It's clearly the right choice for the wrong reasons. All Might frowned. Yoichi, I already told you, this is a no criticism zone, so your brother feels safe revealing true feelings. If you can't keep silent, then you need to leave. Yoichi pouted. Fine. I'm going to help Izuku come up with his hero name. We'll have loads of fun without you too. 𝐻𝐸𝐵 pushed back his chair and stood up. Wait, I need to talk to Izuku. All Might scratched his neck. Actually, I also wanted a word with young Midoriya alone. Izuku flushed and chuckled awkwardly. I guess I'm popular today. 𝐻𝐸𝐵 waved his hand in the air. How many more questions do I need to answer to get a white tiger? All Might fixed him with a stern look. I already told you, no tigers. They're an endangered species and you'd get yourself eaten. But I'm open to a pet after another test. He handed 𝐻𝐸𝐵 a potted germanium. If you can keep this alive for a month, then I'll take you to the shelter to pick out a regular cat. 𝐻𝐸𝐵 eyed the pot. But I don't want this thing. There will be times when you get tired of looking after a pet too, so you need to prove that you're responsible enough to carry out your chores anyway. I suppose I can handle such a plebeian task. 𝐻𝐸𝐵 sighed. All Might stood up. Let me speak to young Midoriya first, then I'll leave you kids to play together. Izuku followed All Might into his office. Another cool place to visit. His eyes darted around, cataloging the pictures on the wall and the merchandise for the hero float, who All Might must be a big fan of. From the papers spread across All Might's desk and poking from drawers, he was also messy. Curious, Izuku asked, it seems like you're trying to handle 𝐻𝐸𝐵's therapy yourself. He wanted to ask if it wouldn't be better for a professional to step in, but criticizing All Might was unthinkable. All Might answered the unspoken question. I sent him to a child psychologist who came highly recommended. After a few sessions, she took me aside and said she believed that 𝐻𝐸𝐵 must have lied about arranging the video incident because he was far too kind-hearted a child to do such a thing. She didn't see the point in any further sessions since he was a perfectly normal and healthy child, but she felt grateful that he'd helped her with her marital problems. Izuku winced. I doubt how good her credentials were if she couldn't tell he's showing early signs of an antisocial personality disorder. Ah, you've noticed. It's pretty obvious. It's obvious if 𝐻𝐸𝐵 trusts you enough to reveal his real thoughts. He's good at hiding it when he wants to. All Might rubbed his neck. Please keep it a secret. There's a lot of stigma around the term sociopath, and I don't want 𝐻𝐸𝐵 to face that. But there was no judgment in All Might's tone. Nothing but concern for 𝐻𝐸𝐵. Not for the first time, Izuku knew he'd picked the right person as his favorite hero. All Might continued, therapy can't help 𝐻𝐸𝐵 unless he's willing to be open and honest. But he'll only show his real self to people he trusts. So I realized I would need to take over myself. I've been reading a lot of books about how to teach empathy. That's how you came up with those exercises? Yes. I'm starting out by guiding him towards the correct choice, no matter what reason he picks. We'll work on teaching him why to make the ethical choice later. The books recommended loads of rewards and positive reinforcement. Izuku hesitated, then admitted, I read that it's impossible to teach empathy to a sociopath. Some sources say that. Others say that with good parenting, those born on the antisocial personality disorder spectrum are indistinguishable from everyone else, so we don't even notice them. It's an area with a critical lack of good research. Psychologists can't even agree if sociopaths are born or made. But I firmly believe that no one is ever born evil. 𝐻𝐸𝐵 is a boy with many good points, and it's my responsibility as his parent to help him flourish and become the best version of himself. Izuku smiled. You're amazing, All Might. I think you're the perfect person to help out 𝐻𝐸𝐵. No wonder he respects you enough to be truthful with you. All Might flushed. Oh, thank you. What did you want to talk to me about? I assume it wasn't Hisoshi's therapy. I wanted to run a hypothetical dilemma by you. Like the exercises you did with Hisoshi. Something like that. An odd intensity filled All Might's blue eyes. If you had to choose between giving up one for all or the life of an innocent child, which would you pick? I'd save the child, Izuku said without hesitation. Are you sure? Couldn't you save many more lives than one as long as you had your quirk? As soon as I decided to sacrifice an innocent for myself, I'd stop being a hero. What if a villain got his hands on one for all? That would be a disaster. Then I'd fight to take the quirk back. But I could never just let a child die. Izuku started to feel nervous. Was that the right answer? I didn't intend the question as a test. I was trying to figure something out. All Might smiled. Yes, that was the right answer. I'm glad I picked you as my successor. Izuku's eyes narrowed. You asked me that for a reason. Why? I suppose you have the right to know. This concerns you, as well. All Might mopped a hand down his face. My former sidekick, Sir Night Eye, saw a prophecy of the future. He started telling his story. Flashback time. As soon as he was inside the privacy and security of his office, Toshinori dialed Sir Night Eye. His former sidekick answered on the first ring. You saw my message? Yes. Toshinori closed, then opened his eyes. As a matter of professional courtesy, he'd informed Sir Night Eye back when he'd first learned All for One was still alive and also mentioned the boys the villain had been interested in, so there was no need to rehash old details. What exactly did you see? Wait, how did you have a vision at all? You haven't touched me recently and I don't know when you'd have touched Hisoshi. This is an extremely unusual situation. I didn't see a new vision, I saw my old vision of your future change. That can happen. It's never happened before. I would have believed it to be impossible. An uncharacteristic tremble entered Sir Night Eye's voice. In a dream, I saw not just one vision, but two of them. A divergence into two possible futures for you. In the first dream, shortly after the end of UA's first semester, you gave Hisoshi up into the care of the Hero Public Safety Commission. What? That doesn't sound like me. Even if I couldn't take care of him myself for some reason, surely I could find a better guardian. Very few people had the power to protect someone from All for One, hence why Toshinori had taken over custody of the brothers himself. But he wouldn't have handed Hisoshi over to the commission even as a last resort. He wouldn't have given them a stray dog he found on the streets, much less a child he loved. Don't you mean I gave up both Hisoshi and Yoichi? The younger boy stayed with you. I separated the brothers. That definitely doesn't sound like me. Toshinori could never imagine doing something so cruel to the brothers, who were so deeply attached to each other. I can't imagine that Yoichi would agree either. He'd probably run away from home to find his big brother. Are you sure this wasn't just a nightmare after you ate some bad fish, Mirai? I'm positive. The tension and even fear in Sir Night Eye's voice forbade any more joking. I don't know how to explain it to you, but in my dream, I instinctively knew that I was watching the future diverge into two possibilities. After Hisoshi left, you lived, Toshinori. I passed the point where I foresaw your death and nothing happened to you. You were safe. I was so relieved. His voice shook so badly he could barely speak. Then I watched time rewind. A second possible future. Not a good one, I take it. This time, I saw you raising Hisoshi and Yoichi together as your sons. Then the vision showed Hisoshi and All for One standing in your dining room over the fallen body of Izuku Midoriya. There was a lump of shadows on the floor as well. An ugly mass of darkness moving as if it was alive. Hisoshi took one for all from your successor. Then he gave your quirk to All for One. Toshinori's head spun. He couldn't imagine being the one who failed the legacy of One for All. He'd never be able to face Nana's grave. Then his confusion caught up with him. How would Hisoshi have gotten One for All from Izuku to begin with, since the quirk can only be transferred willingly? Wait, don't you get visions from the eyes of the person whose future you're seeing? How would you have seen this unless I was there? You were there. I think perhaps All for One had attacked you, because you were barely conscious. Hisoshi whispered something to Izuku, but of course I couldn't hear what he said. I'm certain All for One must have forced Hisoshi. Toshinori's voice became stronger. Probably by threatening a hostage. Maybe he used the same means to force Izuku to cooperate. I don't think so, Sir Nightai said flatly. When Hisoshi stood up, I had a chance to read his lips. Hisoshi thanked All for One before giving him One for All. He thanked the villain for the privilege of betraying you. I saw the green light crackling around All for One and his triumphant smile. His face had been healed, somehow. With One for All, he would become invincible. The power radiating off him gave me chills. It threw me forward in time. Then the future got even worse. Worse! Toshinori shouted. Just days afterward, you died. I couldn't tell how. Your whole world went abruptly dark. I think you died in your sleep, though I have serious doubts about it being natural causes. Toshinori slumped down in his chair. It took him a moment to speak. Please don't blame Hisoshi for any of this. All for One is a MSTR manipulator. I have no idea why All for One is currently hunting Hisoshi or what happened in your dream, but none if it is the poor child's fault. I'm more than happy to blame everything on the decrepit old BST, Sir Nightai said. However, I'm absolutely certain that the difference between those two futures was whether you adopted Hisoshi or not. My quirk told me so. Why did All for One need Hisoshi to get One for All? Toshinori muttered. Is it connected to why he's chasing after the poor boy? But no, All for One wants to kill Hisoshi. He would be trying to take him alive if he knew about this. Perhaps your successor gave up One for All willingly. You picked the wrong person. Sir Nightai's voice regained a bit of strength. If you'd look at Mirio, stop it, or I'm ending this conversation, Toshinori warned. He mustered the patience to add, young Midoriya has done nothing to deserve this criticism. You said yourself that your vision hinges on whether I give up custody of Hisoshi, so whatever happens to One for All, I'll be the one responsible. Or I'll be responsible for not giving you better information, Sir Nightai said. I've never had a vision so unclear, with chunks clearly missing. Nor have I been able to get a more detailed vision of the events surrounding the two possible futures, no matter how many times I tried. Toshinori closed his eyes and tried to think. His own death barely factored into his calculations. Dying didn't scare him. He'd had years to come to terms with his predicted death. He was more afraid of causing someone close to him to be in danger. He was much more scared of failing the legacy of One for All. If Sir Nightai's vision could be believed, then as long as Hisoshi stayed with Toshinori, he would later fall prey to All for One's manipulations. Yoichi might be at risk as well, because what if All for One had controlled Hisoshi by taking his younger brother hostage? It broke Toshinori's heart to think of losing his two boys, but if it was the only way to keep them safe, then he'd do whatever he had to. The future where Toshinori gave up Hisoshi was clearly the happy ending, with everyone alive and One for All safe. Toshinori said, I can't allow an innocent child to become involved in my battle with All for One. I'll find another guardian for the Shigaraki brothers. Both of them together, of course, I'm certainly not separating them. And I'd never send them to the Hero Public Safety Commission. I'll ask David Shield if he can look after them. Island is one of the safest places in the world. Sir Nightai's voice was so soft as to be almost indecipherable. There was one more aspect to my vision. In the timeline where you give Hisoshi up, All for One murdered the boy. Oh, Toshinori said faintly. This changed everything. But he's alive in the timeline where I adopt him. Yes. He lived at least longer than you did. Thank you for telling me, Mirai. I never would have forgiven you if you hadn't. Toshinori's calculations shifted rapidly. He would be willing to die to keep One for All out of All for One's hands, but he wasn't willing to have his own child pay that price instead. Nor would any of the previous One for All holders ever want him to. What happened to Yoichi and young Midoriya? I didn't see anything concerning their fates in either vision. I can't say if means they're safe or not. Toshinori squeezed his eyes shut. He was embarrassingly close to tears. He hadn't cried since his last battle with All for One, when he'd believed he'd avenged his MSTR and laid his burden to rest. To lose One for All remained unthinkable. Yet he could make no other choice except to save Hisoshi. If it's the only way to save Hisoshi's life, then I must keep him by my side. I thought that was what you'd say. Quietly, Toshinori said, thank you for not trying to talk me out of it. I don't want to sacrifice the life of an innocent child either, Sir Nightai said. But you're my friend, so I want you to stay alive. As you should know, since we fell out over it. Toshinori cleared his throat. Thank you for giving me the full truth. I'm going to try to change that future. With your warning, I'll keep All for One far away from Hisoshi. Sir Nightai growled, you're always such an optimist. I've explained to you that my visions of the future can't be changed. You realize that if you send Hisoshi to a different guardian, All for One will still kill him in a different way. Then you should also know that if you keep him from meeting All for One once, they'll still encounter each other another time. It's predestined. Please, Mirai, I don't want to restart that old argument. I'm sorry I brought it up. Toshinori released a small sigh. But you've never had a vision of the future change before. Since your original prediction of my death in battle transformed into me dying in my sleep, surely the future can change again. At this point, I can't say it's impossible. Toshinori said, I've missed you. Would you like to come over for dinner? You could meet Hisoshi, so he'd be more than a statistic to you. Then you'd understand why I want to save him so much. I'll introduce you to Yoichi, too. Slowly, Sir Nightai said, I'd like to use my quirk on Hisoshi in case I can learn anything more. That's the spirit. We'd be happy to host you. As soon as he'd finished making arrangements with Sir Nightai, Toshinori headed inside. Hisoshi sat on the couch, reading a book. A wave of protectiveness swamped Toshinori. He knelt down and hugged the boy. You're going to be okay. I won't let anything happen to you. I promise. I swear it on my name as a hero. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Hey! What's going on? Hisoshi poked him. Sorry, I shouldn't have hugged you out of nowhere. Toshinori started to pull back. It's okay. If you're so upset, I can comfort you, Hisoshi said magnanimously. He patted the hero's scrawny back. What's wrong? Did something happen? The young boy must already be under so much stress from having a villain trying to kill him. Toshinori didn't want to add to his anxieties. It wasn't as if he could explain one for all either. The quirk was supposed to be on a need-to-know basis. It's nothing. I just suddenly felt worried. You're a very immature adult. Hisoshi rolled his eyes. You're lucky that you have me around to look after you. Toshinori chuckled and mopped away his tears. Yes, you're such a good kid. You're lucky to have me, Toshi. Hisoshi agreed. To Toshinori's surprise, the boy kissed his cheek. It was the first such gesture and the first time he'd used the affectionate nickname. Toshinori wondered if someday he might hope to be called Dad. They were probably still a long ways off from that, but it would make him the happiest man alive. Present day, Izuku cleared his throat. Excuse me. Sir Nightai predicted that you'd die. You've known this for years. All Might chuckled ruefully. Oh, yes, I never told you about that, did I? You certainly didn't. A mixture of fear and anxiety filled Izuku. I don't think I'm ready to become the symbol of peace, but I'll try, so you could retire. All Might patted him on the shoulder. Don't place that burden on yourself. As long as I have the slightest strength to help people, I will keep being a hero. I've already made up my mind. Besides, Sir Nightai's vision of my death changed, so I'm sure I'll be fine. Izuku didn't like the way All Might's eyes turned shifty as he said this. He had a strong feeling he was being lied to. To be clear, you're saying that Sir Nightai predicted you'd live now. In both visions. He didn't see anything about my death, All Might claimed. Izuku wasn't buying it. All Might probably just didn't want to worry him. Izuku gnawed on his lip. If I gave up one for all in the vision, then I failed you. I'm so sorry. No. It's not like that. All Might knelt down to meet his eyes. We have no idea what happened in the vision. According to the records left by past users, All for One has tried various tricks to circumvent the conditions of taking one for all. Oh, dear, that would be even worse. Even if you had to give up one for all because of a threat to hostages, then I would never blame you. I'd only blame myself for failing to protect you. Don't beat yourself up when you may have had a perfectly good reason, and when those events may never come to pass. Izuku shook his head. Visions of the future seem rather useless. All Might laughed. I won't tell Sir Night-Eye that you said that, he already disapproves, never mind. That's not your problem. None of this should be your problem. Maybe I shouldn't have told you. I like to have full information, Izuku said. Vision or not, he had no intention of giving up one for all, the quirk he'd been longing for all his life. He also had no intention of letting his mentor die. The supposedly unchangeable future had yet to meet the will and determination of a hero fanboy. I'm going to make you proud. I already am. All Might clapped him on the back. You should go speak to Hisoshi. He's been working up his nerve to say what he needs to say to you. Once they were alone in the living room, Hisoshi bit his lip, put his hands behind his back, met Izuku's eyes, and said, I'm sorry. There was no trace of reluctance or attempt to make excuses. It was a sincere apology. Izuku said, thank you. He was still too upset to say that all was forgiven, but he did appreciate it. Hisoshi said, Yoichi said I should try to make up for what I did to you. What can I do to make this right? Izuku winced. Unless you have a time machine or a device that erases memories, I don't think you can do anything about the bad atmosphere in my class. Let me take a shot. As you've seen, I'm pretty skilled at manipulation. Hisoshi's tone was rueful. What's your goal here? Do you want everything to go back to normal? Do you want your class to forgive your old bully? Do you want to become friends with him? Do you want him slavishly grateful and kissing your butt? Give me something to work with here. Izuku admitted, I don't know. He thought for a moment. Making the entire class normal again felt like sweeping everything under the rug. He could ask Hisoshi to help repair Katsuki and Kirishima's friendship, but that would feel like trying to manipulate Kirishima. Izuku felt uncertain about many things, including if he wanted to be friends with Katsuki again. After a moment, Izuku said, I'd like the infighting among Class 1A to stop. We don't all have to be friends, but the constant conflict is interfering with our studies. Hisoshi nodded. I can give you some tips. It will all become much easier once you become class leader. Then you'll be able to control the situation. Izuku said, I'd like to become friends with Katsuki again if he apologizes. But it needs to be a real apology. It wouldn't count if you manipulated it out of him. It's probably a whole lot less likely that he'll ever apologize now that you've stung his pride, but that's his problem. Just leave him alone. Hisoshi raised an eyebrow. I thought you'd ask me to turn the gloomy boy back to his usual explosive self. Sorry, but I'm not quite that nice. Izuku shrugged. I didn't want Katsuki's hero career to be destroyed or for him to be trashed on the internet. So I did what I had to do in order to make that stop. Whenever Katsuki needs me, I'll never stop helping him. But he needs to face the reality of his bullying on his own. If he wants to be a hero, then it may be good for him to take a hard look at his past actions. Hisoshi snorted. I'm relieved to see that you're not completely without a backbone. I'll stay far away from your bully. If he got a paper cut, I'm afraid everyone would blame me. Now, I'm going to advise you on how to take control of your class. Izuku wondered if he should feel afraid. The next day, Izuku asked Principal Nezu for a meeting over lunch. Izuku had no intention of blaming Hisoshi for a supposed betrayal he had yet to carry out. He considered prophecies questionable anyway. Given how his own future had changed in giant ways from his small encounter with All Might, he had trouble believing in predestination. He'd already overturned his own destiny, after all. But Izuku also didn't completely agree with All Might's strategy of ignoring the prophecy and hoping for the best. Or perhaps that wasn't fair. Perhaps as Hisoshi's guardian, All Might needed to be the person to believe in him unconditionally. Izuku himself was in a better position to take some precautions. Standing before Nezu's desk, Izuku said, I'm calling in my favor. I've heard that you run a mentorship program for certain gifted UE students. I'd like to ask you to make an exception to the age limit and add Hisoshi Shigaraki to your program. Nezu laughed. Don't waste your favor on that. Before Izuku could protest, Nezu continued, because I'll do it for free. It would be my pleasure to take a hand in guiding such a gifted mind. Izuku smiled. If anyone could keep All for One from manipulating Hisoshi, then he felt confident Nezu could. In a smoky bar room, Tomura Shigaraki sat next to Stain. With a gloved hand, Tomura raised his glass and swirled it. After your complete disinterest in joining me, here you are. I'm still not interested in your senseless bloodshed. Stain's eyes narrowed behind his bandages. But matters have changed regarding the second job you offered me. Tomura's tone became mocking. You said that you weren't an assassin. I now have reasons of my own to pursue the target. I don't take money to kill. But I'll accept your information on the target's location. Stain shrugged. Mutual benefit. Tomura leaned forward threateningly. Remember the deal. You can't lay a finger on Izuku Midoriya or Yoichi Shigaraki. If you spill one drop of their BLD, you'll be the next to die. They're not my targets. Your aid would be helpful in keeping them away while I finish the job. Deal. Tomura's smile looked like a skull's leer. He raised his glass. Toast to our success, unless you're too good to drink with me. I don't drink, Piri, Stain said coldly. Won't you tell me why you changed your mind about taking the assassination job? No. Instinctively, Stain's hand twitched for the phone in his pocket. It held a recording of the conversation between All Might and Sir Night-Eye. Stain had bugged the telephone lines of numerous hero agencies. It was how he knew when his targets were alone. He'd cancelled his plans to hunt Tensai Ida after overhearing a conversation that the hero would be at the sports festival. He was still looking for another shot at Ingenium, but a more urgent target had arisen. Although Stain had never managed to get close to penetrating the security on Might Tower, he had a tap on Sir Night-Eye's office phone. He'd already listened to his recording of the phone call a dozen times, just for the pleasure of hearing his idol All Might's voice. He remembered the exact words of the original text message quite clearly. The older boy you adopted will betray you and steal one for all in order to give it to All for One. I foresaw it. Hisoshi Shigaraki is destined to be the downfall of All Might and the legacy of One for All. Stain did not know anything about One for All. The discussion of All Might having a successor had excited him. That legacy must be protected. He couldn't possibly allow the future where All Might died come to pass. Of course, it was only natural that All Might was too noble to cause a child's death. For the greater good, Stain was more than willing to kill a young boy and dirty his hands so that All Might didn't need to. Hisoshi Shigaraki was destined to be the downfall of All Might. Therefore, Hisoshi Shigaraki must die. Make time. Make, Hisoshi's failed therapy child psychiatrist, you've helped me so much. I feel like I have a new lease on life. I finally know how to tackle my problems and find happiness. Thank you. I feel like I should be the one paying you. Hisoshi, no payment is necessary. Though if you wanted, you could give me your wedding ring since you're kicking that deadbeat BSTRD to the curb. Make, helping Izuku find a new hero named Izuku. Do you have any ideas for my hero name? Yoichi, I like One for All. Izuku, that's the name of my quirk. Besides, I think that one was already taken by the first user. Yoichi, I don't like the stupid adult who used it. I'd rather let you use it instead. Hisoshi, if we're reusing old names, then he could be All for One. Similar, but so much cooler sounding. Izuku, you want me to name myself after my arch-nemesis. Hisoshi, you'll carry the name so much better than him. Izuku, I'm going to ask Xiaoto for help. Xiaoto, you could call yourself Izuku. Izuku, I'm going to go ask Tenya for help. Tenya, you could give yourself a name as a tribute to your family legacy. Izuku, I already eliminated that, my family has weird taste in names. Thanks anyway. I'm going to go ask Ochiko for help. Ochiko, the hero fury, the foot up Katsuki's butt. Oh wait, no, that's my hero name. Izuku, is it too late to pick Izuku? Make, Izuku's costume skips a few arcs. Hisoshi, I'd like to give Izuku a present as reparations. I've designed a new and improved costume for him. Toshinori, what a lovely idea. Hisoshi, but I don't have any money to create the costume. I'm so sad. Look at my teary eyes. Toshinori, I'll give you as much money as you need. In addition, I'll put you in touch with my Hatsune, who can help develop your design. Yoichi, big brother, did you just turn your punishment into a chance to obtain more money for a project you were already working on? For shame. Toshinori, I would have given him all the money he needed without the excuse. Also, you're going to need to switch the costume color to green, not black. Hisoshi, or black is so cool. Toshinori, I know it's cool, but Izuku likes green. 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐵, all for one and favors Hisoshi. In exchange for my advice, will you do me a favor? Izuku, why does that phrase send chills down my spine? Hisoshi, nothing major. Just let me know if there's anyone in your class who might be romantically interested in Ochako. I'm scoping out the competition. Don't worry, I already promised my little brother I wouldn't hurt anyone. Not physically, anyway. Izuku, you're a very creepy little boy. Good thing Ochako has a canon crush on Izuku because he's the only one who can survive it. 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐵, hero killer arc time author. So, Hisoshi, how would you react if Stain tried to kill Tenya Ida? Hisoshi, Izuku's friend with the glasses. Expendable. Author, charming. Look, I need you to fight Stain for plot reasons. What would it take to make you fight Stain? Hisoshi, I don't see myself facing off against a murderous lunatic unless my own life was at stake. Author, okay, I can arrange that. Hisoshi, wait, what?